Making This Daddy Mine by Tyler Walker.
Ever fantasized about the silver fox next door?
Imagine if he was your best friend's father.
That's a complicated situation. How does it unfold?
You'll have to find out for yourself. YouTube can't handle all the intimate details.
Visit tylerwalker.com and use code SAVE40 for 40% off your guilty pleasure.
Like, subscribe, and comment to show your support and stay in the loop on new releases.
This is Making This Daddy Mine by Tyler Walker.
Chapter 1. Chantal. Butterflies flutter in my stomach. It's only been a week since I was promoted to this position, and I still can't believe I'm here. I'm actually working as a secretary for tech billionaire Jonas Madison. As his new secretary, I've done everything in my power to learn the ropes as quickly as possible in order to make a good first impression. He's known for being a perfectionist, so I have to work hard to live up to his standards. The office building is slowly waking when I arrive early for the day. The smell of instant coffee hangs heavy in the air. I make myself a quick mug. "Hey, Chantal," Chris, a fellow secretary, says. "Did you see the mess Mary left on top of the photocopier?" She rolls her eyes. "Interns, I swear to God." My heart sinks. As a newbie, it'll be my job to deal with this along with everything else on the agenda for today. I'll go ahead and get that taken care of. Her eyebrows shoot up. "I didn't mean it like that. It's her job, not yours." I shrug. There might be something important in there, so it's better if I just get it taken care of now. I'll talk to her about organization later. "If you say so," she replies. "But you really don't have to." "It's okay." I pat her shoulder while passing her, and dropping off my coffee at my desk, I make my way to the copy machine. Chris wasn't kidding. The place is a disorganized mess. Did Mary just randomly shuffle all the papers like a deck of playing cards? I make swift work separating out what needs to be copied and what needs to be filed. While I wait for the first round of copies, I impatiently tap my fingers on the machine. I wonder what Ben is up to. Ellie, his nanny, usually has him up and dressed by now, so I bet they're eating breakfast. Hopefully, he hasn't had any nightmares. In the early days after the accident, he would wake up screaming almost every night. Now it only happens a couple times a week, which doesn't seem much better, but it is a definite improvement compared to before. "You're hogging the mirror," one of the other secretaries, Cleo, complains as she primps her hair. "Well, you should have gotten here earlier," another, Yasmin, says as she applies her makeup. In spite of myself, I roll my eyes. Sure, Mr. Madison is hot. Anyone with eyes can see that. And he's rich, which is always a bonus. But let's be honest here. A man like that would never notice a secretary like us. He can have any woman he wants. Why would he consider dating his underlings when there are rich people who would love to be his partner? "Would it kill you all to be more professional?" I mutter. Chris, who had been taking some of the files I organized and putting them in their proper place, snickers. My cheeks burn. "Sorry, that was unprofessional of me." She leans against the wall beside the copy machine, keeping her voice low. "But you're not wrong. I mean, I get why people are fawning over him, but he's still a person. They're acting like he's a god on earth. Besides, they look silly getting dolled up for someone so basic. He's not my cup of tea." I snort. "Really? He's not your cup of tea? Then who is?" With a shrug, she picks up the latest stack I'd organized. "Who said anything about me liking tea?" I raise my eyebrows at that, but she doesn't elaborate, and I don't push. If you want people to let you in, you can't force the door open. "Don't forget that the meeting is in 10, she says, placing files in their designated cubbyholes. "We can finish after." "Almost done," I reply, placing the last of the papers on the copy machine. Once they're out, I take the warm sheets and file them in their proper place. "We really need to have that talk with Mary," she says, brushing her hands. "That was a mess." I grab my laptop, legal pad, and final report before heading into the conference room. The butterflies in my stomach return with a vengeance. I've never met Mr. Madison before, since he's currently out of the country. While my hiring was internal, it was someone else who picked me to be his secretary, and the idea of introducing myself to him at a potentially critical meeting made my anxiety all the worse. The laptop pings the moment I set the report on the desk. The message comes from Mr. Madison. "Everyone, I regret that I will not be able to attend the meeting in person. It will have to be a conference call. Jonas Madison." There are a couple sounds of dismay surrounding me, but I let out a sigh of relief, some of the tension leaving my body. Without him here, I can focus on the work instead of worrying about first impressions. I work to quickly set up the virtual meeting and play it on a projector for everyone to watch. Soon, faces populate the screen and the meeting begins. I hate to admit it, but Mr. Madison does, in fact, look incredible. He has a face that belongs on the cover of Vogue and the charisma of a Hollywood star. I'm beginning to understand why everyone else is so obsessed with him. But I have to focus. My job is to take thorough notes, not ogle the boss. Admittedly, I'm not great with tech jargon, but I diligently take down notes, writing in shorthand to be transcribed later. It's an old-fashioned skill, one that I learned from my mother, who was a court reporter, but it's still incredibly useful to have. As a bonus, most people cannot read shorthand anymore, so it lowers the risk of leaking company secrets. It's sort of like analog encryption. My hand flies along the pad as I write down everything I hear. If anyone asked me, I would be able to tell them exactly what they said and when they said it. The meeting goes well. Mr. Madison uses his charm to get his point across, and the rest of the board seems to fall in line with what he says, like a general leading the troops off to battle. Soon it's all over and people start filing out one by one. "Mary?" I call as the intern starts to leave with the crowd. She freezes like a deer caught in headlights, and I flash her a warm smile. "Could you help me clean up in here?" At this, the girl relaxes. She can't be much older than 19. This has to be her first time working in an office setting like this, so it's no wonder that she's so nervous. "So," I say as I push in some chairs, "I noticed you left out some papers on the copy machine this morning. While I appreciate you taking initiative, it would be a lot easier on the rest of us in the office if you organized them a bit more." She joins me in straightening the chairs and pushing them under the desk. "Sorry, I didn't think, I must have gotten distracted." "Do you know where everything is supposed to go?" Her embarrassed silence is answer enough. "You're allowed to ask questions, you know." I shoot her a grin. It's not like I came out of the womb knowing shorthand and the intricacies of Microsoft Excel. You're here to learn. She lets out a little giggle at that. "Good point. Do you think you can show me where it all goes and how you want it organized? I tried to do it myself, but I got confused and panicked." "I'd love to," I reply. Once the room is straightened up, I take her to the photocopier and show her where the different forms and reports are supposed to go and how to organize them so that they don't get mixed up. Mary takes diligent notes on her phone and snaps pictures so that she'll be able to remember next time. I smile to myself when I see how seriously she takes this. It's easy to assume the worst in people and write them off, but when given half the chance, most want to do right by others. Mary is clearly someone who wants to do well at her job. "Thank you again," she says, as she heads to her desk. "I'll make sure it's perfect tomorrow. If you have any more questions, don't hesitate to ask." I take a seat at my desk. That's when I notice the coffee still sitting. It's been long forgotten amid the morning's tasks. Taking a sip, I wrinkle my nose. The only thing worse than instant coffee is cold instant coffee. But caffeine is caffeine, so I drink it. Chapter 2. Chantal. I turn the key in the lock and open the front door. My single-story ranch house isn't much to look at, but it's mine, and proved to be incredibly helpful when I had to take in Ben. My 5-year-old nephew is sitting in his wheelchair watching cartoons and waiting for me to take him to his physical therapy appointment. It's lucky that I found a place that provides appointments in the evenings so that working parents would be able to take their children without having to take time off. "Hey there," I say, kneeling beside him and ruffling his curly hair. He giggles and wraps his arms around me. "Hey, Auntie." I give him a squeeze. "How was your day?" "Great! Ellie and I practiced sight words and shapes. I read a whole book on my own." He reaches down and pulls up one of his favorites, Goodnight Gorilla. "That's awesome." I give him a high five before getting to my feet and turning to Ellie. "Thank you so much for helping him with school prep." She flashes me a warm smile. "It's no problem. Ben's a smart kid." "And you've been amazing." I check the bag hanging off the back of his wheelchair. His favorite stuffed animal, a plush crocodile named Mr. Crockers, sits on top of his leg braces and some snacks. "We don't have time to eat here, but I'm going to go ahead and make up dinner to take with us. What are you in the mood for?" Ben thinks for a moment. The way he furrows his eyebrows reminds me so much of my sister, Elena, that it hurts. "Spaghetti and meatballs." "You ask for that every night," I tease. He grins, revealing his missing front tooth. "It's my favorite." "All right, I'm sure I can whip something up." With all the times he's requested the dish, I've taken to pre-making the meatballs and freezing them for nights like this, when I need to be able to whip up something quickly to get out the door. "Ellie, do you mind throwing the meatballs in the oven while I get the spaghetti cooking?" "Sure thing." She salutes me and starts digging through the freezer as I boil water. Once it's ready, I add the angel hair pasta and prepare the 2 large thermoses I use whenever I want to keep something warm. If it's good enough for soup, it's good enough for spaghetti and meatballs. "So, how was work? Have you met your boss yet?" Ellie asks. I shake my head. "I was going to today, but something came up and he couldn't make it to the office." "That's disappointing." I shrug and go to drain the pasta. Actually, it was kind of a relief. We had an important meeting, and I would have been so nervous that I don't know if I would have been able to focus on it. She waggles her eyebrows. "Well, yeah. Have you seen him? I wouldn't be able to focus either." I roll my eyes as I add the rest of the ingredients: tomato sauce, garlic, 3 cheeses, onion powder, oregano, and just a touch of red pepper for a little bit of heat. It's an easy comfort meal. Am I the only one capable of professionalism around him? She shrugs, taking the meatballs out of the oven before tossing them in with the pasta. "Well, it's not like I work for him. I can fantasize all I want." "Touché." With everything done, I portion out the pasta into the 2 thermoses and seal them tight. "Thank you for helping with dinner. I'll Venmo you the money for today in a little bit, okay?" "Of course. I'll see you tomorrow." She goes into the living room to say her goodbyes to Ben, while I throw all the dishes in the sink for later. Ben is waiting at the door by the time I get there. "Ready?" he asks. "Ready." I open it and let him wheel himself down the ramp I'd installed outside. When we get to the van, I lift him into the booster seat and put the chair in the back. I give him a bag of chips to tide him over until dinner, and we drive to the children's hospital. Over the past 5 months, he's gotten braver in the car. After the accident that took his parents, he used to panic every time he was in a vehicle. Now, he sings along to the radio and finds ways to distract himself. The fear is not nearly as overwhelming as it once was. "Ben," I say on impulse, as I watch him in the rearview mirror. "Yeah?" "I'm proud of you." "I'm proud of you too, Auntie." When we get there, he wheels himself through the hospital corridors. The halls of sick and injured kids threaten to rip my heart out, so I force myself to take a breath and remind myself that he could be facing so much worse. Instead, he's getting stronger by the day. The physical therapy appointment goes well. Dr. Wilson praises him for his progress, and it gives me a glimmer of hope amid the mounting medical bills. Even with insurance, the cost of Ben's care is adding up. I'll do whatever I have to in order to keep him healthy and happy, but things are getting tight. Still, we have to celebrate victories where we can and keep moving forward. I take notes on the new exercises she wants me and Ellie to practice with him. Dinner time? Ben asks. I ruffle his hair. Yeah, I'm starving. We make our way to the hospital cafeteria and take a seat at one of the tables. While I take out the utensils, something catches the corner of my eye. A pale, blue-eyed child about Ben's age stands in the doorway, like a vampire waiting to be let in. He's standing on crutches with 2 casts, one on his leg and the other on his forearm. Smiling, I wave to him. Hi there. He gives me the ghost of a smile before glancing back down the hall. It looks like the nurses might have an escapee on their hands. It's better to keep him here until I can find his guardian. Hey, do you want to come sit with us? The kid gives another timid glance back before swinging on his crutches into the cafeteria. I pull out a seat next to Ben and offer it to him. I'm Chantal and this is my nephew Ben. What's your name? Kinsley, he replies, his voice barely above a whisper. Can I sign your cast? Ben asks. I've been practicing writing my name. Kinsey stares at him for a moment like he didn't expect Ben to see him, let alone talk to him. Sure. I pull a pen from my purse and hand it over to Ben. Sticking his tongue out in concentration just like Elena used to do, he writes his name. I had a bunch of casts a while ago. Aunt Chantal drew all over them and made them really cool. I had dinosaurs on my legs and aliens on my arms. Maybe she can draw something for you. Ben gives me his most irresistible puppy dog eyes. I'd have to ask his parents first. I turn to Kinsley, hoping to get some information out of him. Do you know where I can find them? Kinsley shakes his head, his eyes full of sadness beyond his years. No one's coming for me. It's just the nurses. Well, I'll talk to the nurses then. Are you hungry? The rumble of his stomach is answer enough. Can I eat with you? Of course. But I don't want anyone to think you're missing and get worried. Do you know the name of your nurse and your room number? She said her name was Lisa. His face screws up in concentration. And I think I'm in room 310. I know Lisa. She helped out a lot in the early days of Ben's recovery and wouldn't object to Kinsley having dinner with us. But if he's here alone, she's probably panicking about her missing charge right about now. Room 310 is just down the hall, so I feel safe leaving them here for a minute. I'll be right back, I say. Ben, can you wait to eat until we know Kinsley can eat with us? I don't want to feed him something he's allergic to. Ben nods. Okay. He turns to Kinsley. We're having spaghetti and meatballs, my favorite. What's your favorite food? I leave them to it. As expected, Lisa is tearing through the hall calling for Kinsley. Lisa, I say, stepping out and shutting the door behind me. Through the window, I can see that the boys are chatting cheerfully, Kinsley becoming more animated as Ben brings him out of his shell. I'm sorry, Chantal. I don't have time to talk. One of the kids somehow managed to escape his room. I jerk my head at the door. I know. I found him. Lisa just about sags with relief. You're an angel. I was wondering if he was allowed to eat with us. He seemed really hungry, and Ben wanted to talk. Lisa hesitates for a moment, but when she sees him laughing through the window, something in her softens. Sure, his chart doesn't list any allergies, so it should be safe. Just get me when he's ready to come back to his room. I have no idea how he even got out in the first place. I beam at her. Thanks, Lisa.
Chapter 3. Jonas. Mr. Madison? Came the soft, unfamiliar voice at the other end of my private phone. My posture stiffens. No one knows my private number. No one except Kinsley, Marnie, and my immediate family. It's private for a reason. Who is this? I get out of my seat in the middle of a presentation and step outside without even giving the presenter an apologetic look. Originally, I was supposed to be holding this meeting in my own office, but they'd held me up a day already, so I don't feel too bad about leaving. My name is Paula Santos. I'm a social worker, and I'm calling in regard to your son, Kinsley. There's been an accident. My heart stutters in my chest. What kind of accident? He was hit by a car while riding his bicycle. I haven't been able to get a hold of his mother, so he gave me your number. The burn scar on the back of my hand aches, an ever-present reminder of the last time I failed my family. Where is he? St. Joseph's Children's Hospital. How quickly can you make it here? I'm in Geneva right now. It's a 15-hour flight, so tell him I'll be there in a day. Do I have... My voice trails off. I don't want to complete the thought, but I need to know if I even have a day. He's okay, but you should still hurry. He needs someone with him that will make him feel safe. Understood. I'll call you back when I'm on the plane. Is this a good number to reach you at? Yes. And I won't wake him up, but if he's awake when you call, you can talk if you want. Thank you, Paula. Of course. And I'll let Kinsley know that we talked. I hang up the phone and burst into the conference room. The investors all look up at me in shock. A family emergency just came up, so this meeting is officially postponed until it's resolved. I'll be in touch as soon as possible, but until then, I'm sorry for the inconvenience. I don't wait for a response. I'm already striding down the halls to the elevator, my fingers dialing the number for the pilot to my private jet. Alexander? I ask. What? My pilot, Alexander Yarrow, sounds groggy. I swear, if he got drunk, I'm going to throw him out mid-air and fly the plane myself. Something came up. I need you to fly me home ASAP. I'm heading to the airport now, and I expect you to be there when I arrive. I press the arrow button pointing down on the elevator once, and then several times for good measure. All the grogginess leaves his voice and is instead replaced with concern. Jesus, Mr. Madison, you sound awful. Are you okay? My son is in the hospital. What do you think? Groaning, I lean against the wall and scrub my face. Sorry. Shouldn't take that out on you. What happened? Apparently he got hit by a car. I don't know where Marnie was and... Never mind. After watching my dad try to create a wedge between us and our mom after their divorce by poisoning us against her, I do my best not to talk damn about the mother of my son. She may be awful, but that's not the example I want to set with him. Although it's late afternoon, I hear a rustling of sheets as he gets out of bed. I'll make some calls. The plane should be ready within the hour. Thank you, Alexander. I'll see you then. Groaning, I scrub my face with my hands after the call ends. The scar aches in psychosomatic sympathy for Kinsley. If I close my eyes, I can still feel the way the car rolled down that embankment before hitting a tree. The sounds of me and my brother's screams, metal crunching and glass shattering still echo in my ears. My big brother Kinsley was the one pinned against the tree, and the odor of blood and gasoline filled the air. Jonas, Kinsley says. Jonas, you have to get out. I shake my head. Not without you. If you don't get out now, we'll both die. You go first, and I'll be right behind you. Grabbing a shard of windshield, he grunts, slicing through my seatbelt. Can you get your door open? I try the door, but it won't budge, so I smash open my already cracked window and crawl out through it. The landing aggravates my ribs, which are definitely broken, but I'm free. Okay, your turn. Kinsley shakes his head, giving me a weak smile. Can't. I'm pinned. What? No. I can help get you out. Just take care of yourself, Jonas, he says. You're going to go far in the world. Not without you, I scream, reaching for him again. The car exploded into flames while Kinsley was still trapped inside. My hand was burned, but aside from some cuts, bruises, and minor fractures, I was fine. He saved my life that day. So when Marnie had our son, I insisted on naming him Kinsley to honor my brother. Now I failed both of them. When I reach the airport, the plane is fueled up and ready to go. Alexander is already in the cockpit, so when I board, the doors are shut and we taxi for takeoff. My fingers drum impatiently on my armrests as I dial the number of the social worker. Paula Santos, who am I speaking to? Jonas Madison. We spoke earlier concerning my son. I'm taxiing for the plane's takeoff and wanted to talk with him. I'm afraid he's still asleep. Do you know anyone who can stay with him until you arrive? The nanny is visiting family in another state right now, so Marnie was supposed to be watching him for the week. I shouldn't be surprised that she let this happen, but it still breaks my heart. I think the nanny is still on vacation. I'll try to get in touch with my ex-wife. When I hang up, I call Marnie. It goes straight to voicemail. Marnie, it's me. Kinsley is in the hospital. What the hell happened? You were supposed to be taking care of him. I cut myself off, taking a slow breath in and out. Yelling at her will only help her in the courts. I'm on the plane home now, but you have to go to him. He needs a parent with him now more than ever. Hanging up the phone, I call the nanny and leave a voicemail telling her what happened and asking her to get to Kinsley and look after him until I can get there. I let out a frustrated sigh as the plane takes off. The 15-hour flight seems to stretch into an eternity. I pace up and down the accommodations, visions of Kinsley covered in casts and hooked up to wires and breathing apparatuses swimming in my head. The social worker said he would probably be okay. The words seem less and less likely the longer the flight drags on. Finally, I land and take the first available vehicle to the hospital. Striding inside, I find my way to the nurse's front desk and show her my ID. My name is Jonas Madison. I'm here for Kinsley Madison. The nurse on duty barely looks up from her computer. He's in room 310. I take long-legged strides all the way to the room, but then stop short when I nearly run into Laura, his nanny, looking frantic. His room is empty. Where's Kinsley? I demand. Her eyes are bright with unshed tears. I don't know. I just got here too, and he wasn't in the room. I've been looking for a nurse to help find him, but the kid was hit by a car. How far could he have gone? I snap, making her flinch. That sends a twinge of regret through me, but not enough to apologize. All I can think about is my son injured and alone, lost in this maze of a hospital. He must be terrified. I don't know. She sniffles. I'm so sorry, Mr. Madison. I shouldn't have gone on that trip. Despite my terror, I clasp her shoulder and give it a reassuring squeeze. It's not your fault, but I'm going to have the head of whatever nurse decided that it was a good idea to let an injured child wander alone around a hospital. Chapter 4. Jonas. I stride through the hospital halls, my mind a chaotic storm that I'm certain is reflected on my face. Every step I take echoes my fear and guilt. The walls of this sterile environment close in on me, amplifying my panic. I see patients waddling around, their families trying to take care of them. I should have been here from the moment he got hurt. There is so much that could have happened to him. He could be fighting for his life this very instant, and I'm not even sure exactly where he is. Failure is not something I'm familiar with, but it's putting a bitter taste on my tongue right now. My mouth is dry, and my stomach feels like a dark pit that threatens to overwhelm me and drag me into a swirl of frustrated self-doubt. I can almost hear Marnie's voice in my head, accusing, sharp, cutting. She would revel in the chance to make me look bad and get in a few biting insults. She's always been good at cutting people down with her words. I failed him. I wasn't there. The risk of losing him fuels every move I make. My pace quickens, my heart thudding so loud I'm sure everyone around can hear it. My eyes dart from face to face, room to room, desperate for any sign of my son. Nurses and staff shrink away from my intense, searching gaze, sensing the aura of barely contained panic and frustration I emit. I almost want to laugh at how pathetic they look, basically cowering in front of me when I haven't even said a word to them yet. I adjust my tie, pulling it looser. My breath comes in short, sharp bursts. How could I have let this happen? Why did I ever leave his side? Sir, a timid voice interrupts my frantic search. I turn sharply to see a short and round nurse, her expression anxious. I saw Kinsley in the cafeteria. He was with a woman and another child about his age. My shoulders relax as relief washes over me, but quickly tense up as I'm overcome with fury. who taught him to go off with strangers. I'm so sorry, sir. I believe that he knew the woman and her child, and they've been around a lot without giving us trouble, so... I nod curtly at the nurse, barely registering her apology as I storm toward the cafeteria. My footsteps echo loudly against the linoleum, each one a drumbeat of urgency. I don't even know where the cafeteria is. I'm simply walking on instinct and taking guidance from the signs that hang on the walls. Never before have I appreciated being 6'4" as much as I do now. Reaching Kinsley is all I'm focused on, and long strides will take me to him quicker. Still, I'm not moving fast enough, and I'm tempted to just start running at full speed. Every second away from Kinsley feels like an eternity. Every step feels like it takes a year off my life. The stark, fluorescent lights above seem to spotlight my dread, making it all the more real, the glare of light making my head pound. I want to rub my temples to ease the oncoming headache, but I must find my son before thinking about myself. Finally, I burst into the cafeteria, my eyes scanning the room until they land on him. Kinsley sits at a table, a smile on his face as he chats with a boy and a woman. Relief, anger, and worry converge in my chest, forming a knot that tightens with each breath. Every thought of him being unconscious, hooked up to machines and unable to move, slowly fades from my mind. Kinsley! My voice slices through the room. The cafeteria goes quiet, and eyes settle on me. I'm used to being stared at, gawked at even, so I don't care. All that matters is my child. I rush over to their table, which is filled with healthy snacks, what appears to be homemade food, and boxes of chocolate milk. I'm moving as fast as I can, but it feels like time has been wound down, and I'm stuck in the spaces between seconds, not reaching my son fast enough. As I draw closer, my brows furrow even more. He looks okay, given the circumstances, but he's sitting with people we don't know and acting like they're his friends. I taught him to stay away from strangers if I'm not there. He should know better. Kinsley's smile falters, replaced by a look of fear. The young, dark-skinned woman seated with him looks up, her expression calm and soothing. I realize that she's acting in stark contrast to me, but the thought spills away like melting ice. Mr. Madison, I dismiss her with an impatient hand, my focus entirely on my son. What were you thinking? I snap. You can't just go off with strangers. Kinsley's face crumples and he withdraws, intimidated by my formidable presence and stinging critique. The disconnect between us is painfully clear, evident to everyone in the room. The boy beside him looks at me with wide eyes, as if he's seeing a monster. I only look at him for a second before I focus on Kinsley again. His eyes are filling up with tears, and he bites his lower lip, avoiding eye contact with me. He nervously runs a hand through his hair, his frail shoulders reawakening the part of me that wants to protect him at all costs. Then it dawns on me. My son, my only child, is scared of me. I must look like a madman, out of breath, eyes wide, and with an expression that would intimidate even those with balls of steel. I've seen this look in the mirror before, though it must be more intense now, given how I feel. The realization that Kinsley fears me hits hard, but my anger overrides it. Kinsley, I know I've told you before that you can't trust people you don't know. Even if they're very friendly, you have to remain close to those you can trust. I take a deep breath and exhale slowly. I lick my lips before moving closer to Kinsley, placing a hand on his shoulder. He doesn't flinch, which makes me sigh in relief. I may have scared him, but my son doesn't seem to truly fear me. Despite my desire to wrap him in my arms and tell him I'll never let anything bad happen to him ever again, I have a duty to ensure he learns from his mistakes. Trusting strangers could be fatal, especially when you're the son of a well-known CEO. Danger could be lurking around the corner at any time, and as a father, I must teach my son how to navigate and survive possible threats. It's an unfortunate reality of the cutthroat business world I dominate. We may not be mafia members or dealing with violent criminals, but that doesn't mean we're always safe and can afford to overlook lapses in judgment like this. Look at me, Kinsley. He lifts his head, his big eyes searching mine for assurance that he's not in too much trouble. I sigh, my resolve to be stern already fading away. His eyes have always been the weakness that even my most focused plans of discipline couldn't resist. You can't just decide to walk off with people, even if you stay in the hospital area. Do you know what could have happened to you? I try to control my emotions but raise my voice to emphasize the importance of my words. Mr. Madison, please, the woman interjects, her voice gentle yet firm. Kinsley is safe. He was just... I finally take a moment to really look at her. Her features tug at my memory, a familiar face amidst the chaos. Hundreds of faces, rows of names, and bundles of information rush through my mind. I meet so many people all the time that it can be difficult to keep track of everyone. The important ones usually stand out, though, and something about her ignites a spark of recognition. She's not just any woman, she's Chantal, my new secretary. I was sent her profile when she got hired.
Chapter 5. Chantal. I feel my mouth gaping open. Pull yourself together, woman. I snap at myself and force my jaw shut. And yet out of nowhere, Jonas Madison is standing here in front of me. He is way taller than I expected. A looming tower of anger and, yes, I can see it in his eyes, worry. Mr. Madison? I extend my hand, forcing his furious eyes away from the cowering child at the table next to me. Chantal Clinton, from the office. He straightens, clearing his throat. Miss Clinton, I'm sorry. I was distracted just now. He involuntarily wipes his hand on his trousers before he shakes my hand. Despite his attempt, I can feel they are cold and must have been clammy. He is definitely stressed. Please call me Chantal. Chantal. You must have been worried about your son, I say. I'm sorry if I had any hand in that. I did tell the nurses Kinsley would be here with us, but they are so busy. I can imagine something got lost in translation. He passes his hand through his blonde hair, as if trying to wipe the anxiety away and regain his calm, his blue eyes still projecting worry. They shift to Ben for the first time, taking in the wheelchair. I apologize if I've disturbed dinner with you and your son. His eyes are so blue, I think, and before realizing what he said. Your son. Ben is my nephew, and we're actually all eating together if you'd like to sit down and join us. Kinsley was hungry, and after checking with the nurses, we decided it wouldn't hurt for him to have some too. Jonas Madison hesitates, a hand on the back of the small plastic chair. He looks at the healthy meal I have laid out in various containers, complete with the placemats, folded pattern napkins, and real silverware. He nods and sits carefully at the table, glancing at his son who still looks at him with wide eyes. It's very nice for Miss Clinton to share her food with you, he prompts his son. Did you say thank you? I feel something release in my stomach. This feels more normal, a typical fatherly response in a social situation. I see Kinsley relax as well. Yes, but I'll say it again because it's delicious. Thank you, Miss Clinton. Chantal. Thank you, Chantal. And you, young man? Jonas turns to Ben. What's your favorite thing your aunt made tonight? I watch my boss, the formidable and powerful CEO I'd been so impressed with, change his demeanor. He is suddenly relaxed and friendly, his face breaking into a smile as he looks at Ben. I feel something crack in my heart and instinctively reach out to smooth Ben's hair from his forehead. Ben has been watching Jonas and Kinsley with wide eyes and looks understandably hesitant. I like the spaghetti and meatballs. It's my favorite food. I'm sorry that I was so loud and probably sounded scary. Jonas's eyes flicker to his son, and I understand he is also trying to apologize to Kinsley. I was scared something happened to Kinsley. You are too tall to get scared, Ben says, smiling with instant forgiveness. This makes the entire table laugh. I wish that were true. Jonas Madison relaxes back in his chair. You ever heard the phrase, the taller they are, the harder they fall? No one likes to fall, Ben agrees. I didn't fall, Kinsley volunteers. I got in an accident. Me too, Ben says. Both boys begin to chat and eat again, comparing their accidents. I look at my boss who is watching them, his face relaxing into relief and calm. He sits forward and finds me looking at him. I turn away. It was a car accident, right? Jonas asks, and I nod, wondering how much HR had told him. His parents. He glances at Ben, who isn't listening. I nod. They're gone. It was horrible. Still isn't great, if I'm honest. He's here for physical therapy? I nod. We had therapy before dinner and have some tests after, just to be sure he's on the right track. I have to resist putting out a hand to Ben again. He won't want me to coddle him in front of another child. I can feel my boss's blue eyes on me. This is way more personal than I like to have my work relationships be, and with Jonas Madison of all people. You've had a lot of change in the last few months, he says. He sounds understanding, kind. I glance at him, but it's easier to look at Ben, away from the intense blue eyes. I've heard a bit about how tough it's been for you. I try to be grateful and not annoyed that people are talking about me. I reason that if they have to say anything about my personal life, it's better to talk about this than anything else. It hasn't all been bad. I smile at Ben and back at my boss. His face has gone soft and understanding. My stomach lurches. I suddenly understand my coworkers' mirrors and lip glosses that came out earlier that morning. This man is ridiculously good-looking. I put an instinctive hand to my hair. I can see how much you care about him. He gestures at the food. I mean, this alone when there's a menu of cheaper options 10 feet away at the cafeteria. I'm sure he'd rather have the chicken nuggets. I laugh. Those have always been a weakness of mine, too. I eye the obviously toned middle of the man sitting across from me and raise an eyebrow. I can't imagine you're a chicken nugget and fries kind of guy. He puts up his hands and smiles. They're my guilty pleasure. Right, Kinsley? Huh? His little boy looks up from his mid-sentence declaration to Ben. Chicken nuggets. I like them, right? Oh, the little boy nods at me. He eats like 500 at once. At once? I laugh. Well, not at once, Jonas says. But a 20-pack is my go-to. And he doesn't share, Kinsley adds. Passing on the good values, I see, I say, laughing at Jonas again. I get everyone their own box. No one goes hungry. Generous, I say. Now I know what to suggest next time we need a catering request. I imitate myself on the phone. Yes, Mr. Madison would like a tower of chicken nuggets, please. Dipping sauces? Sweet and sour, he specifies. A bucket of sweet and sour for Mr. Madison, please. Maybe a few cups of BBQ for the rest of us, if we're allowed any. Call me Jonas, please, he says, smiling. And you can get a bucket of the BBQ too if you must. I think it's in the budget. Very generous. I incline my head. Jonas. Listen, Chantal. He reaches a hand, palm down on the table toward me. I'm sorry again for coming in here like I did. I was in panic mode and heading in directly from a work thing where my default behavior is to come in strong. I look down at his hand. I'm not sure if I should pat it or squeeze it or what. He spreads the fingers wide and taps the table with it, gesturing in a strong, firm way. I hope you can call me out in the future if I start to act like that again towards someone who doesn't deserve it, like a little kid. I look up into his eyes. He is so beautiful, and his words were so earnest and real. I want to reach out and take his hand and tell him it's fine, that we all get scared. Heck, at this very moment his blue eyes are boring into me, and I feel like I want to run and hide. I manage a nod at the tabletop. Thank you, I manage, my voice less the confident, capable woman I try to project, and more the nervous, anxious human I really am. I look up into his face. There is something in them that ignites me down to my toes. I barely hear the sharp, high voice until he looks away. It breaks something between us, and I take a deep, heavy breath. What the hell is wrong with you? The sharp female voice cuts through my consciousness, and I look up. A well-dressed, beautiful woman is standing above us, her hands on her hips, her face full of frightening fury.
Chapter 6. Jonas. I know that voice too well. It cuts through the warm happiness I've talking to Chantal, enjoying the way she seemed to melt when I apologized and admitted my mistake. I stand up automatically, instinct kicking in. I need to face the barrage head-on, a fact I unfortunately know from experience. You call yourself a father? Marnie, my ex-wife, stands fuming at me, her face flushed and her mouth twisted in an angry sneer. Where have you been? I could ask you the same thing, I react, my voice unintentionally harsh. I can't help it. Her accusations are always so unfair. I feel Chantal shift off to my right and I glance over. She is moving her body between Kinsley and us. I feel a surge of gratitude even as a sharp jab in my sternum makes me wince. Marnie has thrust her sharp-nailed finger into my chest, pointing and jabbing while she makes her point. You were gone. I came back as soon as I heard. This is why you don't deserve to be a father. And where were you for the last day? The social worker couldn't reach you. When I got here, our son had gone missing from his room, and no one could tell me where he'd gone. So I don't want to hear it, Marnie. I hear a gentle murmur behind me, and even though I knew it wasn't wise, I risk another glance. Chantal is guiding both boys away from the table toward the corridor, Kinsley's small cast on his little leg enough to break anyone's heart, but his eyes really cut through me. They are large and afraid as they look back at me and Marnie. It's a reminder of how vulnerable my son is. Chantal is right to get him away. He shouldn't have to see this. I turn back to Marnie, attempting to lower my voice. This is not the place to make a scene. We need to concentrate on getting Kinsley well, so we can discuss your feelings about my inadequacy later. Her furious look becomes a sneer. Right. Like the adults we are? She puts finger quotes around the word adults, making it seem like I've been shirking my responsibilities. I know I should let it go, to remind her about everything I've done. But I know it's pointless. I do the right thing. I turn away after Kinsley. Don't you dare turn away from me, Marnie says, grabbing my arm and yanking. Don't you dare think you can turn your back on me and Kinsley. My resolve lasted only that long. I turned back in anger. If you notice, I'm actually trying to follow him, but you aren't letting me. Who are you really concerned with here, Marnie? It doesn't appear to be our son. Excuse me, a calm, low voice says off my left side, and we both look. Chantal is there, her face grim. Perhaps you haven't noticed, but there are many children in this room, and they are all sick or injured in some way. Marnie glares at her as if she isn't making sense. If disturbing them doesn't bother you, Chantal continues, leveling her steady gaze at Marnie, then perhaps the gathering hospital staff and police guard will. I look up. 2 nurses are speaking in low tones to a man in uniform who is looking in our direction. Kinsley needs you right now, Chantal says, wrapping up her speech. Why not just help him to his room? I feel a rush of both shame and gratitude. She is right. This is no way for parents to behave anywhere, let alone in public. Who the hell are you? Marnie demands. A concerned parent. This is none of your business. Marnie lunges toward Chantal, but I see it coming. I step quickly in front of Chantal, blocking Marnie, whose arms reach out on either side of me, her fingers clawing into the air. I nod at the guard who comes hurrying over. Ma'am, I'm going to have to escort you out. How dare you? Marnie hisses at the guard. That's my son. I deserve to be here. Ma'am. The security guard and I manage to turn her around. Another guard comes running up, and together they escort a struggling Marnie toward the exit. As soon as she is close to the door, I turn. Chantal is disappearing slowly around the corner, hopping along on his crutches as best he can. I'm rooted to the spot, not knowing if I want to throw something or laugh in relief. But as soon as Kinsley disappears around the corner, My instincts kick in and I follow. Chantal is settling Kinsley in, and Ben is wheeling himself close to the bed, both boys existing with that quick comfort children develop with each other. Despite his relaxed posture as he settles his leg, Kinsley gives both me and Chantal a wide-eyed look. Is Mommy gone? His voice is a whisper, his eyes wide and searching. My stomach is sick. There is something wrong here. I can see Chantal feels the same as she gives me a quick glance before sitting on the bed close to Kinsley. "You Daddy is here," she says. "He cares about you and is really smart, so you don't need to worry if your mom isn't here right now." "So she's gone?" he verifies. "Yes," I say. "Then I'm not worried." He suddenly perks up and turns to Ben, who is engaged in something on an iPad. "Let me see, Ben." "Please," I add, my words barely passing through my lips. My throat is so constricted. I don't like what I've just heard from my son's mouth, and yet I've always known Marnie was what I used to call passionate. Maybe volatile was the word I should have been using instead. Now I wonder if I've been blind. I feel sick again. "Please," Kinsley adds obediently, and the two boys begin to chat about what they are seeing on the screen and push the occasional prompt. "It's a pre-math program Ben's kindergarten teacher recommended," Chantal says, smiling and leaning her head out the door. "He's already got better math skills than I have." She walks out, leaving me wondering what is happening, but then quickly reappears with an adult-sized chair. "Here. You can use it." There is no way I am letting this kind, capable woman who has managed my embarrassing blow-up with grace stand up while I sit. She had commanded respect, hadn't backed down from Marnie like so many people did in the face of what was right for the children. That is something I am happy to remain standing for. "I'm comfy on the bed if Kinsley doesn't mind," she says. The little boy pats the mattress absently and Chantal makes herself comfortable at the foot, smiling at the two boys. "This is so good for Ben," she says quietly and looks up at me, her eyes full of something I can't name but somehow recognize, that ache I have watching my son exist in the world, so vulnerable and beautiful. "Thank you," I repeat. She seems flustered by my show of gratitude. "Oh, it's nothing, and you'll have to excuse me. I'm not used to having my work and personal life blend like this." "Me either," I admit, sitting down in the chair she got for me. "Though I advise you to reference this chair when you ask for a raise." She laughs, and I notice how pretty her hazel eyes are, how lovely she is, especially when she laughs. I smile and look away. I don't want to make her even more uncomfortable, but looking at Kinsley troubles me. Something is up, and I feel more than ever the necessity of gaining custody.
Chapter 7. Chantal. I sit on the corner of Kinsley's hospital bed, my thoughts a whirlwind of concern and confusion as I pretend to check my emails. Chewing the inside of my cheek, I keep a watchful eye on Kinsley as he interacts with Ben, my heart heavy with the strained dynamic I sense between Jonas and his ex-wife. The tension from their recent confrontation still hangs in the air, thick and palpable. When the boys glance up at me, I give them a warm smile and indicate that they can relax. Everything will be okay. I remember the harsh words dropped between my boss and the very upset mother. It was an intense confrontation, and although Marnie's gone now, I can't help but wonder why Jonas would have married a woman with such sharp edges. To distract myself, I focus on the children, helping them navigate the math games on their iPad and encouraging their laughter. While I'm keeping busy, I can't shake the feeling of Jonas's gaze lingering on me, watching Kinsley and me with a mix of curiosity and intensity. When the children seem settled and momentarily at ease, I feel a gentle tap on my shoulder. I turn to find Jonas standing there, his expression serious, his eyes reflecting a depth I hadn't noticed before. "Can we talk?" he asks quietly, his voice low to avoid drawing attention. I nod, my heart pounding as I follow him out into the quieter corridor. I'm not sure why, but I have a feeling that whatever Jonas has to say could change everything. Once we are alone, he turns to me, his eyes searching mine. For a moment it's quiet between us, and my heart flutters. I'm not sure what this new tension between us is, but it's making my stomach feel equal parts nervous and excited. Chantal, I need to talk to you about something important. It's about Kinsley and, well, about us. My breath catches in my throat. What on earth could he mean by us? I barely know him. I brace myself, intuition screaming that this conversation is pivotal. Wordlessly, I nod for him to continue. Kinsley needs stability, Jonas begins, his voice filled with a mix of urgency and determination. He needs a home, a sense of normalcy, and with the way things are with Marnie, it's just not possible. The court is more likely to grant me full custody if I can provide a complete family for him. They need to see that I can offer him the stable environment he deserves. I listen, my mind racing. I know how much he cares for his son, but I hadn't expected this turn of conversation. Part of me is grateful that he trusts me enough to open up like this, but I'm also not sure if this conversation is entirely appropriate. I am his secretary after all. He leans against the wall with his back, his arms crossed over his chest. Marnie has been spreading rumors about me to paint me in a bad light. According to her, I cheated multiple times during our marriage. Jonas looks at me. It's not true, of course, but the accusations were her reason for asking more during negotiations, and now she's using the image she painted of me to try and take Kinsley from me. I press my lips together. Divorce is never pretty, but I guess it's even messier when there's a lot of money at stake. She's a real battle axe, he sighs. Her most recent accusations are that I'm too busy with women and business deals to properly take care of our son. Today's incident won't make things any easier. Jonas pushes himself off the wall and adjusts his jacket. I need someone to help me, he continues, his gaze unwavering. He lets the words hang in the air for a moment. I need a wife, Jonas finally says. Someone who can be a mother to Kinsley and help me present a united front. Someone the court will see as a positive influence in his life. I want to ask him what he means, but the implication of his words immediately hits me. The shock must show on my face because he quickly adds, I'm not asking this lightly, Chantal. This isn't just about me or my custody battle. I know you have your own struggles, and I believe we can help each other. This would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. My mind whirls. I want to reject the idea outright, but the image of my nephew flashes before my eyes, accompanied by the never-ending medical bills that haunt me. You want a marriage of convenience? I whisper, and look around to see if anyone overheard. He simply nods. I hesitate, despite the voice in my head screaming at me to refuse, and walk away immediately. The weight of my responsibilities presses down on me, blurring the lines between desperation and opportunity. I shouldn't even consider this offer. I really, really shouldn't. You're perfect for this role, Jonas says softly, almost as if reading my thoughts. You stood up for Kinsley. The fierceness with which you interfered on his behalf. It was almost breathtaking. My heart skips a beat and my eyes dart to him before dropping again. I can feel the heat in my cheeks. Does he realize how he sounds? I don't speak, afraid that my voice would betray my turbulent emotions. Jonas pins me with an intense gaze. I've only heard good things about you, and my company wouldn't have hired you if you weren't of the highest character. Plus, we have a perfect cover. No one would suspect anything because of our professional relationship. I fumble with the collar of my blouse, but quickly lower my hand when I notice a slight tremble. My mouth feels dry and my heart thuds loudly in my ears. I have always been careful to keep my professional and personal lives separate, and now Jonas is asking me to blur those lines in the most profound way. This could be a disaster, especially if the people we work with find out and decide it's not something they approve of or like. For a brief second, I see the faces of the other secretaries and imagine how they'd react. He takes a deep breath, his eyes pleading. We can make this work, Chantal. The benefits will outweigh the cons. We can ensure a good partnership, and in return, both of our lives could change for the better. I know the value of a good deal, and I'll make sure ours is the best. Torn between shock and the burgeoning realization of what his offer could mean for Ben, my resolve wavers. The expression in his eyes doesn't help. The opportunity to provide a better life for my nephew is tempting, but the personal entanglement Jonas suggests is overwhelming. This is wrong. It can backfire spectacularly, ruining both of us. With that said, I could take so much better care of Ben if my financial situation improved. He could have the life he deserves. I'll consider it, I finally whisper, my voice barely audible. My earlier composure shatters, replaced by uncertainty. Jonas smiles widely and holds out his hand. Give me your phone. I want to give you my personal number. I take my phone out of my handbag, unlock it, and hand it to him. Our fingers briefly brush against each other, and my heart jumps into my throat. He doesn't respond, and I pretend that my body didn't just react like that of a teenager with a silly crush. Still smiling, he gives me back my phone, his saved number a silent promise, and a link to a decision I haven't yet made. Think about it, Chantal, for Kinsley and for Ben. With that, he walks back towards the room, leaving me alone with my tumultuous thoughts. I stare at the spot he stood just a moment ago, still processing what he's offering me. This is insane. This doesn't happen to people like me. It happens to quirky women in sappy romantic comedies. That night, sleep eludes me. Jonas's proposition replays over and over in my mind, the weight of my nephew's future pressing heavily against me. Honestly, I shouldn't even be thinking about it. I know that. When I think about Ben, though, I find myself torn. I lie awake, the moonlight casting shadows on my walls, forcing me to entertain possibilities I never would have otherwise considered. The last thing I think of before I fall asleep is Jonas, smiling, his blue eyes shining brightly.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy.
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
And you might got the money.
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. Everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you?
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 8. Jonas. The comforting atmosphere of the firm has taken on a different tone ever since meeting Chantal. Where before my mind was entirely consumed by my work, the last few days have seen me glimpsing through the floor-to-ceiling windows of my executive office many times a day to observe my new secretary. To my delight, I found that her reputation as a diligent and intelligent worker is entirely accurate. In fact, I start making it my mission to test her character. Nothing untoward, of course, but seeing as I've effectively just proposed to the woman, I want to make sure my impression of her is correct. Chantal. I approach her 2 days after our meeting in the hospital. Would you mind checking over these reports and cross-referencing them with our client accounts? I need to make sure everything is in order before handing it over to the board of directors." "Of course," she replies with a confident and professional smile. "When do you need them?" I smile back, and if I didn't know any better, I think the air of professionalism in her eyes had faltered for just a moment. "By Thursday would be best if you're able," I reply. Although I want to test her, I have no intention of demanding the impossible, especially when I know what she's dealing with at home. "Absolutely, Mr. Madison," she replies with practiced smoothness. "I'll let you know as soon as it's done. Anyone who might be watching, and they very may well be, if the mascara-heavy eyes peering over their desks at us are anything to go by, wouldn't think that was anything but a professional conversation." But as I turn away from Chantal's desk, I know that, secretly, it was anything but. Somehow the idea that she knows it too sends a little thrill through me, and I have to fight down a smile as I walk across the floor and back to my own office. As the morning wears on, I glance over at Chantal every so often to see how she's doing. I pride myself on hiring only the best of the best, but Chantal stands out even for my high standards. While the other secretaries occasionally engage in casual conversation among themselves, Chantal keeps her head down. I can see in the way her face is set that she takes her job seriously, and I have to admire her tenacity. For someone who must be constantly thinking about her nephew, she never lets it show. When it's finally time to break for lunch, the office empties out. I expect to see Chantal's hard-working demeanor drop, but she stays put, barely registering the office emptying out around her. I watch her for a while, wondering when she'll set down her work, but the minutes tick by, and it finally becomes apparent she plans to work through her entire lunch break. On the one hand, her dedication to her work is admirable, but I would never want an employee to sacrifice their own well-being for the job, especially someone like Chantal who has so much to worry about at home. "Hello?" I say into my phone after dialing down to the company kitchen. "I need a full lunch delivered to the executive floor for Chantal Clinton, immediately." "Yes, sir. Coming right away," comes the answer on the other end, but I hardly hear it. I'm too busy gazing at the woman who, more and more, is proving herself to be the perfect candidate for my proposal. It's not long before the food arrives, and at the same time, Chantal's colleagues have begun to trickle back in from their own lunch breaks. When the server approaches her and asks her name, she greets him with the same kindness and friendly gratitude that I saw her exhibit in the hospital. Even though I can't hear her words, I see the pleasant surprise on her face as she tries to figure out where the order has come from. The server, to my relief, doesn't appear to reveal me, instead leaving the trolley of food beside her desk. I'm pleased to see they've laid out an elegant meal for her, and as she casts her eyes over the food, I catch the first glimpse of exhaustion on her face. Taking one last curious glance across the office, she helps herself to a few forkfuls of food. It must be good because the look on her face is one of pure pleasure. That and relief. I can see she's the kind of person to dedicate herself wholeheartedly to her responsibilities, whether that be her work or her care for her nephew, and it makes my chest expand a little to know I've given her a small respite from those pressures. It's not long, though, before she turns back to her work, taking another bite or two of the meal every so often. It's on the third or fourth time that she suddenly looks up toward my office. Through the glass partition, our eyes meet, and it's clear she knows I'm the mystery benefactor of her lunch. I give a slight smile and a nod of my head, and Chantal smiles back. Her eyes show a deep gratitude for the gesture, and again, my chest expands at the knowledge I could do something for her. Silently, I can't help but hope this will nudge her in the direction of accepting my proposal. Even as she turns back to her work, I let my eyes linger on her. I have no intention of pushing her into a decision. She's the kind of woman I can tell needs space to make a decision like this. Strong-willed, confident, capable. As anxious as I am to find the solution to my custody issues, I know that with Chantal, I'll need to be patient. I already get the feeling it will be worth the wait if she agrees. The rest of the day I watch her in between my own tasks and meetings, pleased to see she has a little more color in her cheeks than before. The next day I repeat the silent offering, and we exchange looks through the glass once again. In fact, the rest of the week goes like this, with Chantal pouring herself into her work, and me ensuring she takes a little moment to herself in between. Every lunch break she works straight through, and every lunch break I order her an elegant meal to make sure she's being taken care of. When Thursday rolls around, though, I hear a soft knock at my door. I can already see it's Chantal, and when I wave her in, she's clutching the folder I gave her earlier in the week. "Hi," she says, her professional demeanor dropping for the first time since our conversation in the hospital. "Can we talk?" I gesture for her to close the door, and she does so before approaching my desk and sitting down. "Did you have any trouble with the report?" I ask, making sure she's the one to broach any topic that might shift things outside the professional realm. I have no intention of scaring her away by demanding an answer to my proposal. "No, none at all," she replies with a grateful smile. "Thanks to the lunches that kept me going." She shoots me a look that tells me we're not here to talk about work. "It was the least I could do," I reply, leaning forward slightly. "You deserve a break every now and then, you know." She lets out a small laugh, and I think I see a hint of embarrassment in her eyes. "You're probably right," she replies. "I've just had a lot on my mind." "Of course, and I want you to know you can take all the time you need to think about my offer. I recognize it's a big decision, and I don't want you to feel any pressure." Chantal nods and lets out an audible sigh. It's clear I've hit the nail on the head, and I feel silently proud at my ability to read her. Yet another reason she'd be the perfect contract wife. "Thank you," she says, and the look in her eyes is one of genuine gratitude. "My pleasure." For a brief moment we sit in a loaded silence, our gazes locked in the understanding of the question that hangs between us. But it only lasts a second. Chantal stands up, flashing me that professional smile again, and closing the door to the intimate nature of our previous conversation. "Well, I'd better get back, Mr. Madison," she says, gesturing back toward her desk. "Thank you for your time." I barely get the chance to nod before she slips out the door again. I watch, fascinated as she makes her way back to her work, knowing that whatever the answer is, I'm going to enjoy the process of getting there.
Chapter 9. Chantal. My fingers fly over the keyboard as I type out the minutes from that morning's investor meeting. Usually I'm entirely focused on my work, but this week a part of my brain has been preoccupied. "Don't look," I mutter to myself under my breath. The fact that Jonas's office is just at the periphery of my vision has been a distraction all week, and I've had to force myself to keep my eyes on my work. But with each passing day, and each thoughtful gesture, it's been harder and harder to keep Jonas and his proposal out of my mind. That's another thing. I've started thinking of him as Jonas, and I know that could get me in trouble if I don't watch it. What could be more revealing than calling the company's CEO by his first name in my second week as his secretary? "Chantal?" a voice says behind me. I almost jump right out of my seat. When I turn, I see the owner of the voice is exactly who I suspected it to be. Jonas. "Yes, Mr. Madison?" I ask, managing to cover my nerves with practiced professionalism. It's a lucky thing I'm good at my job, because this would be 1,000 times harder if I wasn't. "Could you send this memo out to the accounting department, please?" Jonas is evidently good at his job, too, because he doesn't appear to be anything but my boss at this moment. He hands me a piece of paper, and I try not to falter as I take it. Unfortunately, my fingers briefly brush his as I take the memo from him, and it takes all my training not to react to the sudden contact. Instead, I nod and place it on my desk. "Right away, sir." "Thank you," he replies with a gentle but professional smile before turning away. I feel the relief flood through my body, accompanied by something else. Gratitude. I have to admire how patient Jonas is being with me. Even if I'm not a parent myself, Being Ben's guardian gives me some sort of insight into Jonas's position. I can only imagine the stress he must be feeling around his custody battle, and if I were him, I'd probably struggle to be so gracious about it. But he's been nothing but a perfect gentleman as I consider his offer. His offer. For a moment, I wonder if all the small gestures of care have only been to push me toward saying yes to the fake marriage. If that's the case, I'm not interested. But as I allow myself to glance back to Jonas who's walking away, I don't entirely believe that suspicion. He just seems far too genuine. For the rest of the day, I managed to focus on my work, save for my now well-enforced lunch break courtesy of Jonas. By the end of the day, my head feels a little clearer, even if I still have no idea what I'm going to do about Jonas's offer. That is, until I walk in the door. "Chantal, I need to have a chat with you," Ellie tells me, glancing over her shoulder at Ben, who's coloring in the living room. The way she says it makes a little stone of dread form in the pit of my stomach. Whatever it is she wants to tell me, I can already tell I'm not going to like it. "What's wrong?" I ask, pulling her aside into the kitchen. "Is everything okay with Ben?" "Oh yes, he's fine," she reassures me, but the look on her face still makes me uneasy. "It's actually about me," she continues. "My boyfriend proposed." She holds out her hand, showing off a lovely ring, sparkling in the dim afternoon light. "Well, that's wonderful," I exclaim. "Congratulations." Ellie smiles and nods, but I can tell there's something I'm missing. "The thing is," she says, a hint of regret in her voice, "he's just accepted a new job in New York, and of course, that means I'll be going with him. I won't be able to nanny for you anymore. I'm so sorry." "Oh," I say without thinking. No part of me wants to make Ellie feel bad for this new step in her life, but the weight of her revelation comes crashing down on me all at once. It took so long to find Ellie in the first place, and between work and Ben's appointments, I hardly have time to find someone else. "How long until you leave?" I ask, mentally calculating. If she can stay for another month, I might be able to slip interviews in between my other tasks. The problem is finding someone who'll fit my budget. That's the other thing," Ellie continues, and now the guilt is clear on her face. "We'd be leaving next week. I'm really sorry." For a moment, I'm numbed by the news, and all I can do is nod. "Okay," I hear myself say, and somehow I go through the motions of paying Ellie and seeing her out. I think I even reassure her that Ben and I will be fine, that she shouldn't worry. But once she leaves, my facade crumbles. What am I supposed to do now? I glance into the living room where Ben is still coloring happily, oblivious to the wave of anxiety that's crashing over me. "Hey, kiddo," I tell him, ruffling his hair and trying to keep my voice steady. "Did you have a nice day with Ellie?" "Uh-huh," he replies, but he's so engrossed in the bright purple and green octopus on his page that I don't get much else out of him. Honestly, it's probably for the best. I still need to figure out how to tell him Ellie won't be looking after him anymore. To take my mind off it, I make my way into the kitchen again and fix myself a glass of iced tea. Absent-mindedly, I thumb through the pile of mail on the table as I sip, but one envelope makes me pause. I rip open the letter from the hospital and my heart skips a beat. The number that stares up at me from the bill is enough to make me feel lightheaded, and my iced tea goes entirely forgotten as I do mental gymnastics. How the hell am I going to pay for this? I wonder, my pulse racing at all the questions I suddenly have to answer. My mind continues racing all the way through dinner, and although I do my best not to show Ben my worries, I know half of me isn't there. Instead, that part of my mind is going over and over the offer that I hoped I wouldn't have to take up. It's only after I've tucked Ben into bed and kissed him goodnight that I pick up my phone and look up Jonas's private number. For a second, my thumb hovers over the call button, trying to find a reason not to make this call. But the longer I think about it, the more I come to terms with the fact that I have no other options at this point. "Chantal? comes Jonas's voice on the other line after only 2 rings. He sounds relaxed, welcoming, calm. Everything I'm not right now. Hi, Mr. Madison. I'm sorry to call so late, but I was wondering if we could meet tomorrow to talk about your proposal. There's a beat of silence, and for a second I'm afraid it's too late, that the offer no longer stands. But then, Jonas's smooth, reassuring voice comes over the line again. Of course, he says, and I can almost hear the smile in his voice. Just choose a time and place and I'll be there. Oh, and please call me Jonas, at least when it comes to our private arrangements. With a tightness in my chest, I name a local cafe and we agree to meet there at 11 a.m. All that night and the next morning, though, I wonder if I'm doing the right thing. As I drop Ben off at daycare, I feel a twinge in my heart. Even if this decision is for Ben's sake, I know it will be a huge change for both of us. If I really do go through with this fake marriage, I have to be sure it won't cause Ben more harm than good. These are the thoughts that run through my mind all the way to the cafe. The comforting smell of coffee and low hum of background noise would usually calm my nerves, but today I can't seem to shed the anxiety that's wrapped itself around me like a second skin. As I wait for Jonas to arrive, I fidget nervously with a long lock of hair that falls over my shoulder. As the seconds tick by, I practically give myself a single ringlet in the midst of my long, wavy brown hair, and eventually I have to force myself to stop. But the nervousness that I feel as I wait doesn't dissipate. I know the conversation I'm about to have will determine the trajectory of my life, and Ben's, from this day forward.
Chapter 10. Jonas. The second I open the door to the cafe, my eyes land on Chantal. She's sitting at a table in the far corner, her back straight and her face set in a look of determination. But it only takes me a second to see there's an air of apprehension about her as well. I glance at my watch. It's exactly 11 a.m. But I wonder how long Chantal has been here. Something about her demeanor tells me she's been sitting here and stewing for a while now. It sends a jolt of compassion through my chest, and I decide to make this as easy as possible for her. "Hi, Chantal," I say, keeping my voice gentle as I take the seat opposite her. "Can I get you something? A coffee? Maybe a tea?" "Thank you, Mr. Jonas." She says my name with a small smile as if she's testing it out in her mouth. I smile back, trying to put her at ease, and finally she seems to relax slightly. "I might just take a tea," she says, her fidgeting fingers resting on the tabletop for the first time since I arrived. I call a barista over, joining Chantal in her choice of tea, even though I'm an avid coffee drinker. It's the little things, I figure, that will help put her at ease. "So, what's going through your mind?" I ask as we wait for our drinks to arrive. Chantal takes a deep breath as if she's working herself up to say what comes next. "I'd like to take you up on your offer," she reveals, her voice still hovering somewhere between certainty and doubt. But there would have to be some very clear boundaries first. I try not to let my happiness show all over my face as I answer. "Of course, whatever you need to feel comfortable." This seems to set her even more at ease, and at that moment, our tea arrives. Chantal stirs a little sugar into her mug, her fingers delicately handling the spoon. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I admire her grace, even at a time such as this. "Okay," she says finally, setting her spoon aside and looking at me with a confidence that makes me smile. "The most important thing to me is Ben. If he's getting pulled into this too, I want to make sure he's protected from any weirdness that might come out of an arrangement like this." I nod, admiring how seriously she takes her role as a caregiver. "Absolutely," I reply. "I think it's best if the kids think this is a real relationship. I'd hate for them to get the wrong idea about marriage because of us. And of course, if anyone else caught wind of the reality behind this arrangement, it would get straight back to the social worker looking over Kinsley's case. It would mean losing him for good." I surprise myself by how much emotion comes into my voice as I say these last words. I love my boy, of course, but I'm not one for open displays of vulnerability. My words, however, seem to have struck a chord with Chantal. She's now gazing at me with a heartfelt look of compassion. "Then I think we're on the same page," she says, offering me a small smile. I nod, letting out a sigh of relief. "Good. And as for Ben, you can rest assured that I'll provide whatever he needs in terms of ongoing care and medical expenses. Only the best." Any remaining tension in Chantal's shoulders seems to drop away at this offer, and she looks relieved. For a moment we sit in a comfortable silence as the reality of our new arrangement and the fate of our boys begins to solidify. "What about you, though?" Chantal asks, breaking the silence. "I'm happy to play the role of your wife, but only to a point. Won't you get, frustrated?" The implication is clear, and I actually find it quite touching that she's thinking about such a thing for my sake. I shake my head. "Don't worry about me. I don't expect you to perform any wifely duties behind closed doors," I assure her. "Whatever needs I might have are manageable. The important thing is Kinsley and Ben's well-being. That's what I'm focusing on." Chantal nods, visibly admiring my answer. "Then I guess all that's left is to put this all on paper," she says, picking up her mug and taking a sip of the steaming tea. "Spoken like a true professional," I joke, and we exchange a smile. After our cups are empty, I invite her back to the office to draw up the contract, and over the next few hours we meticulously detail every aspect of our arrangement. By the time we're done, we've got a watertight document that covers every possible situation. After that, though, comes the hard part: lying to the kids. "Kinsley, Ben," I begin, glancing at Chantal as my co-conspirator. "We have something we'd like to tell you." A week after we made the decision, Chantal and Ben are at my mansion. We figured it'd be best to tell them together. The boys, of course, are delighted to see each other, and even with their respective injuries, it takes us a long time to settle them down enough to have the talk. "It's good news," Chantal adds, shooting the boys a disarming smile. "How would you two like to spend more time together?" The kids look at each other, glee already evident on their faces, and I have to hand it to Chantal. She's handling this perfectly. "Yes, please," Ben yells, looking between the rest of us as he practically squirms in his wheelchair with excitement. "Well, Chantal and I have known each other for a long time now," I lie, my hand rubbing the back of my neck, a nervous habit. "At the hospital we were just playing a game, pretending we were strangers. But actually we really like each other." "More than like each other," Chantal continues, shooting me a big grin that even I would believe if I didn't know any better. "We're in love." The boys giggle at this false revelation, but then come the inevitable follow-up questions. "But why did you pretend?" Kinsley asks, raising one eyebrow comically. "Well, you know how sometimes Daddy ends up in the news?" I say, the rehearsed lines coming out just as I'd hoped. Kinsley nods. "Well, Chantal and I wanted to keep it a secret," I explain, shooting a glance to Chantal. "That's right," she adds, looking between the two boys. "I'm shy and I didn't want anyone else to know before we told you to." The boys seem to like this, and Kinsley even puffs his chest out a little bit. "Because we're the most important," he announces, and I have to laugh. He has no idea how true that is. "Exactly." I nod and tousle his hair lovingly. "Now, Chantal isn't going to replace Mommy," I add, crouching down to look him in the eye. As much as I resent Marnie, I'm not about to tell my kid that his mom's a psychopath. "But she is going to be spending a lot more time with us," I explain. "And Ben, too. We'll all be here to love and look out for each other." The boys squeal, as much with excitement as with awkwardness over the concept of their parents being in love. But it's evident that they're thrilled at the prospect. "Does that mean we're going to be brothers?" Ben asks. Kinsley shoots out a follow-up question before he can be answered, which is followed by rapid-fire questions from both of them. "Do we get to have sleepovers? Can we have popcorn? And ice cream? Will we get to play together every night? I can show Ben the games room. Yeah, I want to see the games room. Can I? Please?" This last request seems to trump all the other questions, much to my relief. "If it's okay with Chantal?" I ask, turning to her with a smile and a shrug. She shoots me a warm smile before turning back to the boys. "Of course. Just play safely," she tells them with a smile that would melt hearts. Kinsley and Ben let out a yell of triumph before making their way to the games room as fast as Ben's wheelchair and Kinsley's crutches will allow. Chantal and I are left standing side by side in the living room, trying to process what just happened. "Well, that went well," I say, turning to her with a chuckle. "I'll say," she replies. "Couldn't have asked for a better audience." The two of us grin, and as the sound of the boys playing filters through the house, I feel my chest swell with relief and happiness. This is, of course, a far cry from the happy family I dreamed of for my son, but it's already 1,000 times better than the real marriage I had with Marnie. Unlike my relationship with my manipulative ex-wife, with Chantal, everything's out on the table from the get-go. At least between us it is.
Chapter 11. Chantal. I hesitate outside the upscale restaurant, the warm glow from within flickering across the pavement, casting shadows that mirror my nervous anticipation. My reflection in the glass shows a woman who seems composed, but inside, my thoughts churn with doubts and questions. How will this affect my life? I'm worried about how my coworkers will look at me, and how their opinions of me will change. I remind myself that's not the most important thing. My nephew's well-being is what matters. Still, now that Ben's medical bills are taken care of, I begin to think of the repercussions of this act in my work life. Will people respect me less if they find out? Will they question my motives and integrity? I think about the office romances I've heard of before, how I thought the women were crazy to let themselves enter into such relationships. And here I am, about to have a romantic dinner with my boss. I shake my head, gently running a hand through my hair. The night air is cool, a soft breeze offering a brief moment of calm, but it doesn't take long for my thoughts to start running again. Ben and Kinsley are each in their homes with their respective nannies. The boys are safe, and that should be my only concern right now. But as I stand here, I can't help but feel the weight of this charade pressing down on me. Every decision I've made up to this point has been driven by my need to provide for Ben, to give him a chance at a better life. This marriage of convenience with Jonas is just another step in that direction, yet it feels so monumental. Jonas interrupts my thoughts, arriving in a sleek dark suit that makes him look both dapper and unexpectedly at ease. His confidence is palpable, a stark contrast to my inner turmoil. He extends his hand to me with a reassuring smile. "Ready?" he asks, his voice smooth and calming. As he does, cameras flash from a nearby paparazzo, capturing our little rendezvous. They all want to know what the famous tech CEO and ex-husband of Marnie Cross, the renowned designer, is doing with me. The thought sends a shiver down my spine, but I force myself to smile and take his hand. We step into the restaurant, an air of feigned intimacy enveloping us. Jonas places a guiding hand on the small of my back, his touch surprisingly gentle. He leans in and whispers a playful joke, something about the jumping castle the boys want at the wedding, and despite myself, I laugh. It's a genuine sound, breaking through my anxiety, and for a moment, I feel a connection between us that goes beyond our agreement. The restaurant is elegant, filled with the soft murmur of conversations and the clinking of fine china. The lighting is dim, casting a romantic glow over the tables adorned with candles and fresh flowers. We are led to a secluded corner, providing us with the illusion of privacy while still in full view of curious onlookers. Over our candlelit dinner, we share stories of our pasts. The conversation flows easily, a perfectly balanced dance of give and take. I talk about Ben, sharing anecdotes of his bravery and resilience, the way he faces his challenges with a smile that can light up a room. Jonas listens intently, his eyes never leaving mine, and I can see the empathy in his expression. When it's his turn, he recalls lighter moments from his travels for work, painting vivid pictures of different cultures and the people he's met along the way. "Did you ever imagine your life would turn out like this?" I ask, swirling my wine in its glass. Jonas chuckles softly. "Not exactly. But then again, whoever really knows what life has in store?" His answer resonates with me. Life is unpredictable, and here we are, trying to navigate its twists and turns as best we can. As the evening progresses, Jonas surprises me with a dance invitation. A slow, romantic song begins to play, and he stands, offering his hand with a charming smile. "May I have this dance?" I hesitate for a moment, but the sincerity in his eyes convinces me. I take his hand, and he leads me to a small and intimate dance floor among the tables. The restaurant seems to fade away as we move together, his hand warm on my waist, our bodies in sync with the music. As we dance, I find myself unwittingly drawn in by Jonas's charm and soothing smell. The guarded demeanor I've maintained for so long begins to soften under the allure of the dance and the unexpected connection forming between us. I suspect the wine may have something to do with my relaxed state as well. His presence is calming, his movements graceful and sure. For the first time in a long while, I allow myself to unwind, to enjoy the moment without the weight of my responsibilities bearing down on me. A photographer snaps photos of us enjoying a seemingly intimate scene, capturing the semblance of a couple lost in each other. The images will no doubt make their way into the public eye, ensuring our performance of devotion is well documented. The thought should unsettle me, but instead, it brings a strange sense of comfort. We're doing this for Kinsley and Ben, and as long as we remember that, we'll be fine. Leaving the restaurant, Jonas and I walk side by side, sharing light touches and smiles as we play our parts for any onlookers. The charade must be maintained until we part ways for the evening. His hand brushes against mine, and I glance up at him, catching a glimmer of something genuine in his eyes. It could be my imagination, but for a moment, I feel as if we're not acting at all. He drives me home, and the car ride is filled with a comfortable silence. We both seem lost in our thoughts, contemplating the night's events and the path we've chosen. When we arrive at my place, he walks me to the door, a gentleman to the core. "Thank you for tonight," I say softly, turning to face him. "It was easier than I expected." Jonas smiles, a hint of relief in his eyes. "I'm glad to hear that. We'll make this work, Chantal, for Kinsley and Ben." We say our goodbyes, the air charged with a mixture of relief and comfortability. Neither of us addresses it, but there's an unspoken acknowledgement of the ease with which we portrayed a loving couple. Jonas stands close, his presence reassuring in the dim light of the hallway. I can feel the warmth radiating from him, a welcome contrast to the cool night air that drifts in from the street. "Good night, Jonas," I say, my voice barely above a whisper. There's a part of me that doesn't want this moment to end, as surreal as it feels. "Good night, Chantal," he replies, his gaze holding mine for a heartbeat longer than necessary. Then he turns and walks back to his car, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the quiet. As I close the door behind me, I lean against it, my thoughts a whirlwind. The evening replays in my mind, each moment vivid and charged with emotion. This fake relationship is supposed to be just that, fake. Yet it feels like the lines between pretense and reality are already beginning to blur. I head to my bedroom, the home silent except for the hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. I change into my pajamas, the soft fabric a welcome comfort after the elaborate dress I wore tonight. Climbing into bed, I can't help but think of Jonas, his easy smile, the way his eyes crinkled at the corners when he laughed. But more than that, I think of Ben. This arrangement with Jonas is for him. The money will ensure he gets the best care, the best chance at a normal life. And that thought brings me a measure of peace, even as my mind continues to race. Once again, sleep eludes me. I lie awake, staring at the ceiling, the upcoming wedding and an unsure future keeping my mind busy. Could this fake relationship become something more? Could we actually build a life together, beyond the facade? These thoughts are dangerous, I remind myself. This is a business arrangement, a means to an end. I sigh and turn to lie on my other side. The way Jonas looked at me tonight, the genuine connection I felt, it's hard to ignore.
Chapter 12. Jonas. It's another day at the office, and I'm bored with the countless emails I have to respond to this morning. Being a CEO isn't always glamorous and fun. In fact, it's hardly ever glamorous or fun. Seeking distraction, I watched Chantal move through her secretarial duties with practiced grace, her focus unerring, her demeanor professional and composed. Admittedly, she's a marvel to observe, managing the chaos of my schedule and the demands of the office with a calm efficiency that I can't help but be impressed with. Her ability to separate our public and private personas is remarkable, and as I sit behind my desk, I feel rather awed by this young woman. The office buzzes with its usual rhythm, phones ringing, keyboards clicking, conversations humming softly in the background. Leaning back in my chair, I catch myself fretting over how the dynamic might shift now that our relationship is public. The workday progresses smoothly, devoid of the whispers or rumors I anticipated. The staff appears blissfully unaware, or perhaps they're too focused on their own tasks to care. Shortly after lunch, Chantal steps into my office with a stack of reports, her expression neutral, her movements precise. She hands me a report during a meeting, our fingers brushing momentarily. The brief contact sends a jolt through me. She remains poised as if she felt nothing, and I clear my throat. Her professionalism is unwavering, and I wonder if I'm the only one acutely aware of the underlying tension between us. "Ah, wow, look at that funny fish," Kinsley expresses, his eyes wide with wonder as we walk past an aquarium. Ben giggles next to him. "It looks so silly." Chantal and I decided to take the boys to a family outing to the ocean park this weekend. Kinsley and Ben's excitement is palpable as they demand we explore every attraction together, their joy and laughter infectious. Chantal puts a hand on each of their shoulders, crouching between them. "Those are stingrays. Legend has it, if you kiss a stingray, you'll get 7 years of good luck." "I want to kiss it 7 times. Then I'll have a quadrillion good luck," Ben exclaims, clapping his hands together. I burst out laughing, making eye contact with Chantal, whose laughter echoes through my mind. Watching the three of them, I feel a surge of pride and contentment. Acting like a proper family of 4, we watch an ocean-themed show, cheering for the performing sea creatures and sharing cotton candy and other treats. The simple joys paint a picture of domestic bliss for onlookers, and for a moment, even I can believe in the illusion. Chantal's laughter blends with the boys', her eyes sparkling with genuine delight. It's a sight that tugs at something deep within me. As we approach the stadium for a second show, Kinsley and Ben's excitement reaches a fever pitch. We find our seats in the front row, the boys bouncing with anticipation. The stadium fills quickly, the buzz of conversation and the occasional burst of laughter creating a lively atmosphere. The show begins with a burst of music and lights, the performers making a grand entrance. The boys are transfixed, their eyes wide with wonder as dolphins leap through the air and sea lions perform clever tricks. Chantal and I cheer along with the crowd, caught up in the magic of the moment. During an intense segment, a dolphin leaps high into the air, spinning gracefully before diving back into the water. Kinsley and Ben clap and cheer, their faces alight with pure joy. I glance at Chantal, who is watching the boys with a soft expression, her eyes shining with happiness. It's a sight that tugs at something deep within me. As the show continues, I find myself leaning closer to Chantal. We exchange quiet comments about the performances, our heads close together, our laughter mingling. It's easy to forget in these moments that our relationship is a facade. After the show, we buy cotton candy for the boys, who eagerly tear into the fluffy treat. Chantal and I share a piece, laughing as the sticky sweetness melts on our tongues. We wander through the park, the simple joys of the day painting a picture of domestic bliss for onlookers. It's easy to believe in the illusion when the moments feel so real. As the sun begins to set, casting a golden glow over the park, we find a quiet spot by the edge of a large aquarium. The boys are captivated by the gentle movements of the jellyfish, their glowing bodies drifting gracefully through the water. Chantal and I sit side by side on a bench, our shoulders brushing lightly. "This has been a perfect day," Chantal says softly, her eyes reflecting the tranquil beauty of the jellyfish. I nod. "The boys will remember this day forever, I hope." In the evening, we retreat to Chantal's home. I feel more at ease here, the intimate environment better for serious discussions. The boys are settled in, their energy finally spent after a day of adventure. The house is quiet, far removed from the bustling park we left behind. Feeling it's the right time, I present Chantal with documents confirming her debts have been cleared. Hopefully, this will give her the financial freedom she so desperately wants. Her reaction is immediate, tears of relief and gratitude welling in her eyes. "Jonas, I don't even know where to start. This is more than I could ever have hoped for." I shake my head. "This was the deal we made, remember?" She blinks rapidly, trying to get rid of the tears in her eyes. "No, I need you to understand. You've given us a future. You've given Ben a chance. I was drowning in those bills, and now..." Her voice breaks. "Now I can breathe again." I smile at her, thinking about how we're changing each other's lives. Still smiling, I look at her, her hazel eyes drawing me in. "I won't let you down, Jonas. I promise." Suddenly, her arms are around my neck, and I'm pulled into a tight hug. For a second, I freeze, but then I gently pat her on the back. "I know you won't." She pulls away, and as she wipes her tears, I admire her strength and resilience. She's faced so much adversity, yet she stands tall, her spirit unbroken. But she's not afraid to cry when the moment calls for it. Her presence has had a profound effect on both me and Kinsley, a sentiment I decide to keep close to my heart. The way she's integrated into our lives, providing stability and warmth, is something I hadn't anticipated. But I quickly remind myself that our relationship is a contract and nothing more. Despite the growing admiration and emotional bond I feel, I must keep these thoughts private. I sit down on the sofa, watching her page through the documents. I sense a quiet transformation unfolding within me, a shift I can't ignore, but I'm careful to maintain the boundaries we've set. The night progresses with a comfortable silence between us. Chantal's eyes still hold traces of the tears she shed, but there's a new lightness to her demeanor, a weight lifted. She glances at me, a soft smile playing on her lips, and I return it, feeling a sense of peace settle over us. We discuss logistics for the coming weeks, ensuring our plans align and that our story remains consistent. The conversation is practical, but there's an underlying warmth, a camaraderie that's developed over the past few weeks. I find myself looking forward to these moments, the quiet exchanges that build a deeper understanding between us. As the evening draws to a close, I prepare to leave, carrying a sleeping Kinsley to the car. Standing at the doorway, I take one last look at her. She's more than just a partner in this charade. She's become a vital part of our lives, and I'm grateful for her presence. "Good night, Chantal," I say softly, my voice tinged with an emotion I can't quite name. "Good night, Jonas," she replies, her smile genuine, her eyes filled with a warmth that touches me deeply. I walk to my car, the cool night air a welcome contrast to the warmth of her home. My thoughts are a tangled web of emotions, the lines between our fake relationship and reality blurring more with each passing day. I remind myself of our agreement, the reasons we embarked on this journey. Our relationship is just a contract, a matter of convenience for both of us. Still, I'm finding the growing bond between us hard to ignore.
Chapter 13. Chantal. When I wake the next morning, it's like a weight has been lifted from my shoulders. Ever since the accident, concerns about Ben and his medical bills have been a constant buzz in the back of my mind. But for the first time in almost half a year, my mind is quiet. Sitting up, I hear faint voices from down the hall and panic flashes through me like a bolt of lightning. I race out of my room. Ben is sitting in front of the TV in his wheelchair. He's watching cartoons, completely oblivious to my shock. "What are you doing up?" I ask. He proudly grins up at me. "I woke up and got bored. Plus, I had to pee, so I got into my wheelchair all by myself." The anxiety gives way to excitement. Most mornings, I wake up to him banging on the walls. It's something I don't begrudge him for, but if he's growing independent enough to get out of bed and use the bathroom on his own, then he truly is making progress. I affectionately ruffle his hair. "That's amazing. Great job." "I am pretty hungry, though," he says, looking meaningfully towards the kitchen. I grin. "Pancakes and bacon?" He nods vigorously. "Yes, please." While I mix the batter, my phone buzzes. It's Jonas, so I pick it up. "Hey, what's up? Did I wake you?" "No, I was just making breakfast. Everything okay?" I pour the batter onto the sizzling, buttered pan, taking satisfaction in the hiss it makes. "Yeah, everything's fine. I'm calling because Kinsley has outgrown half his closet, and I wanted to know if you and Ben would like to come with us to the mall while we go shopping. I know Ben will be heading back to kindergarten soon, so I thought he might want a newer wardrobe too. My treat, of course." I grin. "You don't have to buy anything. We'd be happy to come along just for the company. Do you want me to make you guys some extra pancakes?" "We've already eaten. I'll pick you up around 10. "Perfect. See you then." I hang up the phone with a sigh, trying to quell the butterflies dancing in my chest. "Who was that?" Ben asks from the living room. "Just Jonas. He wanted to know if we could go to the mall with him and Kinsley." "Did you say yes?" He turns with his chair to face me, his eyes bright with excitement. "Of course. He'll be picking us up around 10, so come here and eat up so we can get ready." Right on time, the doorbell rings and Jonas is waiting with Kinsley on his crutches beside him. Alexis idles in my driveway, the driver barely visible through the tinted windows. "Hey," he says. I grin. "Hey yourself." "Come on, Ben. Dad says we can go to the arcade once we're done shopping." Kinsley swings on his crutches back to the car with Ben close behind. I chuckle. "Looks like we better go before they leave us behind." "Yeah, let's go." He takes my hand, silently giving me a questioning look, as if to ask, "Is this okay?" The feel of his warm, strong hand in mine is like a puzzle piece slotting into place. I don't quite know what to do with it, but the thought of letting go is even worse. I give him a slight nod and we walk hand in hand to the car. I shouldn't be surprised by the second booster seat, but I am. One for Kinsley and one for Ben, like we've been taking Jonas's car places our whole lives. I help Ben into his seat and buckle him up while Jonas gets Kinsley squared away. The ride to the mall is lively, with Kinsley and Ben chattering about a superhero movie they want to see and the latest episode of their favorite cartoon. Jonas and I sit in comfortable silence, content to let the boys talk among themselves. When we reach the mall, we head over to the children's clothing store to start shopping before their excitement gives way to boredom. "How about this?" Jonas asks. He holds up a shirt at least 2 sizes too small that reads, "Ladies' Man" in big, bold letters. He pairs it with rainbow polka dot shorts. I wrinkle my nose, screwing up my face in disgust. Beside me, Kinsley and Ben do the same. "You couldn't pay me," Ben says, shockingly deadpan for a 5-year-old. I burst out laughing. Where did he learn to say that? Jonas manages to keep a straight face, though. He holds up another shirt, this one much too big. It has a giant shark eating spaghetti on it, and it reads, "Jawsome sauce." You're right, this is more your style. Where on earth did you find that? I say with a laugh. He winks. That's for me to know and you never to find out. Every day I find myself more surprised by Jonas. He may seem like a perfectionist CEO, but underneath it all is a goofy dad just waiting to come out. Luckily for the boys, we eventually settle on more reasonable and practical outfits, ones that will fit them and others that they will grow into. It's lunchtime by the time we finish, though, so we head to the food court. You know, Jonas says, sidling up to me while I wait in line at Sparrow. There's a Cartier store right by the arcade and a Michael Kors outlet. If you want, I can have my driver watch the kids and we'll go on a shopping spree of our own. My eyes widen as my heart races. No, that's not necessary. His brows shoot up his forehead in surprise. But it's a really kind offer, but I'd rather focus on the kids today if that's okay. He's looking at me in wonder, as though I've unexpectedly passed some kind of secret test of character. If you're sure, it really is no problem. I smile. I'm sure. Once we get the pizza, which he insisted on paying for, all four of us sit and chow down. Kinsley tells Ben all about the games at the arcades and promises him that if anyone gives him trouble for being in a wheelchair there, he'll hit him with his crutches, something Jonas and I try our best not to endorse between chuckles. A flash out of the corner of my eye gets my attention. Someone who looks like a reporter seems to be snapping pictures of us. Great. Well, it looks like some good press is coming your way, I say softly, nodding in his direction. Jonas's jaw clenches. Do you want me to ask him to delete it? Why? Ben's back is to the camera. People won't recognize him, and it'll look good for you. If everyone sees you as a family man, it'll help your case with Marnie. I'm more worried about you, he replies, looking puzzled at my response. Me? Once you're in the public eye, people will start looking for all kinds of reasons to hate you. Rumors of a traffic ticket could turn into accusations of you being a reckless driver and a danger to society. I laugh. They won't care about me. I'm nobody. He shakes his head. Not anymore. Reaching over, I give his hand a squeeze. Hey, it's not a big deal. Besides, I'll have to get used to it eventually, right? There will always be people who want to see the worst in you. The trick is to stop caring about the opinions of people who only want to see you fail. His mouth opens and then closes and opens again. I hadn't really thought of it that way. After lunch, we take the kids to the arcade. As promised, Kinsley shows Ben around, helping him find the wheelchair-accessible games to play. I'm so focused on keeping an eye on them that I lose track of Jonas. Not that I need to know where he is at all times, of course. He's a grown man, after all. With both kids getting tired from our long outing, though, I figure that it's time to cash out our tickets for prizes and find him so we could call it a day. To my surprise, he's at the claw machine trying to pick up a stuffed animal. You know those things are scams, right? I say. I've almost got it, he replies, the claw closing around a stuffed kangaroo with a joey in her pouch. He lifts it and ever so carefully guides it to the chute, and it goes in. The three of us cheer, and with his stuffed animal in hand, he takes a bow. The boys pick out the rest of their prizes, and we head home. While Kinsley and Ben race inside to play games, Jonas lingers at the front entrance. He holds the kangaroo out to me. I know you said you didn't want anything, but I couldn't resist. Look in the pouch. I look inside of it and gasp. A small Cartier box sits in my hand. Inside is a delicate teardrop diamond necklace. You really didn't have to, I begin. I wanted to. Can you just try it on for a second? I nod wordlessly, turning around so that he can clasp it around my neck. It's stunning, and I find myself a loss for words as feelings I'd hoped to repress begin to rise to the surface. He might not know it yet, but Jonas is a good man, a good partner, and a great father. How could I not fall for him?
Chapter 14. Jonas. Somehow, Chantal and Ben fit into my life like puzzle pieces that I hadn't even realized were missing. We come from two different worlds, but we fit. I watch her reading bedtime stories with Ben and Kinsley and teaching them how to play card games with the patience of an angel, and it just feels perfect. It's hard not to compare her to Marnie, whose volcanic temper would force me and Kinsley to tread carefully lest we cause a violent eruption. Chantal is more like a lake, calm and placid with so much lurking underneath the surface, and I want to dive into her depths and learn all her secrets. 2 weeks after we get together, Chantal knocks on the office door, shaking me from my reverie about the nature of our relationship. "Mr. Madison?" In the interest of professionalism, she only refers to me by my last name when we're in the workplace. I gesture for her to come in. "What's up?" Shutting the door behind her, she sets a pile of folders on my desk and leans against it with a soft smile. "Here are the reports you asked for." "Thank you." I close out the spreadsheet I had been looking at. "I was about to take a break. Why don't you sit with me for a while?" She glances out the window at the secretary staring in, some glowering enviously at her. "I don't know." I press a button on my desk and the blinds lower. "Better?" She bursts out laughing. "That's so much worse. Now they're all thinking that we're making love on your desk or something." I had not thought of that. Embarrassed, I press the button again and give them all a view of the room. Good point. If anyone asks, I press the button by accident. She winks. "Of course, Mr. Madison." I love the way she says my name. Hopefully, Mrs. Madison will sound just as nice to her ears as it does to mine. I freeze as soon as the words play in my head. The thought sneaks up on me like an assassin. I like Chantal. I like her a lot. But this is a contractual engagement. We've both agreed on that, so I need to keep things professional. So this weekend is a long weekend. Kinsley got his casts off yesterday, and I'm in the mood to go somewhere tropical. How about we celebrate by going to the beach? She blinks. "What?" "I have a house right on a private beach in the Hamptons. Let's take the kids and get away for a while. We can tell them our plans then." Her eyes widen as she gets my meaning, and she nods. Her mouth opens and forms silent words for a moment. After a few incoherent sounds, she manages to eke out a question. "When do you want to go?" "If I give you the rest of the day off, you can pack things up for the kids. We'll leave tonight." Her smile is bright enough to light the room. "Okay. If you don't mind, of course. What should I say to everyone else?" I can't help but chuckle. She's as dedicated to her work as she is to Ben. "Chantal, it's a holiday weekend. Everyone's leaving early." Right. I'll go do that then." She jumps to her feet and backs out of the room. "I'll see you tonight." "See you." When she's gone, I call up my private pilot. "Hey, Alexander, can I ask a favor?" Hours later, Ben and Chantal stare in wonder at the private jet while Kinsley ascends the staircase, laden with their bag of toys. A steward approaches with a bright smile on his face. I can take Ben in the wheelchair up. "Just the wheelchair, please," Chantal says, scooping Ben up into her arms. She shoots me a warm smile. "Jonas, I don't know what to say." "It's my pleasure. We're gonna have a blast." "Right, Ben?" He grins. "This is so cool." I ruffle his curly hair. And it's going to get even cooler. Kinsley pokes his head out the airplane door. "Come on! They have a Nintendo Switch up here." "Coming!" Chantal calls back with a laugh as she carries Ben up the staircase. While the boys set up their game, I take a seat on one of the chairs used for takeoff and landing and buckle the seatbelt. Chantal takes the seat across from me, her eyes full of wonder like a kid seeing snow for the first time. I never thought I'd fly in a private jet. "Was that something you've always fantasized about?" She laughs. "Not really. The most I've ever aspired to is economy plus. Just wait until you see the house." As expected, she gasps when we enter the front door of my Hamptons beach house. The living room faces out onto the water, giving us a lovely view of the moonlight reflecting off the ocean. The rooms are all spacious and breezy, and the air smells vaguely of salt. I check the refrigerator and am relieved to see that the maid I'd hired to dust, change the sheets, and buy groceries did all that I asked. It's a little late for dinner tonight, but we have plenty for a midnight snack in case we or the kids get hungry. I'll show you our room. They're letting us have the big one, Kinsley exclaims as he and Ben scamper to the first-floor master bedroom. Ordinarily, that's where the parents would be sleeping, but we decided that, with one kid in a wheelchair and another still a little weak after having only recently had his cast removed, the first-floor bedroom is the best option. Chantal flops onto the couch. This place is amazing. Don't get me wrong, your mansion is amazing too, but if I owned this house, I don't think I'd ever be able to leave. Remind me to take you to my Parisian penthouse one of these days, I say as I pick up her bags along with my own. She abruptly sits up. Your what? I wink. That'll be for another long weekend, one where I'm craving snobbery and authentic croissants. Laughing, she shakes her head. I've never even been out of the country. We'll definitely have to fix that. But first, let me put away your bags. The next morning, we take the kids out onto the private beach. Ben wears a life vest just in case, while Kinsley wears one in solidarity with him. The late spring water is cool but not freezing, a perfect contrast to the day's heat. While the boys make sandcastles, Ben constructing them while Kinsley collects wet sand and hunts the beach for shells to decorate them, Chantal and I make eye contact. It's time for us to tell them. I clear my throat. Hey boys, we have something we need to talk to you about. They stare up at us, their gazes apprehensive. Whenever parents have that serious tone, it usually means something bad is about to happen. I smile to put them at ease and take Chantal's hand. So, we told you that we've been in love for a while, but because we didn't want the paparazzi after us, we were keeping it a secret until we were sure. Well, we've decided now. We're getting married. Does that mean we're going to be real brothers? Kinsley asks, his eyes wide and sparkling. Yes, Chantal says. You two get to be brothers. Kinsley squeals and hugs Ben so tightly that he threatens to topple the other kid over. Ben is hugging him just as enthusiastically. I've always wanted a brother. Ben's smile is wide and sunny, and it fills me with the same degree of warmth. And then comes the barrage of questions. Will we be in the wedding? Can we invite all our friends? When will you get married? Will Mom be there? That last question squeezes my heart. I swallow thickly. Kinsley, Chantal isn't going to replace your mom, but I think she might be upset if she goes, and you know how she can be when she's upset. Kinsley nods, using the edge of a shell to scrape along the sand so that he can avoid looking me in the eye. I don't want her to come, especially if she'll be mean. I let out an internal sigh of relief. There's one potential crisis averted. Okay, and while I don't want you to keep secrets from your mom, it might be a good idea for me to be the one to tell her first. He nods. Smiling, he pretends to zip his lips with his fingers. How about we go for a swim? Chantal suggests, picking up Ben and herding Kinsley to the water. I watch as they splash in the shallows and allow myself to feel some cautious optimism. Ben and Kinsley love each other, and they both love her. I think I could fall in love with her too. Maybe someday we can be a real, loving family. But until then, the boys don't have to know the truth.
Chapter 15. Chantal. The emerald green dress Jonas sent for me looks incredible, and I breathe out a curse as I look myself over in the mirror. I look damn amazing. It's not an exaggeration. The dress dips in a tastefully plunging neckline showing off just the right amount of cleavage. It hugs my curves, showing off my hourglass figure before dropping dramatically into a long skirt that hangs right down to my toes. Underneath, I'm wearing a pair of strappy black heels with black nail polish on my fingers and toes. I've never looked anywhere near this elegant. When Jonas arrives to pick me up, he's as impressed as I am. In fact, he gives me the exact same compliment, only he's a little more classy about it. Wow, you look truly amazing. You're not so bad yourself, I quip, looking him up and down. The man is attractive enough to pull off any outfit, but he really outdid himself this time. He's dressed in a 3-piece charcoal suit and white shirt. His tie, I notice, has flecks of green that match my dress, and I have to smile at that. He's really thought of everything. Ready for your society debut? He asks. I know he's half joking, but the words are all too true. Tonight's charity auction will be our first major appearance in public, and I know the world's eyes will be on us, on me. The moment we arrive, I see I'm right. As we step out of the limo, dozens of paparazzi descend upon us, blinding me with the incessant flashing of bulbs. For a moment, it's overwhelming, and I wonder if I'm doing the right thing, or if I can even pull it off. But then, Ben's face flashes in my mind, and that's enough. A second later, I'm smiling at the cameras like it's my job, which I guess it kind of is. Jonas! Yells one paparazzi through the crowd. Who's the lucky lady? My heart jumps into my throat, but I keep smiling, dutifully ignoring the voice. My gaze brushes only the heads of the crowd, like I learned in school to stave off stage fright during class presentations. I know looking them in the eye would be way too overwhelming. But Jonas has done this enough times to know how to handle it. Rather than ignoring the questioning paparazzo, he turns directly toward him. Actually, I'm the lucky one, he says in a voice so smooth the throng turns silent. Chantal is a light of happiness in my life. With that, he turns to me with a warm smile, and if I didn't know any better, I'd believe him. The next few minutes are a blur, my pulse racing the whole time. But finally, we make it inside, away from the flashing cameras and probing questions, or so I think. Oh, aren't you just a darling couple? And how did you meet? I bet Marnie has a thing or two to say about it. Have you spoken to her? And your son? Does he know? While I silently panic, Jonas handles the questions with unimaginable grace. As we circulate throughout the event hall, he introduces me to tech moguls, rich entrepreneurs, and even a couple of movie stars as if they're old friends. Even among the most prying of them, each person we meet is friendly and welcoming toward me, and after a little while, the nerves that have carried me thus far start to ease a little. That is, until we pass a group of women whispering among themselves. I'm sure she's just after his money, comes a snarky voice from the group. Unlike the whispering, this is said loud and clear, and I get the distinct feeling it was said just for my benefit. I mean, why else would she be with that bastard? It's not like he has any other redeeming qualities. I should know. My blood runs cold as I realize who the speaker must be. But before I can turn to confirm or deny my suspicions, I feel Jonas squeeze my hand slightly. When I turn to him, he gives me a look of reassurance. Don't listen to a word Marnie says, he tells me, his voice low. Her insults aren't worth the air it takes to say them. His words help ease the tightness in my chest, and I make a point to hold my chin up and keep walking as if I didn't hear those jabs. I can imagine that's the sort of thing that would drive someone like Marnie crazy, and somehow that makes me feel a little better. All right, Jonas says to me as he leads me to a lavish table. This is you, and that's me. He points to the stage and smiles. See you soon. Suddenly he leans in and gives me a brief peck on the cheek. Slight enough that it could simply be a friendly gesture, but certainly intimate enough for a couple. It makes my head spin a little, but by the time I catch my breath, Jonas is already gone, striding toward the stage with practiced confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, he opens as the crowd is seated. Welcome to the 43rd Annual Whitcomb Charity Auction. The crowd gives a polite round of applause, and I clap along happily. As Jonas continues his address to the audience, slipping in a few tasteful jokes that garner just the right amount of laughter, I can't help but admire him. He even makes a veiled reference to me at some point, and I hope no one else can see the heat that I feel rising in my cheeks. Finally, though, he leaves the stage and the auction itself commences. Item after item is called, eliciting a frenzy of bidding for things I could never have imagined I would be in the same room as. Original Jackson Pollock pieces, rare archaeological artifacts, dates with celebrities. Jonas bids on many of them, and I see a new side to him. The ruthless businessman mixed with the altruist, as he helps raise hundreds of thousands of dollars for a good cause. I clap to every one of his wins and wonder what he's going to do with a Vivienne Westwood handbag or a 15th century hand-printed book of hymnals. Finally, the last piece of the auction comes up, a 19th century ring that once belonged to Queen Maria Luisa of Spain. The ring is breathtaking. It features a single deep blue sapphire surrounded by tiny faceted diamonds, all set in 24-karat gold. "Wow," I say under my breath as the bidding begins. Suddenly, I see a flash of red beside me. I look over in shock as Jonas brandishes his auction paddle, and within a few seconds, it's over. "Congratulations to Jonas Madison on winning the Royal Spanish Ring," calls the auctioneer. "You've helped raise the final $956,000 for this year's charity auction." The room erupts into applause, and once again, I clap along, impressed and touched by his selflessness. Suddenly, though, Jonas stands up from his chair and approaches the stage. He whispers something into the auctioneer's ear before taking the microphone. "Thank you, everyone. There's just one more thing I have to do before closing up tonight's event. Chantal, would you come up here, please?" My heart practically jumps out of my chest as the entire crowd turns to face me. All I can do, though, is focus on Jonas as he gestures for me to join him on stage, and somehow I manage to walk up there without passing out. "Chantal, you have made me happier than I ever thought I could be," he says into the microphone, and suddenly I realize what's happening. "Would you do me the honor of marrying me?" As if in slow motion, I see him get down on one knee. I see him look up at me with the perfect emulation of love in his eyes. I see him hold out the impossible ring he just won and gaze at me expectantly. I see the light glint off the gemstones as dozens of cameras flash from within the crowd. And I hear myself say yes in a way that sounds like I really, really mean it. It's not until the crowd erupts into applause and Jonas is slipping the ring on my outstretched finger that I realize what just happened. Why didn't he warn me? I think as we turn to smile at the thundering crowd. But even that thought is washed away in the flood of excitement and joy that comes then. I know this is fake, but the romance of it, the spectacle, the congratulations, and the feeling that Jonas and I share something special, even if it's a lie, that all feels real.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit tylerwalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
tylerwalker.com. Escape your life with Tyler.
Chapter 16. Chantal. I stand in the middle of our small home, overseeing the packing of our belongings. The room is a maze of cardboard boxes and tape, each one filled with fragments of our lives. Ben's toys, clothes, and books are all carefully tucked away, ready to be moved. My heart is a swirling mix of hope and sorrow, every sealed box a reminder of the big change we are about to make. As the last box is stacked, I glance around the now bare house. It feels strange to leave this place, where so many memories were made. But there's also a glimmer of hope for what lies ahead. I try to focus on the positives, reminding myself that this move is for Ben's sake and for his future. "Ben!" I call, and he comes up behind me, making me gasp, a reaction that evokes a giggle from him. "There you are. Have you packed all your favorite toys in the same box? We don't want to go around searching for it at Jonas and Kinsley's place." He nods, smiling wide. "But I won't play with them now. Kinsley has so many toys we'll play all day." I can't help but laugh at his enthusiasm. "They're still your favorite toys. Don't go forgetting about them now." He nods, a little more excited this time. "They can sleep with me." I ruffle his hair and check my phone. It's about time for the moving truck to arrive. At that moment, I hear the truck pulling into my driveway. Arriving at Jonas's house, the reality of our arrangement hits me even harder. The sight of my modest belongings in his elegant home feels like a visceral juxtaposition, an unsettling mix of worlds colliding. We don't really belong in this luxurious place. We're just a simple little family trying to live a good life. Jonas and I set to work, rearranging furniture and unpacking boxes. "I'm surprised you're here, helping me with this." Jonas looks at me, folding a box we just unpacked. "What do you mean?" "Well, you're a CEO, a busy man. But here you are, unpacking like a normal person." He chuckles. "But I am a normal person. I don't know what you're talking about." I can't help but laugh at his playful response. We continue the unpacking, moving in tandem, our efforts surprisingly synchronized. Occasionally, our hands brush against each other, eliciting a spark of warmth and a shared smile. These moments, however fleeting, bring a sense of domesticity that both comforts and unsettles me. In the kitchen, we establish a new morning routine that I surprise myself with how easily it comes to me. Jonas makes coffee while I prepare breakfast. It feels strangely intimate, this subtle familial harmony we fall into. The simple act of working together in the kitchen creates an illusion of a life I could easily get used to. Frowning, I remind myself that it's an act. We're simply trying to make the change easier for the children. Unsurprisingly, Kinsley and Ben adjust quickly to the new living situation. Children are marvelously adaptable little creatures. Their laughter fills the home, creating an atmosphere of joy and playfulness that seeps into my soul. Hearing their giggles and seeing their bond grow reinforces the image of the family we've become. Still, the reality of our arrangement always lingers in the back of my mind, a constant reminder that this is all fake. As we slowly settle into our new life, the boys' happiness is genuine, and for a while, the situation almost feels real to me. But the knowledge that this is just an act always creeps up on me and makes my heart ache with a sadness I can't shake. Despite my best efforts, the lines between reality and pretense blur more each day. "This movie is so good," Jonas remarks. "I didn't expect it. The first one wasn't that great." The boys sit on the floor, engrossed in the animated film, while Jonas and I share the couch. Without thinking, I lean into him, finding comfort in the warmth of his presence. It's a simple act, but it stirs a painful longing within me. The affection, though comforting, is a cruel reminder that none of this is real. I quickly sit up straight, putting distance between us. Chewing the inside of my cheek, I reprimand myself. Don't get too close, don't get too comfortable, and don't get too attached. And remember the contract. Jonas kneels in front of Ben, who sits on the edge of the couch with a pair of untied sneakers. I sit on a chair by a living room window and watch Jonas with Ben, teaching him how to tie his shoelaces. Ben's brow is furrowed in concentration, his small hands fumbling with the laces. Jonas, ever patient, smiles encouragingly. "All right, Ben," Jonas says, his voice gentle. "Remember what I showed you? First, you make a crisscross with the laces." Ben nods, his tongue peeking out in focus as he tries to follow Jonas's instructions. He crosses the laces over each other, but they slip out of his fingers. He lets out a small huff of frustration, and Jonas chuckles softly. "Don't worry, buddy. It's tricky at first. Here, let me help you." Jonas places his hands over Ben's, guiding them through the motions. "There you go. Now pull them tight." With Jonas's steady hands over his, Ben manages to pull the laces tight, his face lighting up with a proud smile. I can't help but feel a warmth spread through me at the sight. "Good job, Ben. Now we make bunny ears, remember?" Jonas continues, demonstrating with his own laces. One loop here and another loop here. Ben mimics Jonas, his little fingers working to create the loops. This time he manages to hold them without Jonas's help. Jonas beams at him, his eyes sparkling with pride. "That's it. Now, the tricky part," Jonas says. "We have to make the bunny ears chase each other. One goes around the other, and then they jump into the hole." Ben giggles at the imagery, his tension easing as he follows along. He loops one lace around the other and pulls them through the hole, though it comes out a bit messy. "Almost there," Jonas encourages. "Just tighten it up a bit." With a determined look, Ben gives the laces a final tug, and they hold. He looks up at Jonas with wide eyes, a mixture of surprise and accomplishment on his face. "I did it!" Ben exclaims, his voice bursting with pride. "You sure did, buddy!" Jonas claps his hands together, then ruffles Ben's hair affectionately. "Great job." Ben looks over at me. "Auntie Chantal, look! I tied my shoes." I walk over to him and crouch down to his level, giving him a big hug. "I'm so proud of you, Ben. You did an amazing job." Jonas has a satisfied smile on his face. He's a quick learner. I smile back, feeling a pang of something deeper than gratitude. Watching Jonas with Ben, seeing the kindness and patience he shows, stirs a strange longing within me. I swiftly push it aside, focusing on the moment. "Thank you," I say softly. "You're really good with him." He shrugs modestly. "He's a great kid. Makes it easy." Ben beams up at Jonas, his admiration clear. "Can we do it again tomorrow?" "Of course we can," Jonas replies, his eyes twinkling. "We'll practice until you can do it in your sleep." Ben laughs, and I find myself joining in, the sound of our shared happiness filling the room. Later that day, as we're playing with the boys in the front yard, Jonas places a kiss on my forehead. It's a seemingly careless gesture, meant for the eyes of our neighbors, but the simple act sends my emotions into turmoil. My resolve to remain detached cracks under the weight of my growing feelings for him. I feel my heart betray me, yearning for something more than just pretense. A few hours later, in the peaceful solitude of my new room, I sit by the window, gazing at the stars. The night sky is a canvas of twinkling lights, a beautiful contrast to the storm inside me. I wrestle with the feelings I don't want, and the fact that our happy family image is just a facade. Silently, I vow to maintain the professional boundary that has slowly eroded in the intimacy of our shared space. I can't let my heartbreak affect the children or our arrangement. Ben's well-being is my priority, and I can't afford to let my emotions jeopardize that.
Chapter 17. Jonas. My phone buzzes. I shift in my seat, annoyed. The other people at the table are noticing the vibrating sounds coming from my direction. But the dividends in the next couple of years will be exponentially greater if we move now. I nod my head at the speaker, trying to seem interested as the dissenting opinion gets up to make her case. "That's only if certain factors manifest," she says, waving at a large chart she's put up near the screen on the wall. For example, my phone buzzes again. There are only a few numbers who can disturb me during meetings, and they are all important. I glance down at my phone, which I've balanced on my thigh under the table. What I see chills me, and I stand instantly, knocking my chair back. Everyone in the room looks up, frozen, some with mouths half open. I'm so sorry, everyone. Terrence here will continue for me. I reach out and squeeze my colleague's shoulder. He looks stunned but pleased, nodding his head. I have an emergency. There are murmurings around the room as people nod, stunned by my dramatic, unusual behavior. Am I confident Terrence will do a good job in this high-stakes meeting? No. But there will be other business opportunities, and this no longer matters. Something is happening with Kinsley and Chantal at his school, and I need to be there. I'm already on the phone as I dash through my office, grabbing my wallet, talking to the car service located in our building's garage. By the time I'm down the elevator to the curb, there's a driver waiting with a car who nods at me as I get in. Forced to sit still, I look at my phone more carefully, trying to breathe, to focus. It's a message from the preschool Kinsley attends. Per your directions, we need you here ASAP. They followed my directions to break up the messages into multiples, so the screening service on my phone would let them through. The next text reads, "Your ex is here threatening children." My stomach turns over. Your fiancé is here helping, but we are calling the police. That final text was just a few minutes ago. I curse under my breath and drag my hands over my face. What is happening to Kinsley? To Chantal? I lean forward in my seat, my body trying to will me there faster. It isn't far. I thank the driver and jump out before he's come to a complete stop and run toward the building. I dash around the back where the play yard is and from a distance see figures I recognize. Chantal is standing firm with one hand on her hip, the other resting protectively on Kinsley, who is behind her. I can hear as well as see Marnie, bobbing and flailing her arms at Chantal, who continues to pivot to stay between the erratic woman and the little boy. My heart pounds and I resume moving forward. Everything in me wants to yell, to bellow, but there are other children who are being gently herded away by one of the school supervisors. "Come here right now, Kinsley!" I hear Marnie screech. She makes a grab for him, but Chantal has moved in the way yet again. Marie lashes upwards, catching Chantal on the side of the face with a viscous backswing. Chantal wavers for a moment, but then stands straight again, still composed and serious, still shielding Kinsley, who begins to cower and grab the back of Chantal's leg. "She is not your mother!" Marnie roars, making Kinsley shrink further. "Don't you hug her! Don't touch her!" But now I'm there. I wrap my arms around Marnie and drag her back, then fling her away from me. She stumbles, panting, her face surprised. She doesn't have time to say anything before a nursery school teacher appears with the police. I don't want Kinsley to see this, and I can see in Chantal's eyes she feels the same. I swoop up Kinsley, trying not to crush his little body to me in relief. My muscles want to smash things, but I force myself to walk away. I follow a gesturing Chantal into the head of the daycare's office. For a moment I stand in the still room, gasping for breath, trying to stop the adrenaline flowing. I sit, cradling a softly crying Kinsley, then shift so I can be closer to Chantal, who is also sitting on the couch. Her eyes are wide, angry, but even as I watch, they slowly relax, and she slumps back into the couch. I put a hand out, and she squeezes it. To my surprise, she doesn't let it go, holding it in her lap. Doesn't take long before an officer is sitting across from us. "Would you like to tell me what happened?" he asks Chantal. She looks at me, not so much for approval, but as if searching for my feelings. I look at the red mark still present on her cheek and feel a cold stab of anger. "I think we'd better press charges," I say. "We need to make sure she isn't allowed to go on like this." Chantal nods. "Okay. Will you start? I'll take Kinsley out to be with Ben." Again, she has thought of Kinsley first. Of course he shouldn't hear this. I pass the little boy to her. He reaches for her neck in a way that pulls at my heart. Already he knows he can trust her. I can trust her. I begin to tell the officer what I saw and why I had to physically grab Marnie. When Chantal comes back, she sits next to me, her posture straighter, her face more relaxed. Like I said, officer, I finish up with my best boardroom voice, cool and steady. This amazing woman stood firm and didn't lift a finger in retaliation, despite being assaulted. It was impressive, an excellent example of how to behave with dignity and grace in an impossibly bad situation. I see Chantal smile slightly and her eyes drop. I feel a small surge of pleasure knowing my praise has touched her. She deserves all of it and more. Back at home, it takes a while for things to settle. By the time we have a moment to ourselves, the sun is down. Chantal and I sit at the table, the remnants of the pizza we ordered still sitting in the cardboard box on the table. Chantal lifts a piece of crust off her plate and puts it down again. I know I've asked, but honestly, Chantal, are you okay? She looks composed, and yet there's something behind her eyes. I'm so very sorry about this, I say again. I'm actually a little worried about you, she says, and it's like she's seeing through me into my heart. It constricts slightly under her gaze. Comparatively, she's only known me for a short time. And yet, she seems to see right through me. What do you mean? Do you want to tell me about Marnie? You aren't obligated to tell me your past, but you seem like you want to talk, and honestly, I'm baffled. You two seem so incompatible. Different, she finishes, nodding in agreement with me. I sigh. She presented as a totally different person when we met. She was a successful designer who wasn't looking for a relationship or kids. When she got pregnant, she played it off like it was an accident. I lean my elbows on the table and prop my forehead on my fists. My eyes close, and I remember the slow, painful realization that she wasn't who I thought. I married her to give our child a family unit. It was her suggestion. I realize now it was her manipulating what she knew were my values. I find myself telling Chantal everything, telling her the slow revelation about discovering Marnie had stalked me, had fixed our birth control to get pregnant, how I'd been so busy trying to make a success at work to support our family that I didn't notice the facade was unraveling until it was in my face. The worst part is that she was taking it out on Kinsley and I didn't know it. I take a deep breath. I didn't mean to drag you into this, Chantal. I thought I could handle it. I look up at her expecting the sneer I'd received the few times I'd confided in Marnie. Instead, Chantal's hazel eyes are full of compassion. She reaches a hand out to me. Thank you for telling me all that. It helps me understand. And you've been through a lot. I take her hand, my throat closing painfully. I don't deserve this understanding, kind woman. And I think there's really only one course forward, she says. What's that? Let's do this wedding thing. Let's get strong together so she can't touch Kinsley. Or us, I say, taking her hand and squeezing it. Thank you. I want to kiss her hand in gratitude, but instead look into her face and vow to myself to fix this, to rectify all the damage Marnie has done and keep my family safe.
Chapter 18. Chantal. I smooth the silk over my waist and take one last look in the mirror. I'm happy with what I see, but I can't help feeling an element of anxiety. The hand moving over my dress trembles. The dress is simple, a sheath that skims my figure and has a subtle brocade pattern in the fabric, giving it a richness that elevates it to the occasion. My hair is down, and my stylist has made it look like silky waves. I know this isn't the real deal. I'm trying to convince myself of that to push down the nerves. But I'm marrying Jonas Madison. Real or not, that's a big deal. I hear a giggle behind me and turn. Ben and Kinsley are practicing their walk, which is a bit more challenging with Ben in a wheelchair. Step together. They are both adorable in little dark blue suits. Each got to choose the color of their tie. Kinsley has a blue and pink polka dot bow tie on, and Ben has a somber oxblood. I can't help smiling at them, my heart filling. Already they are their own people, so uniquely themselves. Their happiness calms my nerves. They are why we are doing this, to make sure they can continue thriving. But what about us? Ready to go? Jonas is standing in the doorway watching me watch the boys. There is something in his eyes that makes my stomach drop and my hands start to tremble again. You look beautiful, he says. There is a tremor and sincerity in his voice that catches my breath. So do you, I say, my voice jittery. I mean, handsome. You look handsome. He does. His intense blue eyes are offset by the blue tie, and the gray suit is cut perfectly over his strong, wide shoulders. I feel those nerves in my stomach turn to heat. He smiles at me. What? I ask, worried he can sense my desire. I don't mind looking beautiful too. You can call me that any day. He offers an arm. Nervous? I link my arm through his and look up into his face. Actually, yes. Is that silly? He smiles gently and squeezes my hand. I hope not, because I am too. No way. Why not? Getting married is a big deal. I nod. Yes, I think it is. He looks at me appraisingly. That's why I think this is going to work, Chantal. I guess neither of us needs to be nervous. He turns to the boys who are now doing a silly version of the walk involving circular leg motions. Boys, ready? They scurry in front of us, taking positions, and begin the silly walk. We're just going to the car, I object, but Jonas shakes his head and pulls out his phone. We both stifle laughter as he films them walking in front of us, Ben throwing imaginary flower petals, Kinsley belting out the bridal chorus. I'm pleasantly surprised at how many people decide to attend the ceremony at the courthouse. Even the event planner who had a hand in Jonas's proposal is beaming in the back row. The rings are exchanged, mine fitting perfectly next to the gorgeous, historic ring he won at the event. The boys are looking at us with shining eyes. That, combined with the handsome man standing next to me, makes me feel like the queen who originally wore the ring. The cool metal circling my finger makes it all feel real. The judge, a kindly-looking older woman, smiles at us and pronounces us man and wife. A cheer goes up around the room, but none louder than from the boys who wave arms and whoop. You may now kiss the bride. Jonas looks deep into my eyes, and my breath catches. I hadn't thought about what this moment might be like. He leans toward me, and I feel my body lift as his soft lips press sweetly against mine. My body roars to life. I want more, but he is pulling away, smiling. I am holding his arm and giving it a squeeze of approval, though less intensely than I want. Still, the man I'm touching, his firm arm holding me steady, this beautiful man, is my husband, and the boys still smiling at our sides are our family. Is it wrong to feel so much joy? An hour later, we sit at a long, family-style wood table at a farm-to-table restaurant. Most of the people at the ceremony have joined us and are enjoying the simple elegance of the decor and the delicious and fresh small plates that keep appearing in front of us. The mood is mellow but cheerful. Candles have been lit in glass mason jars and placed around the table. A blond younger man, a family friend of Jonas's, stands and lifts his glass as the dessert is served, tinkling his spoon delicately against a champagne flute he holds. Jonas looks surprised but pleased. Hi everyone, I'm Stanley. He starts and looks around the room. Jonas didn't ask me to do this, but I thought, in the way of all self-important people, that I'd give a toast. This gets a laugh and he clears his throat dramatically. I've known you for a long time, Jonas. The two men beam affectionately at each other, their shared memories and childhood clearly evident in that look. When we were kids, you were the one big kid who would rescue me when my brothers and the others were holding me underwater in the lake. There was a laughing murmur around the table, as everyone can imagine a young Jonas being the responsible, thoughtful older kid. You've always been a rock, Jonas, and over the years I've thought to myself that a role like that would have to be difficult. I glance at Jonas. His face is serious but smiling, and I can tell he is touched by the young man's words. But you continue to take care of others with grace and fortitude, from your employees to your son. You are a wonderful father. Ben, you're lucky to get this guy, buddy. But start dropping hints now for what you want for Christmas, because sometimes he's convinced making sure you're eating your vegetables is more important than toys, and it may take him some time to come around. Ben makes a face and everyone laughs. What makes me so happy about what I'm seeing tonight, though? The young man shifts and takes a deep breath. The room goes still. What makes me happy, Jonas, is that I see you found someone who will take care of you, who can equal your kindness and care, and who will make sure you don't get depleted or worn down from all you give to the world. Chantal, Stanley turns to me and I already feel my eyes stinging. Thank you for giving Jonas a solid, happy place where he can rest, where he can enjoy getting some of that big-hearted care he gives to others. He raises his glass, and everyone around the table does the same. Ben and Kinsley with their glasses of sparkling cider. To Jonas and Chantal. Jonas and Chantal! Everyone says and drinks. Jonas gets up and gives Stanley a big bear hug, and I see the younger man wipe his eyes. Ben turns to me. Is he okay, Mom? Is he crying? Yes, but that's okay, honey. It's totally fine to cry when you feel big feelings or just need to. Ben looks pleased by this. He feels big feelings about you and Jonas? I nod, smiling. I think he does. That's nice. I feel them too, but they're more happy. I put an arm around him and pull him close. I'm so glad, sweetie. As the celebration winds down and we thank and hug people on their way out, I think that all of this is so wonderful. I tell myself that even if the union isn't exactly what I want, I am more than blessed to be joined to this incredible man. I notice the boys helping each other into their coats, their tired arms fumbling through sleeves. I catch Jonas's eye and nod toward them. He looks, and something passes across his face that makes my heart squeeze. A deep, intense tenderness. As he helps me into my coat, I imagine that the look remains, but my back is turned, and I know I'm kidding myself. I should be content that I found a man who looks at Ben that way. Surely that's enough. My heart, however, wants more. I worry about the future, about not being able to contain the growing feelings I have for him. I have to keep it close. I can't let him know. I don't want to destroy this good thing we've started.
Chapter 19. Jonas. I've done enough research on business psychology to know exactly how to behave in this situation. I sit with my arm on the back of my couch, my leg crossed nonchalantly, my body relaxed. The social worker who sits across from me and Chantal is smiling and watching Ben and Kinsley play on the other side of the room, both boys absorbed in a somewhat harmonious reenactment of stuffed monsters trampling a block city they've built. They obviously get along, she observes. My thumb fidgets with the wedding ring, the only tell I allow myself to show. Chantal sits next to me. She seems relaxed as well, but the way she keeps the water glass in her hand is a clue she's also anxious. It's kind of amazing, Chantal says. The boys just took to each other. Kids their age do that, the social worker says. They don't have the same hang-ups we do. It's simple. Do you want to play? Great. Let's do it. I clear my throat, thinking I should contribute something, but nothing comes to mind. I've gone totally blank. You two have built a harmonious house. There's no doubt about it. The social worker looks at us and smiles. Chantal reaches up and squeezes my hand that drapes behind her left shoulder. She doesn't let go. I squeeze back. I don't let go either. The social worker jots a few more things down and asks, still writing, "So do you have any questions for me?" "What should we expect?" I ask, finally finding my voice. "I'll finish my report and submit it for the custody hearing. I don't usually talk about what will be in it, but you two have nothing to worry about from this end of things." She puts her supplies in her bag and stands, holding out her hand for us to shake. It's been a pleasure. Likewise, Chantal says. I wish all my appointments went like this, the social worker says as she and Chantal go toward the door. I follow, my mind a blur of relief, still unable to say more than a sincere thank you as the woman turns to wave. The door shuts, and to my surprise, Chantal leans back dramatically against it. Oh my gosh, that was so intense. She laughs and puts a hand to her chest. You too? I say, a grin breaking out on my face. I was so stressed out. You looked so together. How do you have such a good poker face? Years of being a personal assistant, Chantal laughs. Thank God you were on it. I couldn't think of a darn thing to say to her. No, you were perfect. Answered the questions with caring confidence. Chantal nods. It was good. I'm sure she didn't want to see the CEO side dominating the family dynamic. I pause. She is probably right, and somehow she has made me feel better about what, a moment ago, I was sure was a lackluster performance. She straightens up. How shall we celebrate? Do we get you a bucket of chicken tenders? I laugh. Tempting. But why don't I cook up that salmon? I've got a mean pomegranate molasses glaze that even Kinsley will eat. Sure. Will my cheesy mashed potatoes complement the sweet sauce? Yeah, they'll be perfect. Maybe those Brussels sprouts? Only if you promise to use some of my glaze on them because yuck. Chantal whacks my arm as she goes past me toward the kitchen. What are you, 12? No one likes Brussels sprouts. Ben likes Brussels sprouts. No way. Ben, I call into the living room. Do you like Brussels sprouts? No, came the little boy's voice. But if I don't finish them, Aunt Chantal gets mad. Ha! Chantal looks scandalized. She ties an apron around her waist and hands me another. Together we move around the kitchen, each busy doing our own thing. Should I put on music? I ask. Perfect. I put on some upbeat jazz and our pace relaxes, moving in a groove to the music. She spins by me, swaying slightly as she moves the colander full of freshly skinned potatoes from the sink to the counter. I feel a slight dampness on my cheek and look over. She's giggling, trying to hide the fact that she's just flicked me with some starchy water. Don't even start, I say, flicking some water from the sink back at her. She puts up her hands. Okay. I don't want to ruin the perfect piece of this kitchen. It is nice, isn't it? I say. We both look at each other and something passes between us. Chantal smiles but looks away, her hands suddenly busy with the potatoes. I feel warmth start in my chest and radiate outward. It is totally true what I've just said. Being with her in this kitchen, working towards something together, it feels amazing. It may be the happiest I've felt in a long, long time. I want to tell her this as I watch the back of her neck bend over the potatoes, chopping them into smaller pieces and dropping them into a pot of water. The line of her neck and shoulders are beautiful, her long brown hair gracefully draped over one shoulder and out of the way. I want to press my lips to the skin on her neck. My fingers itch to touch her. I clear my throat and look at the slab of pink salmon sitting on the counter. What was I doing? Oh yeah. I bend down to find the frying pan under the grill. I lose myself in the pots and pans for a moment, and when I come back out I get a glimpse of Chantal looking quickly away. I season the fish and put oil in the pan, then lay it down to sputter and sizzle. Can I borrow that salt? I hand it absently to my right and feel Chantal's hand touch mine as she takes it from me. Her skin is warm and slightly damp from the potatoes. My breathing stops and my hand is left suspended in the air. I look up at her. She's looking at me too, her hand similarly extended, holding the salt shaker. She smiles, drops her hand and curtsies. Thank you. I bow as best I can. Madam, and I unintentionally lean in toward the hot pan. Ouch. She begins to laugh, a loud, happy sound that makes me join in with her. The tension between us is broken, and we are joking again. But when she turns back to the cutting board, I find I don't mind the tension. In fact, I want it back. I reach for the spatula and flip the large piece of salmon as well as I can, and turn to the cupboards again to find mixing bowls and ingredients. I try to push it all down. Yes, this is heaven. Yes, we are married, but it's in name only, and I don't want to ruin things with Chantal. What we have is wonderful. I sneak another glance at her. She has started to hum and sway to the latest song. When she sees me looking, she grabs my hand and twirls under my arm. I grin and spin her back toward the direction she started. Not bad, she says, looking surprised. We may need to explore this dancing thing more. I'd like nothing better, I want to say. Prepare to be wowed, is what actually comes out of my mouth, and I do an intentionally awkward dip with the spoon I'm using to mix the glaze. Right, Chantal laughs. How long do you have for that salmon? About 10 minutes in the oven to caramelize the sauce. You? 20 for the sprouts. Perfect. I'll pour the wine and drink it while you continue to slave over the hot stove. Very funny. Something about my son I've come to expect is no matter how hard I work on the food, he'll always prefer the easy, crummy stuff. True to form, both Ben and Kinsley seem underwhelmed 20 minutes later by the beautiful spread Chantal and I proudly set on the table. Do you like the salmon? Chantal asks Ben, who nods and smiles at me. The boy is kind, just like his aunt. Thanks, champ. Good job, Dad, Kinsley says. Good job, Chantal. Thank you, Kinsley, Chantal says. Such good manners. Chantal looks at me across the table. I love the dimples in her cheeks when she smiles. Her beautiful eyes are happy, and I feel myself wanting to reach across the table, to put fingers on her dimples, to stroke her cheeks, her jawline. This connection, this joint effort, it's wonderful. I can't mess it up. I take a deep breath and push my desire down. Then I pick up my fork and skewer a Brussels sprout. Here goes nothing, I say, and wink at Chantal as I pop it into my mouth. Like everything about Chantal, it's perfect.
Chapter 20. Chantal. The days have been passing smoothly since the wedding. Well, for the most part. I've noticed a change in the office atmosphere that came with the gold band on my ring finger. I mean, obviously she just married him for the money, Yasmin whispers in the break room. Talk about sleeping your way to the top. I linger outside the door, not quite brave enough to go in and alert them to my presence. My knuckles turn white from gripping the handle of my empty mug. Well, do you blame her? He's rich and hot. Any one of us would do the same, Cleo replies. There's been stories online about her, though. Like, according to Jonas' ex, there was a social worker that came to their house the other day to make sure she wasn't abusing her nephew. He's in a wheelchair, you know. Orphaned in a car accident while she was driving. Right. That's it. I barge in and blow past them, taking a perverse satisfaction in watching the two gossips clam up. I set up the Keurig machine with my back to them. For the record, the social worker was there to check on Jonas's son, not my nephew, I say, not turning around. And I was not in the car when my sister had her accident. I would appreciate it if you don't spread rumors about the worst time of my life. Chantal, I'm sorry, Cleo begins. But once my mug is full, I storm past them both, not accepting their apologies. I catch a glimpse of Yasmin's bright red face as I pass. Good. She should be embarrassed. I take a seat at my desk and throw myself into my work, using the filing and spreadsheets to soothe my fury as the coffee grows cold. I sense a shadow falling over my desk and look up to see Chris standing over me, her brows furrowed with concern. Hey, are you okay? I jerk my head in the direction of where Yasmin and Cleo are whispering and stealing glances at me and shake it. Not here. Chris glances at the clock. It's almost lunchtime. I'm sure your husband won't object to you going out a little early. A quick look at his office window tells me that Jonas is watching. He gives me a slight nod. Despite working together, Chris and I haven't really spoken since the engagement, and I've missed her. Yeah, sure. We go to a little cafe down the street and pick a booth in a back corner. After the waitress takes our order, Chris leans in. Okay, spill. What's going on? I shake my head. It's nothing. Just stupid office gossip about me being a gold digger. But Yasmin brought my sister Elena into it, and I just kind of lost it. Chris's eyebrows shoot up and she looks about ready to physically fight Yasmin. What? That's screwed up. I know, I reply. I can take the rumors and the nonsense, but she has no right to bring my sister and nephew into it. And it's not like there isn't a grain of truth to the rumors that I had married Jonas for his money. It was not at all my idea, but the fact of the matter is that I agreed to it because he would pay all of Ben's medical bills and make sure that he was taken care of. I'm not doing this for me, but knowing that those rumors are just a little bit true does sting worse than any lie. Especially when my feelings are growing far beyond the practicalities of our union. Chris must see the look of pain on my face because she takes my hand. They're just jealous, and that sometimes makes people say awful things. I sigh. I know, but they're going around implying that I slept my way to the top. I don't want people to think that I'm not a professional. Chris snorts. Look, I don't know what happened with you and Mr. Madison that led to you getting married so quickly, and honestly, it's none of my business. But you are one of the hardest working and most professional people I have ever known. So screw them. Thanks, I say, wishing the waitress had brought out my coffee so that I can study it instead of meeting Chris's earnest gaze. I should have known this would happen, though. It's one of the oldest stories out there. A social climbing woman seduces a more powerful man, manipulating him to do her bidding. As long as I'm in that office, the rumors will persist. The thing is that I love this job. I know secretarial work is not particularly glamorous, but there's something so soothing about making sure that everything is on time and in its place. I don't want to quit, but if it means preserving my reputation and Jonas's, then I might not have any choice. I do want to know one thing, though, Chris says, drawing my attention back to her. What? I ask, just as the waitress brings us our lunch. A BLT and fries for her and French onion soup for me. Cheers waits until she's gone before she answers. Does he make you happy? Yes, I reply, and am momentarily taken aback by how quickly and naturally the response comes. It's the truth, but it still feels strange saying it out loud. Chris raises her eyebrows and takes a bite of her sandwich. Well, don't keep me hanging. What's he like? I had no idea you two were even dating until the engagement announcement. I can't help the smile that spreads across my cheeks. He might seem gruff at first, but once he's let his guard down, he's incredibly kind and an amazing father. Really? Because I heard... I shake my head, biting my tongue to keep myself from bad-mouthing Marnie. She may be awful, but she's still the mother of my stepson. None of those rumors are true. He's an incredibly devoted father, and great not only with his son, Kinsley, but with Ben, too, who I think he might be starting to see as a second son. She sits back, squinting at me. Okay, but how does he treat you? I blink. What? You're talking about how he treats his kids and other people, which is wonderful, don't get me wrong, but you never mentioned how he acts towards you. Oh. Now, this is something I'm not sure I'm ready to confront. Our relationship is purely contractual, though sometimes I think there may be more to it. But that could just be a fantasy. The longer I take to respond, the more her brows furrow with concern. He does treat you well, doesn't he? Because if he doesn't, I don't care if he's a billionaire. I'll throw him out his office window. I let out a surprised bark of laughter. That really isn't necessary. He's wonderful. Better than I could have ever imagined. It's hard to put it into words, but he's been nothing but good to me. She relaxes, a soft smile spreading across her cheeks. You really do love him. I can see it on your face. I just smile back at her. I'm not sure I'm ready to admit it out loud yet, but I think I might be falling for him. Cleo and Yasmin mostly leave me alone after the confrontation, but they're not the only ones whispering among themselves and sending me nasty looks. For 2 more days, I lean on Chris and try to ignore them, but the rumors seem to be getting more and more vicious. I'd never say it out loud, especially in front of Kinsley, but I suspect that Marnie is responsible for a lot of it. It seems like my name now trends every day on social media with the words #golddigger next to it. I've heard about celebrities and politicians buying bot armies to smear an opponent or an ex and try to manufacture a public bandwagon effect. If everyone seems to hate me, then there must be a reason. It's a hard decision, but ultimately, I write up my letter of resignation and print it out. I spot Jonas sitting at his desk and straighten my back, approaching him with my head held high. This is the right thing to do. It's the right thing for me, for him, and for the company. But still, with the paper in my hand, I feel like crying. I try to focus on the positives. If I do quit, I can spend more time with Ben and Kinsley. I can take Ben to all his physical therapy appointments and help them both with their schoolwork. And besides, it doesn't have to be forever. I just have to lie low until this all blows over. Steeling myself, I knock on the office door. Jonas, do you have a minute? We need to talk.
Chapter 21. Jonas. I spot Chantal approaching from down the hallway, her stride purposeful, an envelope clutched tightly in her hand. The look in her eyes is unmistakable, determination mixed with a hint of sorrow. My heart sinks as I realize what she's about to do. Chantal, I call out, intercepting her just before she reaches my office. Her eyes meet mine, and in that silent exchange I understand everything. She's planning to quit. Jonas, I need to talk to you, she begins, her voice steady but tinged with pain. She starts to hand me the envelope, but I raise a hand to stop her. No, I say firmly, my voice leaving no room for argument. We're not doing this. Her eyes widen in surprise. Jonas, these rumors, it's going to ruin both our reputations. I can't stay here with everyone thinking I'm a gold digger. I take a deep breath, trying to contain my frustration, not at her, but at the situation. Chantal, I'm not letting you resign over baseless rumors. Let's address this head on. Without another word, I grab my laptop and turn, heading toward the main conference room, motioning for her to follow. Employees look up from their workstations, their eyes following us as I stride past. Meeting. Now. My voice is brisk, the command loud and booming. By the time we reach the room, a murmur has spread through the office, and people begin to gather. As we enter the conference room, I can feel the weight of their gazes on us. Chantal stands by my side, and I can sense our solidarity without even looking at her. I set my laptop down and set it up, connecting it to the whiteboard behind me. When these rumors started, I started putting a little something together in case it got worse. And now is the perfect opportunity to use it. The room fills with employees, their whispers gradually dying down as they pick up on the seriousness of the moment. I've called this meeting to address some recent issues, I begin, my voice commanding attention. There have been rumors circulating about Chantal, and I want to make it very clear. I will not tolerate slander or harassment in this company. I pause, letting my words sink in, scanning the room to gauge their reactions. Some look shocked, others ashamed, and a few nod in agreement. Legal measures will be taken against anyone perpetuating these falsehoods, I continue, my tone unwavering. Spreading lies and tarnishing someone's reputation will not be given the time of day, and there will be consequences. Chantal stands tall beside me, her silent strength bolstering mine. I can feel the tension in her, but she remains resolute, her chin held high. Chantal is my wife, I say, emphasizing each word. She is not a gold digger. She is a dedicated, hard-working individual who has earned her place here through her own merit. I push a button on my laptop and gesture toward the projector, and a slide lights up the screen, displaying Chantal's commendations and glowing evaluations from various department heads. These are just a few examples of Chantal's contributions to our company. Her achievements speak for themselves. The room is silent, the weight of my words pressing down on everyone present. I switch to the next slide, revealing a significant company project. Moving forward, Chantal will be leading this project. I have complete faith in her capabilities and trust her to excel in this role. A murmur of approval ripples through the crowd, the tide of opinion visibly shifting. I place a hand on Chantal's shoulder, a gesture of both respect and affection. Chantal is not just an employee. She is my partner. We stand together. I look out at the assembled employees, my gaze unwavering. If anyone still doubts, I invite you to speak with me directly. As we exit the conference room, our steps are in perfect sync, and I turn to Chantal. You're not alone in this, Chantal. We're in this together. She looks up at me, her eyes shimmering. Thank you. I nod, the weight of our shared burden lightened by the bond we've strengthened today. Always, I reply, my voice soft but filled with conviction. I lead Chantal back to my office. Once inside, I close the door, shutting out the rest of the world. The room is filled with a quiet tension, the aftermath of the emotional storm we just weathered. Sit down, I say gently, gesturing to the chair across from my desk. She does, her movements graceful despite the weight she carries. I take the seat opposite her, our eyes locking again. Chantal, I need you to understand something. This isn't just about the company or the rumors. This is about us. I won't let anyone disrespect you or undermine what we're building together. She takes a deep breath, her eyes searching mine. Jonas, I appreciate what you did in there, but I don't want to cause any more problems for you. Your reputation is already tarnished thanks to Marnie. I cut in, my voice edged with frustration. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that we face this together. She looks down at her hands, twisting her fingers together. It's just so hard. People believe what they want to believe. Then we'll show them the truth, I say firmly. Your work speaks for itself. You've proven time and again that you're capable and dedicated. Let's not give these rumors any more power by letting them push you out. A tear slips down her cheek and she quickly brushes it away. I just don't want to be the reason you lose respect from your employees. I reach across the desk, taking her hand in mine. You're not. And if anyone here loses respect for me because I stand by my wife, then they're not the kind of people I want in this company anyway. Her grip tightens around my hand, the warmth of her touch grounding me. She doesn't say anything, but words are unnecessary. I can see her gratitude in her eyes. I squeeze her hand gently, a silent promise of my support. When I retract my hand, it suddenly feels empty and cold. We sit there in silence for a moment, the weight of our shared burden easing in the quiet comfort of each other's presence. Finally, I break the silence. I know this isn't easy, but we'll get through it. Together. She nods, a small smile brightening her face. Together. We return to work, the atmosphere in the office notably different after the meeting. I can already feel the shift in the way people look at Chantal. There's admiration now, a newfound appreciation for her resilience and strength. Later in the afternoon, I find Chantal in the break room, taking a moment for herself. I walk in, and she looks up, her expression softening when she sees me. Hey, I say, leaning against the counter beside her. How are you holding up? She gives a small shrug. Better, I think. It's just overwhelming. I smile at her, hoping to offer reassurance. But you handled it gracefully, as is the norm for you. I'm proud of you. She looks away, a shy smile playing on her lips. Thanks, Jonas. That means a lot coming from you. I watch her for a moment, the way her eyes crinkle at the corners when she smiles, The way she carries herself with such quiet strength. It's in these small, intimate moments that I see the depth of her character, the resilience that has carried her through so much. "Do you want to grab dinner tonight?" I ask, a spontaneous idea sparking in my mind. Just the two of us, a break from everything. She looks up, surprised, but then nods. "I'd like that." "Great," I say, feeling a sense of relief and anticipation. "I'll pick you up at 7. She smiles at me, and my heart catches in my throat. It's like watching a flower bloom. I can't wait. I return to my office but find it impossible to focus on any work. Chantal's bright smile and warm eyes are all I can think of. I reprimand myself. We are not that kind of couple. I have to remain professional and keep a respectful distance. I sigh, leaning back in my chair, my feet resting on the table. I succumb to my thoughts, indulging them for a bit. We haven't been together for long, but we already have so many lovely memories, especially with the children. Part of me can't wait to see what the future brings us.
Chapter 22. Chantal. The atmosphere at the office has shifted noticeably since Jonas's impassioned defense of my character. Colleagues who once eyed me with suspicion now greet me with warm smiles and nods of respect. It's a welcome change, one that fills me with a sense of belonging I hadn't felt before, even if it does sometimes feel a bit superficial. Still, the support from my peers creates an environment where I can finally breathe a little easier. On a particularly quiet afternoon, I overhear a snippet of conversation between two secretaries near the coffee machine. "Did you know Jonas's birthday is coming up? It's in just 2 days," one of them says, her voice carrying a hint of excitement. The news catches me off guard, and a rush of ideas floods my mind. How could I have forgotten? What better way to show my gratitude than to plan a special celebration for him? Sure, the office will likely band together and get him a cake or something, but I want to give him something with more meaning. I decide to enlist the help of Kinsley and Ben, and the next 2 days are a whirlwind of planning and secrecy. I make a list of Jonas's favorite dishes and gather the ingredients, while Kinsley and Ben help with decorations, their enthusiasm infectious. We decide to keep the surprise under wraps, adding an element of excitement to our preparations. On 2 separate occasions, the boys almost let something spill, but I managed to keep the party plans a secret by covering for them. We spend hours baking and decorating, the kitchen becoming a hive of activity. On the day of Jonas's birthday, the house buzzes with the children's anticipation. The kids and I work together seamlessly, our efforts culminating in a beautifully set table and the aroma of a home-cooked feast wafting through the air. Streamers hang from the ceiling, and balloons are tied to the chairs. A banner that reads "Happy Birthday" stretches across the living room, and I can't help but smile at how corny it all is. As the final touches are put in place, I hear the sound of Jonas's car pulling into the driveway. The children quickly don their party hats, their grins widening as they wait for the perfect moment. When Jonas steps through the front door, he's greeted by a chorus of "Surprise!" Kinsley jumps up and down, his and Ben's faces alight with joy. The look on Jonas's face is one of genuine astonishment, his eyes darting from the decorated room to the dinner spread out on the table. "Wow," he says, his voice filled with emotion. "I don't know what to say." "Happy birthday, Jonas," I say, stepping forward. "We wanted to do something special for you." Jonas takes in the scene, his expression softening. "You've outdone yourselves," he says, a rare vulnerability in his eyes. "Birthdays haven't meant much to me in a long time, but this is incredible." We sit down to dinner, Jonas now wearing his own blue party hat, the atmosphere warm and filled with laughter. Kinsley and Ben take turns telling stories and making jokes, their antics bringing a lightness to the evening. After dinner and cake, Kinsley and Ben come rushing into the living room, their eyes sparkling with excitement. "Daddy! Daddy!" Kinsley exclaims, bouncing on his toes. "We have presents for you." Jonas smiles, his eyes softening as he turns to the children. "You do? I can't wait to see them." Kinsley, with a flourish, produces a small, neatly wrapped box and hands it to Jonas. "Open mine first," he insists. Jonas carefully unwraps the box, revealing a top hat. He lifts it out, his eyebrows raising in amused surprise. "A top hat?" he asks, turning it over in his hands. "Yes," Kinsley beams. "Like the man in the movie we watched together. Now you can look just like him." I can't help but burst out laughing. We watched an animated movie with the villain looking like a flamboyant mafia leader not so long ago. Jonas laughs too, a deep, warm sound that fills the room. He places the hat on his head, tipping it playfully. "How do I look?" "Very handsome," Kinsley declares with a decisive nod. "Just like the man in the movie." "Thank you, my boy," Jonas says, pulling him into a hug. "I love it." Not to be outdone, Ben wheels forward, holding out a slightly larger, brightly wrapped package. "This one is from me," he says proudly. Jonas takes the gift, carefully unwrapping it to reveal a briefcase covered in playful designs of cars and trains. His eyes widen with genuine delight. "Wow, Ben, this is amazing. I've never seen anything like it. And since I've never seen another CEO with a briefcase like this, I'm going to be the coolest one ever." Ben grins, his little chest puffing up with pride. "I thought you could use it for work, and now you can think of us when you're at the office." Jonas kneels down, wrapping Ben in a hug. "This is the best briefcase ever. Thank you, Ben. I'll use it every day and think of you both." Watching this exchange, my heart swells with emotion. Jonas pulls both children into a tight hug, his eyes meeting mine over their heads. "You two have made this the best birthday I've ever had," he says, his voice thick with emotion. "Thank you." As the day draws to a close, we gather in the living room, the boys talking excitedly. "Remember that time we went to the zoo?" Kinsley asks, her eyes bright. "And Daddy tried to feed the giraffe?" Jonas chuckles, nodding. "Yes, and it almost took my hat off with its tongue. You laughed so hard you almost fell over." Ben giggles, looking up at Jonas with admiration. "Can we go to the zoo again sometime?" "Of course, buddy," Jonas replies, ruffling Ben's hair. "We'll plan another trip soon." As the evening winds down, we tuck the children into bed, their eyes heavy with sleep, but their smiles still bright. "Thank you for helping make this a special night for Jonas," I whisper to them as I kiss their foreheads. "Did he like it?" Kinsley asks, his voice drowsy. "Yes, sweetheart. He loved it," I assure him, brushing a strand of hair from his face. Returning to the living room, I find Jonas sitting on the couch, the room bathed in the soft glow of candlelight. I sit beside him, feeling a mix of nerves and excitement as I hand him a small, wrapped gift. "This is for you," I say, my voice barely above a whisper. "I hope you like it." Jonas unwraps the gift carefully, revealing a framed photo of the four of us, Jonas, Kinsley, Ben, and me, taken during our trip to the ocean park. His fingers trace the edge of the frame, and his eyes lift to meet mine, a depth of emotion shimmering in their depths. "Chantal, this is—" He pauses, the words catching in his throat. "This means more to me than you can imagine." We sit in silence for a moment, the air between us charged with unspoken feelings. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, we inch closer to each other, the magnetism between us undeniable. Jonas reaches out, cupping my cheek with a tenderness that sends a shiver down my spine. Our lips meet in a tentative kiss, a blend of curiosity and unacknowledged desire. The kiss deepens quickly, a wave of passion and longing washing over us, blurring the lines of our contractual marriage. In the flicker of candlelight, we lose ourselves in each other, the joy of the day spilling over into the night. Jonas's hands explore the contours of my face, my neck, as if memorizing every detail. I respond in kind, my fingers threading through his hair, our breaths mingling in the heated space between us. We pull back slightly, our foreheads resting together, both of us breathing heavily. "Chantal," Jonas whispers, his voice husky with emotion. Tonight has been perfect." I smile, my heart swelling with a mix of happiness and vulnerability. "It's because of you, Jonas. You've given us so much. I just wanted to give a little back." He kisses me again, a lingering promise in the gesture. "You've given me more than I ever expected."
Chapter 23. Jonas.
Looks like the level of passion in this chapter is pushing YouTube's limit.
It's disappointing, I know. Trust me when I say we want nothing more than to get down to the dirty details.
But releasing these free audiobooks on YouTube means that we have to abide by the rules.
Even though YouTube won't allow us to put something so spicy on the air, you can still find it on tylerwalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an unbelievable collection of uncut, unabridged audiobooks and ebooks.
For access to the full, unfiltered scene, go to tylerwalker.com and use code SAVE40 for 40% off any digital product.
This is the deal of a lifetime, a discount that can be applied to bundles that are already listed at a discounted price.
You heard that right. It's time for you to treat yourself.
With Miss Tyler.
Chapter 24. Chantal. The morning light filters softly through the curtains, casting a warm glow over the room. I stir, my body gradually waking up. As I open my eyes, I find Jonas lying beside me, his gaze fixed on me with an unfamiliar softness. There's a warmth in his blue eyes that both comforts and confuses me. He smiles gently, and the vulnerability of the moment makes my heart swell with a mix of hope and uncertainty. "Good morning," he murmurs, his voice still husky from sleep. "Good morning," I reply, my voice soft. The intimacy of the moment wraps around us like a cozy blanket. He reaches out, his fingers brushing lightly against my cheek. "Did you sleep well?" he asks, his touch sending a shiver down my spine. "I did," I whisper, my eyes locking with his. "What about you?" "Better than I have in a long time," he admits, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "Last night was special." His words linger in the air, my heart heavy with unspoken feelings. I nod, not trusting myself to speak, afraid that any words might shatter this beautiful moment. As we lie there, the silence between us is filled with a multitude of emotions. The uncertainty of our future hangs over me, but for now, I cling to the warmth of the present. Eventually, we pull ourselves out of bed and head to the kitchen. "Sit and relax. I'll make breakfast," Jonas says and grabs eggs in a pan. I hesitantly sit down at the kitchen island. "Are you sure? I can help." He nods, his smile genuine as he starts preparing eggs and puts bread in the toaster. I watch him make us breakfast, the two of us the only ones awake. After quickly checking on the boys, who are still soundly asleep, I return to a kitchen smelling divine. My stomach growls loudly enough to embarrass me. Jonas chuckles. "I'm glad you're looking forward to breakfast." My cheeks heat up and sit down with him. I won't even try to deny that he's right. The eggs are prepared just the way I love them, sunny side up with ground black pepper. I dig in, genuinely enjoying the eggs, bacon, and toast. "This is delicious," I praise between mouthfuls. Jonas reaches across the table to brush a stray lock of hair behind my ear, a simple act that feels charged with meaning. His touch lingers, his fingers brushing my skin, and I can't help but notice how striking his blue eyes are up close. The kids eventually join us, their laughter and chatter filling the room. Seeing the hearty breakfast that's been prepared for them, they excitedly sit with me, eager to taste Jonas's food. Jonas squeezes my hand in a fleeting, yet significant touch. The gesture is brief, but it leaves a warmth in its wake, a silent communication that stays with me long after. This tension between us is something that I can't deny, and it makes my heart race. The sun bathes the backyard in a warm glow, perfect for a family barbecue. Kinsley and Ben buzz with excitement, darting around the garden, their laughter ringing through the air. I stand at the grill, flipping burgers, while Jonas pours lemonade for everyone, the scene so domestic it feels almost surreal. The scent of grilling meat mingles with the fresh scent of cut grass. Ben tugs at Jonas's pant leg, holding up a water balloon. "Can we have a water balloon fight after lunch?" Jonas crouches down, ruffling Ben's hair. "Of course, buddy, but you have to promise not to aim for my face, all right?" Ben nods eagerly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Deal!" I watch the interaction, my heart warming at the sight. I place the last burger on a bun and set the platter on the table. "All right, everyone, dig in." We all sit, the kids eagerly piling their plates with food. The conversation flows easily, filled with jokes and stories. Jonas recounts a funny incident from work that has Ben laughing so hard he nearly spits out his lemonade. "Jonas, stop making them laugh so much while they're eating," I scold playfully, nudging him with my elbow. "Hey, it's my job to keep the kids entertained," Jonas replies, winking at me. After lunch, true to his word, Jonas gathers the water balloons and distributes them among the kids. Kinsley finds a sled Ben can use as a shield so that he and Jonas don't have too much of an unfair advantage. I step back, ready to observe, but Jonas grabs my hand, pulling me into the fray. "You're not getting out of this," he says, his grin mischievous. I laugh, accepting a balloon from him. "All right, but don't blame me if you get soaked." The ensuing water balloon fight is a chaotic, joyful mess. Kinsley and Ben's laughter echoes as they chase Jonas and me around the yard. I hit Jonas square in the back and he turns, mock surprised. "You're in trouble now," he teases, launching a balloon my way. It bursts on impact, drenching me, and I laugh, the sound pure and unrestrained. As the balloons run out, we collapse onto the grass, breathless and soaked. "That was the best," Ben declares, his voice tired but happy. I look over at Jonas, our eyes meeting in a moment of shared contentment. For this brief period, all doubts and uncertainties fade away, leaving behind a simple truth. We are becoming a family.
Chapter 25. Jonas. The sun is bright and warm, casting a golden hue over the school playground, making it the perfect weather for a family day at the school. The day was arranged ages ago and I nearly forgot about it. Fortunately, Chantal made sure we arrived on time and ready for a day of fun with the kids. I lean against a tree, watching her play with Ben and Kinsley. They're in the middle of a game of tag, Kinsley's giggles ringing out as he clumsily dodges Chantal's playful swipes. Ben sits on the sidelines, cheering them both on, his eyes lighting up every time Chantal glances his way with a smile. "Come on, Kinsley, you can do it," Ben shouts, his crutches propped against the bench next to him. He only recently graduated from the wheelchair, and he's enjoying the newfound freedom of movement. Crutches, though, are more tiring, so he's taking a break. Chantal catches Kinsley, wrapping him in a gentle hug as they both collapse onto the grass in a fit of laughter. My heart swells with emotion at the sight, a mix of pride and something deeper, more profound, that I'm not ready to fully acknowledge yet. I sit down next to Ben, feeling a bit bad for him. He doesn't seem too bothered, though, and I have to admire the boy's spirit. I catch Chantal's eye across the playground and smile, but I know it doesn't reach my eyes. There's a storm of internal debate raging inside me, the urge to reveal my growing feelings for her clashing with the fear of what that might mean for all of us. My thoughts keep going back and forth between the memories we've created so far, and my heart feels ready to burst. A whistle blows, signaling the start of the three-legged race meant for the adults. Chantal and I pair up, our legs bound together with a strip of fabric. We line up at the starting line, and I can't help but feel a jolt of fear at how natural it feels to be doing this with her. But that's normal, right? We've grown quite close since our time together started. Our closeness makes my heart race, but also gives me a warm feeling in my veins. To say that I feel confused is an understatement. I shake my head. I need to focus on the race and make the boys proud. Ready? I ask, looking down at Chantal, trying to ignore the warmth that spreads through me at our closeness. She nods, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Let's win this thing. I grin. Her enthusiasm makes me feel better. We take off at the sound of the whistle, our movements not so surprisingly in sync. Every step we take together, every shared laugh, feels like a piece of a puzzle clicking into place. I can't shake the feeling that this is how it's supposed to be, but the thought terrifies me. What if it all falls apart? Come on, Jonas, we're almost there. Chantal's voice pulls me back to the present, and we cross the finish line together, breathless and laughing. We hug in victory, the boys looking at us with proud grins. After the race, we dedicate our time to helping Ben with a school activity designed to be inclusive of all abilities. His determination is palpable, and the tenderness with which Chantal helps him is heartwarming. You're doing great, Ben, I say, holding his crutch steady as he navigates an obstacle course. Just a few more steps. Thanks, Ben replies, his face set with concentration. Chantal looks up at me, her eyes soft. You're his biggest role model, you know. I feel a warmth spread through me at her words. I think it's you who brings out the best in him. These days, I'm experiencing all kinds of warmness when I'm around her and the kids. I have to fight the urge to hold her against me. I can imagine running my hand through her hair, caressing her soft skin. With a shake of my head, I try to focus on the day's activities. The day is a blend of children's excitement and laughter, and proud parents smiling widely. I actually can't help but enjoy myself. When the activities simmer down a bit, we find a spot to rest and eat. Chantal hands me a homemade picnic lunch she prepared, our fingers brushing. The contact sends a jolt through me, and I have to suppress the urge to hold her hand instead of the sandwich. Hope you like it, she says, a hint of nervousness in her voice. I take a bite, savoring the taste. It's delicious, Chantal, thank you. We sit together, the kids moving around us, their laughter filling the air. I watch them, feeling a sense of contentment I haven't felt in years. Come, boys, you have to eat. Chantal calls them over with mock sternness. They don't even pretend to want to disobey. It takes them longer than necessary to eat, but the promise of more fun once they're done puts a fire under them. Later in the afternoon, we go to watch Kinsley get his moment of fame on stage. The stage is set with simple but colorful props, and parents and children alike buzz with anticipation as they find their seats. Chantal and I settle into our spots in the front row, giving us a perfect view of the stage. Ben sits next to me, his eyes wide with excitement. The play is an adaptation of a classic fairy tale, and Kinsley has been cast as the brave knight, a role he's been practicing for weeks. The play begins, and I watch with a mix of pride and emotion as Kinsley steps onto the stage, wearing a makeshift suit of armor and carrying a cardboard sword. His face is a picture of concentration as he delivers his lines, and his clear, strong voice carries across the audience. To the dragon's lair I shall go, Kinsley declares, his small frame exuding confidence and determination. My smile is mirrored on Chantal's face. We're both very proud parents at this moment. She leans her head on my shoulder as we watch Kinsley do his thing in the school play, and I stiffen momentarily, conflicted about the comfort her closeness brings. It feels so right, yet I can't shake the fear of what it means for our future. He's doing great, isn't he? Chantal whispers, her breath warm against my ear. He's amazing, I reply, my voice thick with emotion. Our little knight. As the play progresses, Kinsley faces various challenges, every time displaying courage and ingenuity. The other children play their parts well, and the audience is captivated by their performances. Laughter and applause fill the air as the play reaches its climax, with Kinsley confronting the dragon, a cleverly crafted puppet operated by two of his classmates. "I will not be afraid," Kinsley proclaims, raising his sword high, "for I am the bravest knight in the land." The audience erupts in applause, and I find myself clapping the loudest, pride swelling in my chest. Ben joins in, his small hands clapping enthusiastically. As the play ends, Kinsley takes a bow, his face beaming with pride. Afterward, he runs to me. "Did you see me, Dad? Did you see?" "You were amazing, Kinsley," I say, my voice full of genuine pride. During a quiet moment, I notice a loose thread on Chantal's blouse. Without thinking, I reach out to fix it, the proximity between us electric. My mind flashes back to the night we spent together, the passion and intimacy we shared. I quickly step back, the moment too intimate, too charged. "Thank you," she says softly. "No problem," I reply, trying to steady my racing heart. As the family day winds down, we gather our things, ready to head home. Chantal looks up at me, and I see the same mix of emotions swirling in my heart, reflected in her eyes. "Today was wonderful," she says, her voice soft and sincere. "Yes, it was," I reply, my heart heavy with the weight of everything left unsaid.
Chapter 26. Chantal. I ruffle Ben's hair in front of his friends, eliciting a groan of annoyance that amuses rather than deters me. "I'm heading to the car. You and Kinsley can come over when you're done saying goodbye." He throws his arms around me, giving me a squeeze. Kinsley follows suit, giving me a hug the way that kids do when they're too young to be embarrassed by their parental figures. I pat his blonde hair. "What's that for?" "I love you, Mom," Kinsley says. My heart nearly stops beating. "Did you just say Mom?" His eyes go wide with a touch of fear. We've been having him see a therapist, but Marnie's treatment of him has done a number on his sense of self-worth. "Is it okay if I call you that? I mean, I know you're not my real mom, but you act like a really good one, and Joey P. calls his stepmom Mom. So I thought you might want that too." Tears well in my eyes as I hug him, lifting him off his feet as I spin him in a circle. Setting him down, I surreptitiously wipe them away before kneeling in front of him. "I would be honored to be your mom." He sniffles, throwing his arms around me again, and Ben joins us in a group hug containing two of my 3 favorite boys in the world. When we let go, Ben shocks me by saying, "Can I call you Mom too, and Jonas Dad?" My breath catches in my lungs again, the grief twinging in my chest. I love Ben like he's my own, but I would never have suggested that. It would feel too much like erasing Elena, and the last thing I want to do is erase his amazing mother from his memory. But I also don't want him to feel left out of the family unit. "Are you sure?" I ask. "I don't want you to feel like you have to, or that I'm replacing your mom." He nods, looking much older than his years. "I think Mommy would be okay with it. She knows how much you love me." This time, the waterworks do come, the warmth of my love colliding with the cold of my grief to create a massive tornado of emotions as I hug Ben. "I do love you, and I'll do anything for you." "I love you too, Mom. Sorry I made you sad." "It's a good kind of sad," I say. "It's the kind of sad that you feel because you know what it means to love." Getting to my feet, I wipe my eyes and kiss the tops of both their heads. "Go say goodbye to your friends. I'll be by the car when you're ready." As I leave, I catch Jonas's eye. He's talking with the principal and several administrators. Earlier, he told me that he was going to look into renovating the school to make it more accommodating for Ben and kids like him. Judging by the way he's putting on the charm, his aim is to do just that. On impulse, I blow him a kiss. He mimes catching it and pressing it to his heart, the odd gesture gaining the attention of his little group. They turn to me, and I give them a small wave before pointing in the direction of the parking lot, letting Jonas know where he could find me. They wave back, and the conversation continues. As wonderful as this day has been, I need a break and some quiet, so I head to the car. Leaning against it, I close my eyes, savoring the warm, early summer air. My phone buzzes, and I furrow my brows as I pull it out of my purse. The text message comes from an unknown number. Time to cash in, you gold-digging bitch. Only one name comes to mind. Marnie. A growing pit gnaws at my stomach as I stare at the message. Something terrible is about to happen. I can feel it in my bones. Kinsley and Jonas are out there. They could be in danger. Ben could be in danger too. Jonas! I call out, shoving the phone in my pocket and jogging back to the school. The screech of wheels pierces the air as a black vehicle comes barreling towards me. With a cry, I leap out of the way, landing on the sidewalk. Before I can recover, though, a pair of strong hands hooks under my armpits and drags me to my feet. No! I scream. Jonas! Someone help! I fight like a cornered animal, kicking and screaming and biting, anything to get away from the three men that surround me. I claw at one guy's face. A well-aimed elbow to the gut gets the hands to release me while a kick to another's crotch buys me time to break free. I stagger out of their grip and run, adrenaline and panic dulling all other senses. Chantal! I hear Jonas cry. A massive body tackles me to the ground. Someone kicks me in the head, and suddenly the world goes hazy as my limbs refuse to comply with my desire to escape. Nausea wells in my stomach, threatening to spill over as those hands grab me again and drag me backwards. Still, I kick weakly and try to call for help, making my voice louder than the buzzing in my ears. They throw me into the trunk of the van, and I really hope that Ben and Kinsley aren't watching. I don't want to think about their screams and tear-streaked faces. Someone handcuffs my hands in front of me and shoves a gag in my mouth. Closing my eyes, I will away the nausea. Throwing up on a gag sounds unpleasant at best, and like a recipe for aspiration pneumonia at worst. Ugh, the bitch nearly scratched my eyes out, one of the men says. Let me take care of that, says another, pulling out the first aid kit. While they're distracted, I slowly slip my phone out of my front pocket and open it. Carefully typing in the password, while simultaneously keeping an eye on them, I open the Find My Phone app and share my location with Jonas. Then, I slip my phone back into my pocket. What is Marnie doing? Why would she kidnap me? I rack my brain for things I know about her. 1, she's volatile. 2, she has her own money and power, though not as much as Jonas. 3, she was cruel to both him and their son. 4, she can be violent. 5, she really doesn't like me. But is she crazy enough to kidnap me? And to what end? Jonas isn't going to come back to her, and she doesn't seem to have any interest in him, at least not in being his wife anymore. She's made it abundantly clear how much she dislikes me. Does she see me as a threat to her relationship with her son? Well, if that's the case, she should have thought about that before abusing Kinsley. And why would she have me kidnapped and not him? Not that she would be logical or rational about that kind of thing. I've seen firsthand how violent her mood swings can be. And then there's the text message. She called me a gold digger. So, is it just about money? As a high-end fashion designer, she has plenty of her own without Jonas's help, but she might still feel entitled to more. As they drive, I stare out the window, making note of any streets or landmarks, but it increasingly feels like we aren't going anywhere. They're just driving around for the sake of driving around. Okay, I'm en route to the rendezvous point, the driver says. Go ahead and give her the rag. On it, one of the kidnappers says. He takes a rag out of a bottle and holds it up to my face. Just breathe, and you'll go right to sleep. I try to hold my breath for as long as I can, but I need to breathe eventually. I gasp, inhaling the sickly sweet odor of chloroform. My struggling against him grows weaker as darkness dances at the edge of my vision. All the strength leaves my limbs, and the world fades to black.
Chapter 27. Jonas. Help! Jonas! Chantal cries. Panic pierces my heart as I turn to the sound of her terrified voice. She's breaking free of 3 men wearing black balaclavas and running towards me. Chantal! I yell, running to her. But I'm too late. I'm always too late. One of the men tackles her while another kicks her in the head. I pick up my pace to a sprint, but they're faster, lifting her up and throwing her into the back of a black van. With the screech of rubber on pavement, the car speeds out of the school. I slow to a stop, grabbing my phone from my pocket to call the police, the terrified look in her eyes haunting me. "Dad!" Kinsley exclaims, running up to me. Ben is behind him, moving his wheelchair as fast as he can go. "What happened? Mom was screaming. Where did she go? Is she okay?" I barely register that he referred to Chantal as his mother. "Kinsley, I begin, but words fail. Ben finally catches up, looking out of breath and panicked. "Who were they? What do they want?" I kneel and pull them both into a hug, never wanting to let go. "I'll get her back. I promise." Straightening up, I call the police and explain the situation. They say something about sending help, but they get abruptly cut off by my phone buzzing. A notification pops up that reads, "Chantal wants to share her location with you." I immediately accept it. For a moment, I'm floored by her quick thinking. She has to be terrified, but she's still level-headed enough to give me a clue to rescue her. I speak quickly to the person on the other end. Tell them she has her phone and she shared her location with me. "I will. The nearest squad car is about 10 minutes away from your location. Are you safe?" "I think so," I reply, scanning the area for any other potential attackers. "I have our kids with me. I'm going to get them inside just in case." "Good idea, sir." I turn to the kids and get them inside as quickly as possible. "What about Mom?" Ben asks, tears welling in his eyes. Ben calling her mom is new too. When she comes back, I'll have to ask her about it. "The police are coming. Until then, I need to keep you two safe, so we're going inside. Come on, Kinsley, take my hand. Everything will be okay." I pray that the universe will not make a liar out of me. "The police are about 5 minutes from your location now," the operator says. I sit the kids down in the waiting area for parents who need to pick up their children. "Thank you." I text the nannies asking for them to take care of the kids and then pull up the location Chantal shared, watching as the little dot showing her movements takes a left turn and then a right. She's on Madison Avenue right now. "Excellent. I'm going to ask that you stay on the line until the police arrive. Is that okay with you?" "Yeah," I say. "It's fine." As promised, the police arrive a few minutes later, followed closely by one of Kinsley's nannies. She and a police escort take them home while I explain the situation to the other officers and show them her movement on the phone. "Very quick thinking," Officer Jones says, studying its path. "Have you noticed her moving in a particular direction?" I shake my head. I've been trying to figure out where they're going, but it doesn't make sense. "We'll need you to come with us to the station. We'll start putting together a task force to find and retrieve her. Do you know who could have done this?" I shake my head. "I know I have plenty of enemies, but Chantal doesn't. Whoever they are, they're probably using her to get to me. And it's working. All I can think about is her alone, terrified and hurting. There are so many things I want to say, but I might never get the chance. I love her. I think I've loved her from the moment I saw her stand up to Marnie to protect Kinsley. And now, I might not ever be able to tell her. Losing Chantal would be like losing my whole world. I'm not sure if I'll be able to take that kind of grief, let alone be the father that Kinsley and Ben deserve." We head over to the police station. An hour passes, and then 2. Still, the car has not stopped moving for more than a minute, and I haven't had any word from the kidnappers. And then my phone rings. The police all go silent to trace the call as I answer. "Jonas," Marnie's voice slithers from the other end of the line. I sigh, unable to keep the irritation from my voice. Look, Marnie, I'm waiting on an important call, so we can't talk right now. What's it about? She asks. It's nothing that concerns you, so please hang up, I snap, about to end the call before she can get another word in. Is it about Chantal? Her voice is sickly sweet as grape cough medicine. My blood runs cold. What? Your wife? Is the call you're waiting on about Chantal? How did you know? Call it intuition. I can picture her twirling her hair, an almost coquettish smile on her face. It can't be. Why would she kidnap Chantal? What have you done to her? I growl. Nothing yet. She's just gone for a little ride. And if you do what I say, your new gold-digging brat of a wife will be just fine. I squeeze the phone hard enough for it to almost crack in my grip. Marnie. Jonas. She parrots back in the same tone. What do you want? Now you're getting to the real questions. Mostly I want to talk. In private. I know you already called the cops, but for the sake of Chantal's safety, you'll come alone. Is that all? My jaws clench so hard I think I might pop a tendon. Wear that suit you wore to our wedding, and bring me that diamond necklace. You know, the one that belonged to your mother. I've always had my eye on that. She gives me the address for where we're going to meet up. Okay. And you should hurry. You weren't fast enough to save your brother, but maybe you'll be fast enough to save her. Damn you! That's a low blow even by her standards. She tuts. Is that how you speak to the mother of your child? Anyway, I'll see you in 2 hours. That should give you plenty of time to do as I asked. Toodles. With that, she hangs up the phone. We got a trace, Officer Jones says, showing me her location on a map. It matches where Chantal's phone has been sitting for the past 5 minutes, and the address she gave me. I'm going, I say, meeting the eyes of the officers and daring them to challenge me. And I'm going alone. No, you're not, Officer Jones declares. We'll give the appearance of it while staying close by. You'll be provided with a wire and a bulletproof vest, and we're intervening at the first sign of trouble. I think for a moment, considering his suggestion. I'll take the vest, but not the wire. I don't want to do anything that will piss her off. Before they can respond, I'm already striding out the door. The suit I wore to our wedding is buried in the back of the closet. I put on the bulletproof vest underneath and get dressed before collecting the necklace she wants. Before I go, though, I check on the kids. Ben and Kinsley are huddled together in bed, their faces still tear-streaked, and their brows furrowed with worry, even while unconscious. They cried themselves to sleep, the nanny explains in a hushed whisper. Those poor kids. I nod and press a kiss to both their foreheads, silently promising to do whatever it takes to bring Chantal back. I love you, I whisper to them. Then I turn to the nanny. Thank you for watching them. I'll be back soon. With that, I head out the door. I shoot a final glance at the police on my tail. They're all in unmarked vehicles and will be parking out of sight of the building. Loosening my tie, I take a breath to steel myself and prepare to confront Marnie.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to tylerwalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 28. Chantal. The ropes that bind my hands behind the back of the rusty metal chair are itchy and rough. They dig into my skin, leaving painful rope burns every time I struggle against them. But I can't not struggle against them. I have to get out of here. For my family, comes the sudden hopeful thought in the midst of my fear. The whole time I've been here, which must be hours by now, all I've been thinking of is my family. And not just Ben. Jonas and Kinsley are there too, flashing across my mind like the family I always dreamed of. They are the family I always dreamed of, I realize, and my heart breaks at the thought of what they must be feeling right now. I still have no idea what Marnie's intentions for me are, and for a moment I wonder if she's deranged enough to torture me. The thought sends a shiver up my spine, but I tell myself I've just seen one too many thrillers. My thoughts are suddenly cut short. "Take her to the edge," comes a familiar voice through the darkness. The two men who abducted me, and have been milling around until now, comply. Metal scraping across concrete fills my ears as they swiftly drag my chair to the edge of the abandoned rooftop. I can't see behind me, but I can feel the sudden force of the wind coasting across the fourth-floor building. If I could, I'd probably scream, cry for help, maybe beg Marnie for mercy. But the gag in my mouth stops me. I only hope the pleading look in my eyes conveys what I want to say. Please, let me go. Please don't do this. Please think of my boys. But if my eyes do convey that, I have no way of knowing it. The scowl on Marnie's face as she emerges from the unfinished concrete overhang remains unchanged. "You'd better hope he's coming," she snaps, getting close enough for some of her spittle to land on my cheek. Then again, the look on his face when he sees you hit the pavement might be worth losing the money. She breaks out into a cruel smile, and I have to will myself not to cry. I don't want to give her the satisfaction, but inside I'm panicking. I knew Marnie was abusive, but this is another level entirely. Then suddenly I hear the unmistakable sound of footsteps echoing off bare concrete. A wave of relief and a wave of dread crashes over me at the same time. I know, even before I see him, that it's Jonas who came to rescue me. But I still don't know what Marnie's plan is. If she wants Jonas here, it can't be for a good reason. A second later, I see him rushing onto the roof. The sheer joy at seeing his face again is overwhelming, and I feel tears start to prick at my eyes. Jonas, however, stops dead in his tracks when he sees me. The look in his eyes is one of pure heartbreak. "Oh my God, Chantal! Marnie, what the hell have you done?" His voice sits right between panic and outrage, but Marnie seems unfazed. "Nothing yet," she teases, taking slow, measured steps toward Jonas. "But Mario and Dante here will be happy to send your little girlfriend down to the ground floor the moment I ask." She gestures back to the two burly men still standing either side of me, and from the corner of my eye I see them nod. "We're over, Marnie," Jonas yells, talking a few steps forward. "And you're not going to get me back by threatening my wife." Jonas's face is set in an expression of rage now, but Marnie only lets out a cruel laugh in response. "This isn't about getting you back, you narcissist," she cries, her voice high-pitched and eerie. I can see the whites of her eyes, even from here. "I don't want you. I want your company." She flashes Jonas a grin that makes my blood run cold. The machinations of her plan are finally made clear, and it brings up wave after wave of outrage and anger in me. Hasn't she taken enough from Jonas? From Kinsley? And now she thinks she can use me to steal everything Jonas has worked so hard to build? If I could, I'd clock her in the mouth right now, even if I'm not normally one for violence. But I guess nothing about the situation I find myself in is normal. I struggle against the ropes, even if I know it's in vain. But this time they feel ever so slightly looser. Still, they're nowhere near loose enough for me to give Marnie what she deserves. Instead, I'm forced to simply watch as it all plays out before me. I watch helplessly as Jonas's eyes grow wide and mouth falls agape at her audacity. I can see dozens of thoughts flashing through his mind, and at the same time, dozens are flashing through mine. There's no way he can give up the company. And even if he did, Marnie would surely get caught, and he'd probably get it back anyways. I try to speak through my gag, but a brutal smack across the face from Marnie silences me. It leaves my cheeks stinging and my vision dazed, and I realize, in a haze, that tears are rolling down my cheeks. It's not from the pain that I'm crying, though. It's from everything else. "Stop it!" Jonas's voice rings out, echoing harshly off the concrete. "I'll give you what you want, Marnie. Just leave Chantal alone. She's done nothing wrong." With a flick of Marnie's wrist, the two men grab Jonas, forcing him into the overhang. Marnie follows, and through the darkness, I see her pull out a sheaf of papers. A pen is thrust into his hand, and I can see the grimace on his face as he grasps it. But I can't be the reason he loses everything. I know I can't. The ropes that have been cutting into my skin make my wrists burn. But I don't care. I need to get out of here. It's the only way to save Jonas, save myself, and save the boys. With a wrenching pain, I manage to free one hand from my restraints, just as Jonas puts pen to paper. But the cry that comes from my mouth as I pull out the gag and free my other hand stops him mid-stroke. Marnie's wild eyes catch sight of me, and even as my chair clatters to the ground, she's upon me. But there's no way I'm going down without a fight. I'm not going down at all, if I can help it. "Jonas!" I cry, as Marnie grabs me by my blouse and I grapple against her. "Whatever you do, don't sign." "Stay the hell out of this!" Marnie screams in my face before yanking on my disheveled ponytail. I let out a cry, but there's too much adrenaline coursing through me for that to stop me. Instead, I spin her around and wrap an arm around her throat. I've just barely got her restrained when she kicks back at me, and I almost topple backward, Marnie still in my grip. "Chantal!" Jonas's panicked cry splits the air, and I suddenly realize why. I'm just a step away from bringing us both tumbling over the roof's edge.
Chapter 29. Jonas. My heart jumps into my throat as I see Chantal and Marnie stumbling toward the edge of the building. "Chantal!" The cry escapes my lips without even thinking, bursting from my chest as if the force of my voice could save her. For a second, I'm afraid it's not enough, and my heart almost jumps out of my chest. But then, a wave of relief crashes over me. Chantal stops just short of the edge as she notices the danger she's in. I see the panic in her eyes, watch her try to push the struggle away from the edge, but Marnie is either unaware or unconcerned about how close they are to falling to their deaths. A brief, terrible thought flashes through my mind. Does Marnie want to kill them both? The awful realization hits that she's perfectly capable of that. Until today, I wouldn't have thought so, but now, all I know is, I need to get to them, to Chantal. I launch myself toward the brawling women, but I don't get more than a few steps before I have my own troubles to deal with. The two men who were making their way toward Marnie and Chantal until now suddenly turn toward me. I see the ugly looks on their faces, the one with his lip curled into a snarl, the other with his eyebrows knit. "Don't even think about it," one growls, taking a menacing step toward me. But I'm not about to let him get between me and Chantal. Before he knows what's happening, I lunge forward, striking him right on the jaw. My fist makes a distinctive crack as it connects, and I feel the pain shoot through my hand. The other one jumps in then and manages to crack me on the chin. My head snaps to one side with the force of it, but I barely register the pain this time. Everything in me needs to reach Chantal before it's too late. I pull back my fist and let out a guttural yell before landing a swift punch to the second guy's stomach. The impact takes him by surprise, and it puts him out of commission for a moment as he wheezes desperately. By that time, though, the first guy is upon me again. Back and forth we trade blows, But throughout it all, I have one eye on Chantal. She's still grappling with Marnie by the building's edge, and my heart races every time I catch a glimpse of her. The men are still coming on strong, but they're just hired goons. I'm the one with stakes in this fight. The highest stakes. I land another punch, sending one man crumpling to the floor while the other tries to catch his breath from an elbow to the gut. But it's then that I see it, as if in slow motion. Marnie slips on a stray piece of sheet metal, the clanging sound ringing off the concrete as she falls. Her arms reach wildly, grasping at the air, as if it might save her. But it won't. She's falling backwards, one foot slipping on the metal, the other stepping out behind her to where there should be ground, but isn't. A sudden lurch of dread rises in my stomach as I watch her fall, and instinctively I start toward the roof's edge. Chantal is faster, though. She reaches out, her hand moving swiftly toward Marnie's grasping fingers, in spite of all she's done. For a moment it looks like she might catch her, that Chantal, this compassionate, wonderful, caring woman, might be the salvation of her tormentor. But Chantal's fingers only brush the air, and I watch in horror as Marnie disappears from view. I'm still sprinting toward the edge when I see Chantal, propelled forward by her attempt to save Marnie, tumbling over the edge. Again, time slows, and somewhere in the distance I hear a horrifying thud. Chantal's eyes are wide in terror, and as I rush toward her, I'm sure mine are too. 1,000 thoughts flash through my mind as I race across the rooftop. The distant wail of sirens vaguely enters my consciousness, as does the sound of 2 sets of heavy footsteps thundering behind me and away from the scuffle. Cowards. But what's clearest in my mind is every moment I've spent with Chantal, every smile, every touch, every laugh. I can't lose that now. Not until I've told her the truth. The warmth of her skin suddenly rushes into my mind, like an all-too-present memory, like a conjured wish from the past that's inserted itself into this moment. And I'm grasping, not wanting to let go. And then I hear her words. Don't let go! My hand is wrapped around Chantal's forearm, and I know there's no way I'm letting go. Not even after I've stopped her fall. Not after hoisting her back up onto the rooftop. Not even in the still moment after when we press our foreheads tightly together and our breaths mingle and we both cry tears of relief. Oh my God, Chantal, I breathe, never wanting to let her go ever again. It almost feels like there's nothing left to say. The terror we just experienced, the brush with death, the fighting and the danger, none of that can be put into words, nor can the sheer relief I feel now, the love and care that seems to be emanating from every inch of me. Her warm body pressed against mine feels like a miracle, and it is. Her soft hair tickling my cheeks, and the sound of her heavy breathing. These are all suddenly so precious. I couldn't lose you, I finally say, the words sounding pitifully inadequate for everything I'm feeling right now. You didn't, she replies with a smile. In the distance, the wail of sirens is growing louder, signaling the end of this ordeal, and I breathe another sigh of relief. It's all going to be okay, I promise, finally drawing back and looking Chantal in the eye. But as I gaze at her, I realize something is wrong. Her eyes look glassy, her skin sweaty. She's smiling, but there's an eerie quality to her smile, and a twinge in my chest tells me there's something I'm missing. Then suddenly, I see it. A dark pool of blood is forming on the ground at our feet. I let out a scream that bounces across the rooftop, and surely to the street below. As I stare at it, panic sets in. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I'm struck by how red it is against the cold gray of the concrete. My eyes flicker frantically between the blood and Chantal, who seems to be fading. Chantal, I cry. Chantal, what happened? The question is pointless because even as the words leave my lips, I trace its source. Trailing down to the floor, the blood originates at her side. It's not just the wound I see, though. The handle of a small dagger is protruding from Chantal's side.
Chapter 30. Chantal. I look down at the knife protruding from me, blood seeping from the wound. I reach for the knife to pull it out, but Jonas grabs my hands. No, don't! I remember scuffling with Marnie, feeling something like a sharp punch to the gut. And then she was falling, and I was reaching for her. Then Jonas pulled me back. She must have stabbed me during our fight. Jonas, I say, my vision going dark at the edges. I'm not sure I can stand anymore. My knees buckle, but he catches me, picking me up in a bridle carry. The knife jostles, and a scream rips from my throat as it aggravates the wound. My world is reduced to his face swimming in my gaze and the sound of buzzing in my ears. Damn, Chantal, stay with me, he says, as sound returns to me once more. He presses a kiss to my forehead. It's nice, but I wish he would kiss my lips. I wish you'd kiss my lips, I say out loud as he carries me down the stairs. He pauses on the steps and does as I ask. Thank you. I blink, unable to focus on both Jonas's swaying in my vision. Jonas? Try to rest Chantal. You're in shock. Am I dying? No, he says fiercely. I won't let you die. He stumbles, accidentally jostling me, and I cry out. There's a trail of blood running down the stairs. I think it might be mine. Just in case, I gasp out. I love you. I love you so much that it hurts sometimes. Worse than the knife. I let out a weak laugh at that, and he clutches me tighter. You're not dying. Promise me you'll take care of Ben. I grasp the collar of his shirt as a paroxysm of pain runs through me. If I don't, promise me. You'll be okay. We'll both take care of Ben. Please. He sighs, a tear running down his cheek. I promise. Why are you crying? He clutches me closer, his chest stuttering with sobs. Because I love you too. I think I've loved you ever since you stood up for Kinsley at the hospital, and since then, it's only grown. You, Kinsley, and Ben are my world. I don't want to die, I gasp. The paramedics are coming. You'll be okay. You just have to stay awake. I'll try. And when you're better, we'll renew our vows. A real wedding this time. It'll be big, and the kids can have that bouncy house they wanted. I let out a weak chuckle and then wince. Laughter hurts. Everything hurts. But I have to stay awake. Not only for Jonas, but for Ben and Kinsley. We can have a real honeymoon. I've always wanted to visit Bali. We'll take you and the kids there on my private jet and stay at the best hotels and private beaches. We'll eat only at 5-star restaurants and take the kids to all the best snorkeling spots. He reaches the bottom steps. You just have to stay with me. I'll try, I mumble, the world turning fuzzy again. The first floor is awash in red and blue lights. They flicker off Jonas, making him look like a painting. And then I'm moving. He lays me on something flat, and my system is flooded with warmth as everything fades to black. I wake in a soft bed. There's a hand holding mine in its steadfast grip, and another stroking my hair. My eyelids feel like they have weights attached to them, but still, I force them open. Jonas is staring at me so intently that I wonder what could be wrong. And then it all comes flooding back. Marnie, the warehouse, and the knife sticking out of my side. When my eyes meet his, he jerks up. She's awake, he calls. He still hasn't let go of my hand. Ben? Kinsley? I croak. They're fine. Worried about you, but fine. His gaze softens. We all were. Sitting back down, he uses both hands to clutch mine to his heart. I was so scared that I was going to lose you. I give him a smile. I'm not going anywhere. The next few minutes are a blur of nurses checking on me and doctors explaining my condition. Apparently, I got lucky. The knife missed my major organs but nicked an artery. By keeping the knife in, Jonas stopped me from bleeding out before the paramedics could arrive. The doctors expect a full recovery. And Marnie? I ask after the doctor leaves. Jonas's face grows cold. She didn't make it. Oh, I sigh, pressing a hand to my aching side. Poor Kinsley. The funeral is a few days from now. Kinsley should go, but I don't know if I'll be able to. He lets out a breath, looking away. She almost took you from me. How can I go and mourn her as the mother of my son when she nearly killed the love of my life? The words, love of my life, send a thrill through me, but now is not the time. I take his hand. Mourn what Kinsley should have had, and be there for him with all the complicated feelings that will come from this. Smiling, he gives a gentle nod. You're right, like always. And this will sound terrible, but if nothing else, I give him a mischievous smile. You'll be making sure she's really gone. It's a dark joke, but to be fair, she did try to kill me. I deserve to be a little mean. Jonas lets out a surprised bark of laughter, and I laugh too, though it's a bit hysterical. And soon the laughter becomes tears as the weight of the ordeal hits me. Hey, hey, Jonas says, cradling my face in his hands. It's all over now. You're okay. We're all okay. He leans in, about to kiss me. And then the door slams open, Ben and Kinsley rushing in. Mom, they both exclaim, hurrying over and throwing their arms around me. Oof, hey, gentle please, I say, wincing. They both immediately let go. I study their faces. Ben has dark circles under his red-rimmed eyes. He's clearly been crying, but not as much as Kinsley, whose pale skin is still patchy with red. Sorry, Kinsley says, stepping backwards. Away from me. That will not do. I raise my arms. Come here, both of you. Just be gentler this time, okay? You don't hate me? Kinsley asks, his voice thick with tears. My heart just about shatters. Baby, why would I hate you? He sniffles, his breath coming in hiccups. Because my mom tried to kill you. She hated you and thought you wanted to take me away from her. With Ben already curled up in bed beside me, I gesture for Kinsley to come closer. He won't meet my eyes. Kinsley, come here and look at me, okay? His approach is slow, like a man on his way to the gallows. When he's close enough, I cup his cheek in my hand and smile. I could never hate you, never ever. Your mom hurt me, but that's not your fault. I know she hurt you and your dad too, and that wasn't your fault either. I look up at Jonas, whose face is still racked with guilt. Neither of you. It was all her choices, and I don't blame you for them. Sobbing, Kinsley crawls into bed with me. I hold him close and press a kiss to his forehead, and then I do the same for Ben. I love you three more than anyone else in the world. And I love you too, Jonas says. He leans in and presses a kiss to my lips. It carries with it a silent promise. Whatever may come next, we're all in this together.
Chapter 31. Jonas. 4 months have passed since the harrowing ordeal with Marnie, and today I find myself standing at the altar once more. This time the occasion is a grand wedding celebration, and every employee from the company is invited. I want them all, the whole world, really, to see my love for Chantal. The past few months have been challenging for her. Frequent dreams of Marnie's death and weekly sessions with a therapist. Despite this, with the support of our little family, she has made an incredible recovery. She had to stop working for 2 months to rest and heal, but once she returned, she worked harder than ever. I make a point of telling her how proud I am of her every day so she'll know how much she means to me. Far from the marriage of convenience we started with, our marriage is built on trust, respect, and love. We've decided that a big, beautiful wedding would be the best way to show the world just how wonderful our bond is. And that day is today. As the music swells, I watch Chantal appear at the end of the aisle, her radiant smile reflecting the deep joy we both feel. My breath hitches. She looks so beautiful. She moves gracefully, every step bringing her closer to me. My heart overflows with emotion as I take in the sight of her, my love, my partner, my wife in every sense. Our eyes lock, and in that silent exchange I see everything we've been through together. Her smile speaks of her triumph over adversity, her strength, and her unyielding spirit. As she reaches the altar, I reach out and take her hands in mine. They are warm and steady, a reassuring contrast to the cold terror we faced months ago. "Chantal," I begin, my voice steady but full of emotion. "I stand here today, humbled and grateful for the love we share. Our journey has been filled with trials, but each one has only strengthened my love for you. I vow to stand by you, to cherish you, and to support you in every way possible." Her eyes shine with unshed tears, and she squeezes my hands. "Jonas, you have been my rock, my safe haven. I promise to love you with all my heart, to be there for you in good times and bad, and to cherish every moment we have together." The wedding guests look on, witnessing the strength of our commitment. Sure, our promise may sound a bit cliché, but I know we mean every word. Murmurs of admiration and heartfelt congratulations fill the room as we exchange our vows. I briefly take note of those around us, my eyes only able to focus on Chantal. The rest of the ceremony goes by in a blur. The only thing standing out to me is her radiant glow that fills my vision. I'm not even sure how we arrived at the reception venue. Chantal and I have our first dance in silence. Our eyes speak our emotions, and the way she holds on to me tells me everything I need to know. During the reception, Chantal pulls me aside, her face alight with a blend of nerves and excitement. "Jonas," she says softly, her eyes sparkling with a secret, "I have something to tell you." "What is it, love?" I ask, curiosity piqued. She takes a deep breath, her hand resting gently on her stomach. "I'm pregnant." For a moment, the world stops. Her words hit me like a wave, and I am rendered speechless. My heart swells with elation, and I pull her into my arms, holding her close. "We're going to have a baby," I whisper, my voice thick with emotion. She nods, tears of happiness spilling down her cheeks. "Yes, we're going to have a baby." I feel my love for her expand, now encompassing the tiny life growing within her. My world, already perfect with her and the boys, has grown even more wondrous in the span of a heartbeat. Later, amid the clinking of glasses and the festive atmosphere, I take the microphone, ready to share our joy with everyone gathered. "Ladies and gentlemen," I announce, my voice ringing out with pride and happiness, "I have wonderful news to share. Chantal and I are expecting a baby." The room erupts in cheers and applause, and I see the faces of our friends and colleagues light up with joy. The news adds another layer of happiness to an already amazing day, closing a chapter of pain and opening one of hope and love. As the evening progresses, I find myself reflecting on everything we've been through. From the moment I met Chantal, she has been a beacon of light in my life. The challenges we faced only strengthened our bond, and now, standing here with her, surrounded by our loved ones, I know that we can face anything together. Chantal gracefully mingles with our guests, her laughter ringing out like music. She is glowing with happiness, her hand frequently resting on her belly, a subconscious gesture that fills me with warmth. I don't think I've ever been happier. Kinsley and Ben are having a blast with their friends, their faces painted with joy as they play with the other children. I see them look over at Chantal and me, their small faces filled with pride and happiness. Emotion threatens to overwhelm me. Our family has become complete in a way I never thought possible. I make my way through the crowd, greeting guests and accepting their congratulations. The room is filled with laughter and music, a celebration of love and family. I watch as Kinsley and Ben present Chantal with flowers they picked from the garden, their faces glowing with pride. She kneels down, wrapping them in a warm embrace. The photographer better catch this moment. It's going to be one of my favorite memories of the day. While I mingle with guests, I catch glimpses of Chantal, her face lit up with joy as she talks and laughs with our friends. Every now and then our eyes meet, and we share a private smile that makes my heart race. At one point, I see Chantal talking to Chris, her good friend and closest confidant. They are laughing about something, and Chris catches my eye, giving me a thumbs up. I can't help but smile, grateful for the support and love of our friends. As the evening progresses and the celebratory atmosphere of our wedding reception continues to bubble around us, I lead Chantal to the center of the dance floor. The music shifts to a soft, romantic tune, and the lights dim slightly, casting a warm glow over the room. My heart swells as I take her hand, feeling the delicate strength in her fingers. "May I have this dance?" I ask, my voice gentle but filled with emotion. Chantal's eyes sparkle as she smiles up at me. "I thought you'd never ask." We step closer, her other hand finding its place on my shoulder while mine rests on her waist. As we begin to sway to the music, the world around us fades, leaving just the two of us in this perfect moment. "You look beautiful tonight," I whisper. "You're not so bad yourself, Mr. CEO." We both chuckle softly, our laughter mingling with the music. I pull her a bit closer, feeling the warmth of her body against mine. The months of hardship, the struggles and the fears all seem distant now, replaced by the love we share. "I still can't believe how lucky I am," I say, my voice once again thick with emotion. "You've given me so much, Chantal. A family, love, and now a baby." Her eyes shine with tears as she looks up at me. "And you've given me a home, Jonas. You've made me feel safe and loved. I'm so grateful for you." We continue to move together, our steps in perfect harmony. As the song reaches its crescendo, I lean down, brushing a soft kiss on her lips. The room erupts in applause, but all I can hear is the beating of our hearts, synchronized in this moment of pure love and happiness. "I love you," I whisper against her lips. "I love you too," she replies, her voice a soft caress against my soul. As the music fades, we hold each other tightly, knowing that this dance is just the beginning of a beautiful journey together.
Chapter 32. Chantal.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
Looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to YouTube's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
If you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 33. Jonas. I've laid here with my beautiful wife for nearly an hour, laughing and envisioning what life will look like in the future with an extra set of little feet running around. She leans up to stretch her sore limbs, and I notice her wince slightly. "Are you okay, baby?" I ask, concerned. "I'm good. I'm just pregnant. Wore high heels at my wedding for approximately 7 hours today, and had mind-blowing sex with my husband, so I'm just a little exhausted." She laughs as rolls her neck. "Here, lie back," I say, adjusting her pillows and jumping out of the bed. "I'm going to run us a nice bath." Just when I thought I couldn't love you anymore. You continue to surprise me with your brilliance. She smiles and sighs, leaning back on the mountain of pillows. I head to the large bathroom suite to draw up our bath. It's a beautiful clawfoot tub, big enough for the both of us to sit comfortably. I scour the linen cabinet and stumble upon some lavender bath salts. I toss a handful in. I hustle quickly back to the bedroom and grab some of the candles off the nightstand. "Setting the mood, are we?" She grins at me. "Just trying to give it a little spa feel," I reply with a laugh. I sit with the tub as I make sure the water is just the right temperature, not too hot. When the tub is near the brim and filled with bubbles, I go back to the bedroom to pick up my lovely bride. I scoop her off the sweat-soaked sheets and she nestles into me. You know, if you keep carrying me everywhere, I'm going to get used to it and have a complex. She laughs. I don't mind at all, I reply. And that is the wholehearted truth. I'd do anything she asked me to. You say that now, she says. But when I'm 9 months pregnant and have a belly the size of a basketball, you may change your mind. The image of her stomach, round with our child, stirs my ass to life. I'll still carry you, probably to the bedroom every hour so I can ravish you. She playfully smacks me on the chest and rolls her eyes. I lower her carefully down into the tub. I don't miss the way she sighs, her eyes rolling to the back of her head from the feel of the warm water on her aching bones. She leans forward as I slip casually behind her. The water ripples gently, caressing her body as she settles back against me. Her skin is warm and inviting under the water, and it takes every ounce of my willpower to simply sit there, content for now in just holding her. There's something magical about a bubble bath, she sighs, her words sending tiny vibrations through my chest where her back rests against me. She stretches out an arm, lazy circles disturbing the bubbles at the surface. It's like a little world of tranquility and relaxation. A fortress of solitude for our love, I respond, bending my head to brush a kiss on the nape of her neck. I feel her respond with a shiver of pleasure that has me grinning into her skin. Exactly, she murmurs in agreement. I reach for the champagne bottle on the side table, pouring myself a foaming glass of the bubbly liquid, followed by pouring her sparkling cider in the other flute. To us, she proposes a toast, holding up her glass. To us, I echo, clinking my glass against hers. We take sips of the chilled beverages, letting the sharp bubbles explode on our tongues. She sets down her glass and relaxes back against me again, setting us back into silence. I watch as she closes her eyes, letting the softness of the bubbles and warmth of the water lull her into tranquility. A soft hum vibrates through her body as she starts to sing quietly to herself. Some old love song that I've heard her sing countless times before. Her voice is low but beautiful, heart-achingly so, and fills our bathroom with hauntingly sweet echoes. I reach for a soft sponge from the shelf nearby, soaking it in the lavender-scented water. Cautiously, I begin lathering her back, the sponge gliding effortlessly across her skin. She moans lightly, arching her back in pleasure. I spend the next little bit bathing my wife. She returns the favor, using soft caresses as she lathers up my chest. We sink further into the warm bathwater until only our heads are above the surface. The bubbles from the bath dance around us like tiny stars orbiting in our private galaxy. For a while we sit quietly, savoring each other's presence amid the flickering candlelight. Gradually we begin to share more of our dreams about the future. I would teach our child to ride a bike. She'd show them how to paint flowers with watercolors. We'd build forts in the backyard during summer and read fairy tales by the fireside come winter. We plan to take an extended amount of time off work when the baby arrives, giving us adequate time to bond with our new little family of 5. We vow not to get so involved with work that we forget to spend time with each other and our little family. Amid our shared laughter and whispered promises of future happiness, we forget about time passing by. By the time we notice that the candles have burned low and the water has cooled slightly, it doesn't matter anymore because there's nowhere else we'd rather be than right here, at this moment. We get out of the tub slowly, the chill of the bathroom a stark contrast to the warmth we'd been immersed in. She wraps herself tightly in a comforting blanket as I reach for 2 fluffy towels. We dry off leisurely, savoring each moment of this intimate ritual. Back in the bedroom, she puts on one of my oversized shirts. I know how much you enjoyed the first outfit, but come on, you have to admit this is just as sexy. She sticks out her leg and cocks her hip as she busts out laughing. The sound is music to my ears. You could wear a potato sack and still be the most beautiful woman in the world, I tell her, while I pull on a pair of soft flannel pants. She curls up on the bed, pulling me down beside her, and we lay there for a while, simply listening to the rhythm of each other's breath and feeling our heartbeats sink. Out of nowhere, she reaches over to our bedside table and pulls out a box of cookies. I can't help but laugh out loud. "What?" she asks, eyeing me as if to say, I better have the right response to this question. "I was craving cookies, so sue me." She smiles. I grab a cookie from the box, nearly losing a finger in the process. Apparently, you're not supposed to take a pregnant woman's snacks. I take the cookie and tap it with her cookie in her hand. "To tomorrow. To tomorrow," she echoes, tapping her cookie back against mine. The laughter in her voice is infectious, and soon enough, we're both chuckling at nothing in particular, just enjoying one another's company until we're both so overcome with exhaustion, we fall asleep. She is wrapped tightly in my arms where she belongs.
Chapter 34. Chantal. Our honeymoon in Bali is going to be nothing short of a dream come true. I just know it. We bring along the children and their nannies to make sure that Jonas and I still get time alone. Our first big outing is to a popular safari and marine park. Ben and Kinsley's eyes light up with wonder as we wander through the exotic exhibits. The boys are particularly excited about seeing the Bengal tigers, though their enthusiasm is tempered by a bit of apprehension. "Look, the tigers are so big!" Kinsley exclaims, his voice a mix of awe and a hint of fear. Ben clutches my hand tightly, his eyes wide as the majestic creatures come into view. "They're scary, but cool," he whispers, squeezing my fingers. Jonas stands beside me, his arm casually draped over my shoulders. "They are amazing, aren't they? Do you boys want to help feed them?" Kinsley and Ben exchange glances, their fear momentarily overshadowed by excitement. With a bit of encouragement, they both step forward, guided by the zookeepers. I watch with wary eyes, unsure if any of this is a good idea. Jonas squeezes my hand. "Don't worry, they're experts. They know what they're doing." The boys giggle nervously as they feed the tigers, who react with surprising gentleness. "See? Not so scary after all," Jonas says, ruffling Ben's hair. As we move through the park, I can't help but smile at how natural and real our family feels to me. Ben is now walking without crutches, though he still needs a bit of help. Kinsley, ever the supportive brother, is always by his side, ready to lend a hand. Watching them together warms my heart. They've formed such a strong bond, and their laughter is infectious. "You boys are amazing," I tell them, planting kisses on their cheeks. That evening, we gather on the beach for a fire dance show. The rhythmic beats of traditional Balinese music fill the air as dancers twirl and leap, their movements illuminated by the flickering flames. Ben and Kinsley sit mesmerized, their eyes reflecting the glow of the fire. "This is incredible," I whisper to Jonas, leaning into him. "It really is," he replies, his hand gently holding mine. The boys cheer and clap as the dancers perform daring stunts, the flames licking at their feet. It's a magical night, filled with the kind of wonder that only comes from seeing the world through a child's eyes. Jonas and I steal a few moments alone later that night, walking hand in hand along the shoreline. The moon casts a silvery light over the water, and the waves lap gently at our feet. "This has been the best honeymoon I could ask for," I say, resting my head on his shoulder. "And it's only just begun," he replies, stopping to kiss me softly. "I love you, Chantal." "I love you too, Jonas," I whisper back, my heart full to bursting. The next morning we set out for Teganungan Waterfall, a hidden gem nestled in the heart of Bali. The sound of cascading water fills the air as we arrive, and the boys' faces light up with excitement. "Can we swim?" Kinsley asks eagerly. "Of course," I reply, laughing at their enthusiasm. We spend the morning splashing in the cool, clear water. The boys laugh and play, their joy contagious. Their poor nannies are dragged into the water, the boys ecstatic to have them join in the fun. It's moments like these that make everything worthwhile. As the boys tire themselves out, Jonas and I find a secluded spot under the waterfall. The water tumbles around us, creating a private world where only we exist. He pulls me close, his lips finding mine in a kiss that's both tender and passionate. "I've been wanting to do this all day," he murmurs against my lips. "Me too," I reply, wrapping my arms around his neck. We lose ourselves in each other, the outside world fading away. It's just us, the water, and the love we share. Back at the villa, the nannies take the boys for an afternoon nap, giving Jonas and me some much-needed alone time. We lounge on the sun-drenched terrace, sipping on fresh coconut water and enjoying the peace and quiet. "This is paradise," I sigh, stretching out on the chaise lounge. "It really is," Jonas agrees, his gaze fixed on me. "You make everything better, Chantal." "I feel the same way about you." As the sun begins to set, we take a walk along the beach, the sky ablaze with hues of orange, pink, and purple. Jonas holds my hand, our fingers intertwined. "Thank you for making my life so much richer," he says softly. Tears prick at my eyes. "And thank you for loving me, for being my rock through everything." We stop and face each other, the setting sun casting a golden glow over us. "I promise to always be here for you, Chantal," Jonas vows, his voice filled with emotion. "No matter what." "And I promise to always stand by your side," I reply, my heart swelling with love. We share a kiss as the sun dips below the horizon, sealing our promises with the warmth of our love. One morning, Jonas and I decide to venture out early, leaving the boys with their nannies. We hike to a secluded spot by the river, where the jungle opens up to reveal a hidden waterfall. The sight takes my breath away. "It's even more beautiful than the other one," I whisper, turning to Jonas. "Not as beautiful as you," he replies, his eyes filled with love. We strip down to our swimsuits and wade into the pool at the base of the waterfall. The water is cool and refreshing, a welcome respite from the tropical heat. Jonas pulls me close, his hands skimming over my wet skin, protectively lingering on my belly. "Do you remember our first kiss?" he asks, his voice low and husky. "How could I forget?" I reply, shivering at the memory. "It changed everything." He kisses me then, a slow, deep kiss that makes my toes curl. We lose ourselves in each other, the world around us fading into the background. Eventually, we make our way back to the villa, our hearts lighter and our spirits refreshed. The boys greet us with excited stories about their morning, and we settle in for another day of adventure and family fun. The soft glow of the setting sun fills the room, casting a warm golden hue over everything. I'm nestled on the couch, flipping through a magazine, feeling content and relaxed. Jonas approaches, a gentle smile on his face that makes my heart melt. "Chantal, I have something for you," he says, his voice tender and loving. "Oh?" He kneels beside me, presenting a small velvet box. My heart skips a beat as I open it to reveal a stunning heart-shaped diamond necklace, the facets catching the light and sparkling brilliantly. "Jonas, it's beautiful," I gasp, my hand flying to my mouth in astonishment. He takes the necklace and gently fastens it around my neck, his fingers brushing against my skin, sending a shiver down my spine. "You deserve all the beauty in the world, Chantal. Especially now that you're carrying our child. You should expect to be showered with gifts." Tears well up in my eyes as I touch the diamond pendant, feeling its cool, smooth surface under my fingertips. "Thank you. This means so much to me." He cups my face in his hands, his eyes filled with love and adoration. "You mean everything to me, Chantal. I want to show you every day how much I love you." I lean into his touch, feeling overwhelmed by the depth of his affection. "I love you too, Jonas, more than words can say."
Chapter 35. Jonas. Little Elena's face twists as she takes her first breath, squalling and rubbing her little eyes with her chubby fists. I cut the umbilical cord. I don't know why I expected it to be soft, but it's surprisingly tough, much like her mother. While Chantal pushes out the last of the placenta, the doctor wipes the baby down, weighs her, and wraps her in a pink blanket to hand to me. I give the baby to Chantal and press a kiss to her sweat-soaked temple as she holds our daughter for the first time. She looks up at the doctors. "Is she okay?" Dr. Sanders smiles. "She's perfectly healthy. You have nothing to worry about." She stifles a sob as she holds our daughter closer. I kiss the top of her head. "You did so well. Thank you for bringing our baby into the world." They do the rest of the aftercare as Chantal feeds our daughter for the first time. While they take care of her, I text Kinsley and Ben's nannies, letting them know that Chantal and the newest addition to our family are both doing well. The next morning, when we pull into the driveway, I take Elena's car seat in one hand and help Chantal out of the car with the other. She shoots me a grateful smile as I guide her to the front door with my hand on the small of her back. Kinsley and Ben both come running up when they hear it open, and it warms my heart to see Ben actually running, even if it's for a short distance. "Mom! Dad!" they exclaim, throwing their arms around us. Chantal winces. "Oof, careful. I'm still a little unsteady. Having a baby takes a lot out of you." "Can we see her?" Kinsley asks, standing on his tiptoes. I set down the car seat and the brothers get to look at their little sister for the very first time. "Boys, this is Elena." Ben's eyes widen. That's the same name as Mommy. Chantal gives him a watery smile as she carefully kneels down in front of him. "It is. I wanted to honor her, so now you both will always know how special your mom was. I'm going to tell her all about her amazing auntie, your amazing mom." Ben throws his arms around her and she squeezes him tight. "I'm going to be the best big brother ever." "I know you will." She reaches over to Kinsley, gathering them both in a hug. "You both are going to be the best big brothers Elena could ask for." Elena wakes from her nap and begins to squall in something I've already figured out is the "I'm hungry" cry. Chantal smiles softly and picks her up out of the carrier. "I gotta feed her." "I'll come with you," Ben says, picking up the diaper bag despite the fact that it's half his size. He follows her, half carrying, half dragging it into the upstairs nursery. Kinsley lingers by me, his expression forlorn. I give his shoulder a squeeze. "What's wrong?" "Is it bad that I miss her?" he asks, sniffling. "Marnie. We've been taking him to therapy after everything that happened, but she did a number on him. On all of us. But she was still his mother." "It's not bad to have those feelings," I reply. "Sometimes I miss her too. Even though she did a lot of terrible things, I miss the good parts of her, and that's normal. We're all pretending that she wasn't real, but she was. You're right. Sometimes it's easier and less painful to pretend, but she was still your mom. And you know what? I will always be grateful for her." Kinsley looks up at me, his brows furrowed in confusion. "Why?" Kneeling in front of him, I pull him into a hug. "Because she gave me you. And you, your brother Chantal, and your sister are the best things that ever happened to me. None of that would have happened if I never met her. So as much as she hurt us, she gave us some gifts too." Kinsley sniffles. "I wish she was a better mom." "So do I say, my eyes going misty. So do I." Shaking my head, I pull back to see him at arm's length. "We chose Elena's name to honor Ben's mom. But do you know who I named you after?" He shakes his head, so I show him the burn on my hand. His eyes widen. "You name me after the guy who burned your hand?" "Not exactly." I chuckle and sit with my back against the wall. He curls up against me and I stroke his blonde hair. I don't often tell the story. Chantal knows it, and she can, on some level, relate to the guilt and pain that comes from losing a sibling in an accident. But it's different when your sibling dies right in front of you in order to save your life. It still hurts to tell it, but Kinsley needs to know his namesake, the person who saved the life of his father. He needs to understand that even if we don't talk about the dead every day, we still honor them, and that we're allowed to miss them, even if their deaths create complicated feelings. As I speak, Kinsley takes my burned hand and studies it, tracing fingers along the raised and uneven skin. Was he a good big brother? He was, I reply. I sigh, my throat choked with emotions. Everything all right down there? Chantal asks, poking her head out from upstairs. Ben is at her side and she's holding Elena to her chest. I smile up at her. Just some father-son talk. Groaning, I get to my feet. Do you think they can hold Elena? Ben and Kinsley both look up at her, their eyes pleading. Her smile lights up her whole face. I think so. They'll have to be very careful, though. Do you think you can manage that, boys? Both boys nod eagerly, so I head upstairs with Kinsley with my phone at the ready. This will need to be documented. A month later, we all gather in the living room for a family portrait. Little Elena is wearing a darling green dress and matching headband, while Chantal wears one to match. Ben, Kinsley, and I are all dressed up in our suits. We all pose on the couch, Chantal in the center with Elena, surrounded by our sons. I stand behind her with my hands on her shoulders. The camera snaps and we're all smiling and facing forward. She looks up at me and smiles. How was that one? Her eyes shoot back to the photographer. Wait, I wasn't ready. Elena chooses that moment to vomit all over her green dress. The boys make comical noises of disgust as they try to scoot away from the baby barf. Chantal just looks resigned while I laugh. And all in that split second, the camera clicks once more. The pretty family portrait sits in the living room above the fireplace. I like it well enough, but I like the other two better. In the second one, Chantal looks radiant as she stares up at me, and I have that same look of love on my face. It feels like us. But the third one is us. It never fails to make me laugh, an imperfect moment caught on camera and preserved for all time. This is my family, after all. We're imperfect, but we have each other, and that's all that matters.